One of the scientists who started just some shuffling around. This was the one day that worked.
Because we were wondering. Not that we don't love it, but like.
We're kind of like our people.
They will, but they'll be a little late because you see outside the
I know they can get in.
Just 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Oh, believe me. I but I do know a number of
Hi, Max. Hey, Drew. Oh, hey, Drew. How you doing?
so now it's
No, I can pick up. Yeah.
please.
I have to do a land acknowledgement.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm not going to use the hotspot.
Zac, can you do it?
No, you have to represent. Oh my God, you're gonna totally be wonderful.
I was like, can I use Wi-Fi? And Kenny said they didn't have an option. Okay. All right, so I'll just use the hotspot.
I've never left him there.
Yes.
Just a couple of days after.
Okay, I'm also going to use this for Greg's.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
You can leave this now. Okay.
I'm gonna ask Oh, just because of Amy's procedure. So she's not able to do anything
She's going to look after her.
today.
That's the smart. Oh, that's what. I didn't think it was on.
Monday is like she can't make it. So she's going to come up in person. Well, midday. Find something.
Do some World Cup. Good for you.
I'll probably go because I'll think of it. I'm trying to be happy.
I'm sure. Exhausted.
I'm so tired.
Yeah. You guys gonna go?
We were going to look around the library.
Yeah, why don't you guys go look? I don't think.
Well, I want to say goodbye to Finn.
Oh, well, where would you go?
What time are you? Should we coordinate? You let me know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's going to be Amy, but because I'll be drinking. What time do you think it'll be?
It'll be end at 5.
Okay.
And so we haven't quite figured out what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Actually,
I'll be drunk and able to sort of wander.
So it'll
down.
be Amy.
Well, she'll have him, so she'll be driving. I don't think.
Oh.
I don't think she'll.
So does Finn need a ride?
Oh, actually, that would be amazing. Let's coordinate. Maybe I can just swing down and meet you guys here and maybe help. Or something.
Okay. That's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let me just ask. Should we?
Hey, Antonio.
Science.
After she just.
I was parking, and she found a spot right in front, and I was like, this one. And we realised that my one says commercial only Monday to Friday.
So at least mid-size ones.
Monday to Thursday.
No.
I was like,
Not for this show.
So we have ballers, did you do extension cords for the phone?
Not for here.
she's
And
That's
we have a
I was just being silly.
because I saw
Use them all?
Underneath the, that's the only one underneath the.
We can run some. We can run.
I just.
We have power banks, but of course,
Yeah, give me a minute.
You're good. You're good. I'll be floating.
I'll just run it. I'll run an extension. Under the.
Okay. Velcro's full. Velcro's full. I got 5 cable bands. I got 5 full. You can just put the thing there on that one and just put the cable underneath. Pop it out. Put this over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Where'd he go? Yeah, could you put this
Let me get an extension cord.
You can run power.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so, yeah, he's saying bring the tripod here and then run power.
Okay. Oh, that works as long as it keeps.
You have an extra.
That was my extra.
Okay. Let's see if I can. I'm gonna move everything over.
Well, we could.
We have a power outlet over here, so that will keep everything. The angle will be ever so slightly.
Nice.
Perfect.
Can we do landscape or?
This was how your dad had it set up. I can, if you
Hi,
want.
Trifid. Hi, Prince Justin.
If you want to swap it over, go for it.
I'll leave it as is. I'm not gonna touch that.
That, my thoughts exactly.
I'm like, I'm just gonna do what I know how to do. Leave that.
Is it level? Is the feed?
Here, let
Can
me-
hear they're talking, but I can't make out any words.
We're good to start on time, so about 3 minutes.
Hey, chat. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Don't hear any loud hiss, music, or voices. Is it gone or in the meantime? Oh,
Well, there's no music happening right now.
audio is an issue.
Wait, so you
Oh,
Mini? I thought it was Middle-Arf. How dare you? Thank you, Effect Play. That's correct.
so much.
This way you can plug more stuff if you have it.
that's
Wonderful,
the
thank
only
you.
thing we were planning on, but
Just
I
in
imagine
case.
we'll have something come up.
Of course, because that's what happens with these things.
Prince Justin, you're hearing a hiss? Okay.
What? Yeah, that'll make sense later.
No, I know that makes sense.
Oh, you do? Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay.
I actually don't know why that makes sense, because I haven't heard anything about Zax yet.
Let's just say there's a barbarian subclass that thinks it's a wizard.
Oh, wait, I think I heard about this. That's actually... What's funny is that I know an exact... One of the campaigns that I listen to has a player who's exactly like that, who's a barbarian and thinks he's a flower wizard. It's really funny.
I cast fireball and just run into the room.
What if his that he made his character able to do wild magic whenever he like the wild magic trait of barbarian, but then his character doesn't know it. So his character comes and he's like, "What just happened? Why are there flowers?" Because his character's an idiot. And it's so funny because like at one point like a bunch of like necrotic damage appears, and his character he made his character just like terrified because he doesn't know where it comes from.
All these skulls,
What's going on? His character is hilarious.
Oh my! What's the campaign?
Tales from the Stinky Dragon.
I love those guys. I have yet to listen to them. I saw them live last year.
I didn't know about them until like December. No, but I've been listening to their first campaign. One of the characters is called Gum Gum.
Okay.
He's a barbarian, but he's ridiculously dumb, and he thinks that he's a wizard. and like because his character's also so dumb, it actually at one point is revealed his character's actually only 15 years old. So it's a bunch of these adults, and then there's this 15-year-old half-orc who's there, and he's hilarious. And he's enthusiastic. He's like, "What if I dressed up as this?" And they're all like, "Why would you do that?" Alright, I'm gonna head upstairs.
You are good.
Goodbye. Wow, look, there she is.
library for this awesome event, Roleplay by the Bay. My name is Jason Hill. I'm the program manager for the Mixed Teen Center. And before I pass it over to the organizer, Zac Clay, of the event, I have to just do a quick acknowledgement. The San Francisco Public Library acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. As uninvited guests, we affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community. And without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Zac Clay to tell you a little bit more about it.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So, welcome to our very first Roleplay by the Bay. It's been a goal and a dream for us for a long time to bring some more like role-playing, tabletop, Dungeons and Dragons content to the San Francisco Bay Area. We've had wonderful programs here, the children's program and our teen internship program as well. And so we thought, what better way to cap it off with a live event, some live D&D. It's been a tradition in the D&D space for some time. So what we have for you all today is 2 D&D events, and to lead into the first one, we will be introducing our first set of players and our first Dungeon Master. And so, leading into that, our first event is going to have a group of scientists from the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation who will be playing Dungeons and Dragons characters. And our first moderator and Dungeon Master of the day, he is a professor of English at St. John's University, where he teaches creative writing and speculative fiction. And he is the author of Clemson UP's The Problem in the Middle, Liminal Space and the Court Mask. He has, outside of academia, he's the author of the epic fantasy The Third Sign, and the award-winning graphic novel Icarus, and the Grey Assassin trilogy featuring Grey Shade, Renegade, and Heretic, and multiple other 5e adventure sourcebook tales, including Tales of Totems from the Forbidden Library. He is known for streaming on Twitch as Arvin Eleron, where he runs a Twitch channel focused on story and narrative. Many sponsored tabletop campaigns over the years from companies like Freely, Cubicle 7, Pegasus Spiel, and he's conducted workshops, readings, presented on panels. And so, without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Gregory Wilson and our panel of scientists who you will be meeting in just a moment. Gabe Cabot-Meza, Kashish Jain, Sarah Kai, and Hannah Martin. And hopefully, if they can hear me, here they are. Wonderful. We can give a welcome for our wonderful guests. Are there scientists following you?
Scientists should be on the way.
Okay, great. Hopefully, there are scientists following you.
Yep, they're in.
Or they cast an invisibility spell.
No, they're here.
Okay, good. Hey, everyone. Yeah. We'll get to know you all for a little bit. So our first panel here with our scientists and with Mr. Gregory Wilson is to get to know a little bit about our scientists here and the work that they do, and introduce them. This is the first time that Greg and the scientists are meeting, and it's an occasion for myself as a DM. I'm very used to running for players that I'm meeting for the first time. That'll be a part of it today as well. But I'll hand it over to Greg, and then for all of you as well, for your microphones on stage, if you see a little green light, that means your mic is on. You'll need to go really close to your mic. You see how close I am to this one to make sure you can speak, but you can leave it on otherwise. But yeah, I'll pass it over to Greg to get to know a little bit about our scientists. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Also, a special thank you to Zac also for arranging this on this end, and you're going to see what an awesome DM he is later on today, but thanks, Zac. Okay, so let me start, I guess, first of all, welcome everybody. Hi, everybody. Let me start by, I guess, I'll work left to right, I guess. And I want to ask a little bit first about your connection with, if you can explain a bit about Damon Runyon, but also your specific research in relation to Damon Runyon cancer research and how you got involved with that.
Okay, I can hear myself now. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Gabe Cabot-Meza. I am entering my 4th year, or my last year with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. I would argue I'm a kind of an oddball in the sense I don't work with traditional cancer models. I work with an endangered species Cameroon. And so, yeah, I think I was actually a little surprised that Damon Redmond was willing to fund my research. It was kind of a long shot for me, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun. They've been wonderful in terms of support and trusting that my work in cell division in an endangered species of frog is relevant to cell division in cancer. And so, yeah, I'm happy to talk more about those frogs or why I love cell division. And it's been a really pleasant experience, especially in a time where scientific research is a little bit less supported than it was before.
A little bit is doing a lot of work. That's great stuff. And one thing I'll mention, I've done this for many years on my Twitch channel, and I'm always amazed how intelligent, scientifically based people that take big swings, which is David Ryan's big thing about like taking big swings and stuff. I'm always blown away by the sort of things that are brought to bear on the team. So I should maybe have you go next. A little bit about David Ryan, about your research.
Yeah.
So I work on something that we like to call a soil and seed during cancer, which is.
There you go.
Okay. So I like to work on something which we call a seed and soil during cancer, in which the cancer cells are basically the seed, and then we study how the soil or the environment the cells are in affect the growth of cancer cells, and how the environment signals these cells to like make a tumor or like invade into surroundings. So basically we are looking at this what's called a stroma in a cancer cell, and particularly the stiffness of the stroma. So there are these cancers which are solid tumors, they become stiffer with time. So we are looking at the effect of the stiffness on cancer growth. So this is particularly a basic research question in which we are trying to understand the mechanism of how stuff works. And this is important because once we know the mechanism, we can try to make drugs or target a certain like a protein which is leading to this mechanism. So this getting funding for basic research is kind of important but also difficult because it doesn't have a very direct implication. So Damon Redmond has been really important, like helpful in that they understand the importance of basic research, and then they fund these high, it's a risky project basically. So that's been very nice, and I thank Damon Redmond for that.
That's good stuff. So Sarah, let me ask you the same question I asked everybody else about your research and the work of Damon Redmond.
Hi, I'm Sarah. This is my first year with Damon Redmond, and kind of echoing what Kashish was saying, I also do basic research, or basically science for the sake of understanding something. And in terms of cancer and disease, we want to understand first how the fundamentals work, how the cells work, how everything works before we can start designing drugs to target certain diseases, in this case cancer. And my research focuses on how do we sense pain and painful stimuli. And the questions that I'm trying to ask are about how do the molecules in our body that detect painful stimuli, like chemicals, like heat, how do they actually communicate with each other, and how are they organized in our neurons to relay the signal from the outside world to our brains to give us that sensation of pain. And it's relevant to cancer with a specific focus on chemotherapy-induced neuropathy. So a big side effect of chemotherapies is increased pain sensation, and chemotherapies have been shown to kind of increase these molecules that sense pain in our bodies. And I'm trying to understand how they're organized and how they communicate to send pain signals to the brain.
Another note I'll make about that is that every time I have these discussions with you folks, it's every conceivable level of cancer that we're talking about, including cancer treatment or prevention. were like, well, I was doing this thing over here, and it was like, then this thing was cool, and I wanted to study that. Is that what it was for you, or was there sort of a particular focus that you were like, I want to work on cancer research or a particular thing? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's always very incremental, right? You fall down one step at a time and you end up this place. So I've always studied sensory systems, and I started to become interested in pain because I was starting to know people as I got older who were having issues with pain. That was one of the kind of things that drew me in there. And then I learned about bone cancer. So when cancers metastasize to the bone, inside of your bone marrow, it's extremely painful. They call it breakthrough pain because it breaks through the like opioid or other pain management regimen that the patient's on. It's actually what President Joe Biden had towards the end of his term. And so that's what got me interested in this interaction between these crazy cancer cells. Cancer is really crazy. Like, I had no idea until I started becoming more interested in this, the interaction with the sensory system. But there's a lot going on there.
yeah, that's interesting. Sarah, what about you? What brought you to science/cancer research?
Yeah, so I think my entry into cancer research specifically was during my PhD, where my advisor at the time, she was the director of a cancer center. But what we worked on was actually it didn't feel like cancer research to me. We worked on telomeres, which are the ends of our DNA, and they determine how long line of cells can divide into four. And of course, in cancer and tumors, when cells just divide too many times, that often corresponds to a failure also of the telomeres. But what I was asking in my PhD was a very, very fundamental question of just, how are telomeres regulated and replicated? And I didn't really think much of the cancer part, but my advisor told me cancer is so multifaceted that basically everything in the life sciences that's not cognitive neuroscience can relate to cancer and can help us better understand cancer. So I think taking that very broad mindset in, if we can understand more about how our cells work, how our body works, that can provide blueprints for future researchers, for drug design, to treat many different kinds of cancer because it can come in different forms.
That's interesting. I'll have a question about that. Ashish, what about you? What brought you to cancer research/science?
Yeah, so I did my engineering from India, and then basically I'm an engineer. I worked a little bit on biomedical engineering, and then in my PhD I worked I used those engineering skills to understand mechanobiology, which is basically how mechanics are surrounding the cells affect cell function. So it was a bit far away from cancer, but as I went into my PhD, going through stuff, I realized that this can be applied in cancer very well because this phenomena is something that's happening in cancer. Maybe this is the breaking point. If we can understand this, maybe we can finally find a cure. So I then joined my postdoc, in which my PI, the prop I'm working with, is working something similar. And then when she looked at what I did my PhD, she was like, oh, this is exactly the gap which we were trying to focus on in the lab, but there was no one in the lab for this. So then she recruited me, and then we built this project in which we have a very nice crossing the scales in cancer. We have mouse models, we have cells, even single molecule level. We are doing all scales, and I think this working across the scales needs people who can actually do multiple things, and that's where I fit in, and that's what I think it's more about what I was able to do very well rather than this is what I want to do.
Yeah. This is the kind of thing I've heard also from the Damon Runyon folks repeatedly is this idea that they're able to get a big picture and to be able to draw people from different disciplines, because otherwise we get siloed, right, as academics and in this case you folks as scientists. So sort of reaching across to be able to pull people in position. Dave, what about you? What brought you to cancer research and science and starting with fish?
Well, so I would actually argue that sometimes even now I don't feel like a cancer researcher, right? Sometimes I'm in my lab and I really forget that I'm, doing fundamental things that will impact cancer research. And so I want to echo something that Sarah said, right? Where I think everything that is cell biology is cancer biology, right? Anything about how cells work is about cancer because cancer is our cells, right? They're life. They're based off of how cells work. yes, they're doing it differently, but they work upon a same framework of fundamentals, right? And so, to me, that's kind of my argument. Is I've always enjoyed looking at cells divide. I've always enjoyed understanding how cells do this fundamental process that allows them to keep growing and splitting into more organisms, right? But it is something that cancer cells do to often an unchecked and uncontrolled rate, right? And so that's why I would argue that me studying cell division in frogs is still relevant, because I'm trying to understand the extremes of how cell division works. And so, yeah, I am a big advocate. I think everyone in the foundation is we are all, I would still argue, basic scientists, in the sense that we are approaching science not from specifically a patient-focused translational aspect. We're trying to relate what we're understanding to a bigger picture, actually having impacts on patients down the line.
And just to underline that point for a second, many of you will have heard of the HPV vaccine, which was fundamental in one study in Britain recently demonstrated that it eliminated cervical cancer completely. There were no deaths in those vaccinated, which is below a certain age, which is extraordinary. That funding came directly from David Runyon. David Runyon is responsible for the HPV vaccines, and it was because they funded the basic research that made it possible to do this stuff without, well, what cool thing does this thing do that will affect this thing that I can put out on a news story? Like, you need basic stuff before you can do all those things. So anyway, I want to talk about that. So I want to ask one more question, and then I'll open it up if anyone in the audience has a question or two, and then we'll stop in about 10 minutes. And those of you who are like, when's the game start? Soon, I promise. But I want to ask about morale, because we sort of danced around the subject a little bit about, like, things are a little more, I think you said, a little more less funded than they were. Morale has been difficult for scientists, from everyone that I've talked to. And so I want to ask a little bit about how you all are doing from a scientific point of view as a researcher who's working within this, and has Damon Runyon / the communities that you've made through this, association with them, has that helped at all in any way? You want to start with you giving the work back to you?
Sure. Yeah, I guess it's interesting because I'm in my last year of funding, right? So in theory, I'm still staying on the academic track. I'm hoping to be a professor in the next 2 or 3 years, right? And so morale is a lot lower than it was when I first started in the foundation, right? It is a little scary right now, the prospect of, do I really want to continue trying to do this when it feels like there's a lot of barriers? Of course. But honestly, I think that is something, even at institutions, I don't know what UCSF is like, right, or Stanford, but I'm at Berkeley, and the feeling is, yes, like you can sense the tightening of money, you can sense that people are losing their jobs, right? And so, like, there's a lab in my building that's closing down, right? It was a lab that was highly productive and doing really cool research, and so I do think it's hard to stay motivated, but I think because I got into science because I love doing science, that at the end of the day, I'm going to keep trying to do science. And so I think that part of it is really passion for me, and I'm trying to hold on to that.
What do you think? How's your morale been?
Yeah, like in our lab, we've had a few NIH fundings that were like abruptly finished for like a weird reasons, and then that affected people that were on those fundings. So then instead of, let's say, their project being 4 years, it became 2 years suddenly. And then when
school, it's kind of isolating. You're kind of expected to do an independent project on your own and navigate that. But for example, Hannah and I are in the same lab, and it's really nice to be able to lean on other scientists who are in the same position, have the same big dreams and ideas about pursuing this high-risk, high-reward research, and knowing that we have stability to actually carry out those goals.
That's good. Hannah, what would you say about that? How are you feeling this?
Yeah, I want to echo everything everyone said. That science funding is having a hard time right now, and it's people who are at transition points in science are feeling it the most. So people who did a PhD and are now really excited, they want to go study something in a postdoc and do knowledge work and create knowledge, and at this like place between those two positions, it's harder now for people to keep moving down the pipeline. I see that a lot with people I know, and I feel very lucky that I am in my postdoc position and funded by Damon Runyon, and I can pursue like the projects I'm really passionate about. Because I feel so lucky, and because I feel like there's been this gap in moving down the pipeline, I just want to say, there's room for plenty more scientists in the coming years. Funding will recover. Like, humans have been creating knowledge and just asking questions and saying, what's happening here? Why is this happening forever? So I think it's inevitable that science will be strong again, internationally and in the U.S. So plenty of room for any young person who wants to ask questions.
That's helpful. All right, time to get to the most important question of the day before I open it up. Your relationship to gaming. Let's talk about games. Hannah, what would you say what kind of games have you played in the past? D&D style, tabletop style, board game style, Parcheesi, Monopoly, like that sort of thing. Video games.
Yeah, so I actually, my partner and I play a lot of board games.
Okay.
Some of you may have played Catan or Carcassonne. So those are some games, or Castle Builder, which is a fun game for kids especially, I think. And I have played a little bit of D&D. It's not really the same role-play strategy game, but I really enjoy GeoGuessr. If anyone has played that in the audience, where you can you land somewhere in Google Maps. It's like you're traveling. It's like you are on a trip to Australia in your bedroom. Yeah, games are an amazing way to just explore different forms of creativity or explore new ways of thinking. I'm excited for today.
Very good. All right, Sarah. What kinds of games? What sorts of things?
I am very new to D&D. I've never played before, so this is my first time playing. But I do like board games, and I particularly also like puzzles and kind of logic puzzles. That was a very big part of my college experience. I like escape room type games, so those are that's the range of logic puzzles and kind of active puzzles. And then I guess I started gaming when I was much younger, when I was a kid, and I got my first Game Boy Advance, and I played Super Mario, Pokemon, Kirby, and I really loved that. But then I think one day I was playing too many games, and my mom hid away my Game Boy, and I never found it again. So as an adult, I do like occasionally still playing electronic games, but mostly board games and puzzles nowadays.
We have a program here. Once in a while, pulling the Game Boy Advance out of the closet.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and hang out.
All right, game stuff.
Yeah, I haven't played a lot during my childhood, but like during my PhD, I made friends with these people who were really into Genshin Impact. If you know, so it's a very D&D kind of, I think, game, like from what I read about D&D.
Yeah.
So there also you have characters, they have powers, they're like fighting people and stuff. So like any day we had like bad experiment days, we would just go and play that game for like an hour or so. So like that was something we used to do
we had a Super Nintendo, right? I played like every console. I played a ton of different board games. I played Magic the Gathering competitively for a little bit, right? Yeah, so never made it to the Pro Tour, but yeah. So it's one of those things where it's always been a part of my life, and I think there's a lot of scientists that you can meet who will be down to play games with you. We are not all science all the time.
And the same imaginativeness that goes into some of the gameplay that we're talking about is part of the imaginativeness I find from scientists who talk about that. Okay, so we have time for one question. If there is a question from the audience that you've ever wanted to ask a cancer research scientist, now is your chance. Anyone have a question about anything? Let's fine. Want to ask Gabe about his magic bill? I see a lot of people doing this. See, there we go. What's your question?
All questions are good.
What is your best card in your gathering?
Best as in most expensive, or best as in best card?
Most expensive.
So to be specific for people who might not know, Magic has different formats, like based on when cards came out. I play Legacy and Modern, and so I have dual lands and stuff like that. Some of the really expensive old cards, but my favorite card is a promotional card I won at a tournament that I got signed by the original artist. So, in case you want to know what card it is, it's Thalia, Guardian of Thropin.
Nice.
I played for a little while, and I remember my dear friend Zac, who you'll hear from later on today. I was like, I bet, do you see like older cards? And Zac looked through, he's like, that's maybe $20 here. Great, thanks. Thanks for, it's just old, Greg, is the point, it's just old. Anyway, all right, well, one last quick thing then, I guess from everybody is just, any last sort of words of encouragement? I think we've actually got some from you, Hannah, but any other sort of last words perhaps for people who are thinking about, this is something I might be interested in, or how do I learn more about Damon Runyon / working on cancer research or sort of
good job.
And I guess I'll start this way.
I'm so glad you're here.
Give us some good, inspirational work. So what do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat the last one?
So the last part is just like stuff that you would give to, suggestions that you would give to folks who want to know more about getting into cancer research or studying more. That's pretty much.
I think just explore. Right now you're in your explore phase. When you find something that you like, you're good at, you really enjoy, you can exploit and just do that forever. But you just want to try as many things as possible. You never know what you're going to click with, and the more experiences you have, the better that prepares you to do whatever you want to do in the future. So just explore, explore, explore.
I definitely agree with that. I would say stay curious and ask questions about the world around you, because that's what makes a scientist. So we can all be scientists in that way. I actually didn't know that science could be a career. What I'm doing right now, working in a laboratory. I liked science and math in school, in elementary, middle, and high school, and I thought, oh, I want to be a doctor because that's what you do if you're good at science and math. But then I got to college and I started working in a research laboratory, and I thought, this is so much fun. You get to do things with your hands. I got to ask big questions and perform experiments, and I just didn't even know the career path that was open to me. So I guess my advice is keep your eyes open and stay curious, and know that it's something that you could do for the rest of your life if you're really excited about something.
For me, it's very similar to what I should say, that as scientists, you imagine that we are people who know everything, but it's rather the opposite. We don't know anything. If you ask us a good question, we'll rather go into a spiral. Oh, this is a good question. Does it work like this? Does this happen? And maybe that's part of what I really like about science is that you are never at a
is kind of silly, but it's not all success, right? I think there might be an imagination of we all succeed at every experiment we do every single day and that we're always right. No, like I would argue I'm wrong most of the time, right? And that's okay. I think it's really cool to have a job where you get to be wrong and be happy about it, right? Like it is fun to do an experiment and get proven wrong or figure out why something didn't work the way you expected, right? And so I want to echo that being a scientist doesn't mean you know everything or you have to be on top of everything. It's being curious, right? And hopefully that shows in D&D too. But you know, like, it's about asking questions and being willing to be wrong and being willing to hear other possibilities.
As a humanities person, I am always honored to be involved with, on stage with, connected with in any way, people who are doing extremely important work. So you'll get a chance to see them as players in a moment, but can we give them applause as scientists, please? All right, so we are now going to take a very short break, and then at 11 o'clock we are going to start our adventure, and as a little bit of a teaser, I will tell you the name of the adventure is First, Do No Harm. If you know anything about medical science, you will know a little bit about maybe what that's about. But it will be fun. There will be audience interaction. I will need audiences to be able to do whispers, shouts, perhaps roll some dice. Yeah, I don't know. I already got you. Yeah, I already got you on lock. So please stick around. We'll be back in a few minutes with some D&D. Thank you.
Great, thank you guys. Yeah, scientists and y'all can head back. If you want to bring your character sheets with you for any last minute studying or anything, you can if you want to. But yeah, sit tight. We're going to take a nice little 10-minute break until 11 a.m. for our D&D play.
Hey, how's it going? Having fun? There's a little orange. There we go.
In some cultures, any kind of cousin is a cousin. Yeah. Instead of like second cousin, cousin. So we're just calling it cousins.
There you go. Make it easy.
So it's just you?
I think Denise is possible, but I think
She's on her way.
yeah,
She'll be here by then.
it's tough with all the prize stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you drive it?
I did. I used to have one, and there's I was garages where we went away, and somebody was doing it. That's cool. So I actually parked about 3 minutes down there. Yeah.
So now you have your stuff for the day. Oh, but you're going to advertise.
Yeah.
You're good.
So Denise also drove it, and she got us another, like she's going to talk to for this event, and then she's going to talk to me, try to see if we can do it.
Okay, so you're leaving your car.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I dropped Seamus and Alza off at the Golden Gate Bridge. So it was nice and clear, so they were going to spend some time there.
Oh, okay.
And then do something.
Oh, they're not doing all the jobs.
No, they are,
Right.
but in between,
Yeah, they're gonna chill out there. Okay.
they're going to do who knows what.
Okay. I hear that. I'm not gonna go just to see. I hope James is having a good time. Because
Yeah.
we're gonna see if we're gonna get 2 hours.
I know, I don't know what time he is to leave tomorrow.
This lights up. We were hoping that the location was gonna be a little harder for all of us to get to, but we were hoping it would be easier for him to get to the airport so we could spend a lot of time.
You want Kevin in the tutoring?
So,
Here you go.
but yeah, we were. He knows he's still living in the town. Somebody's going back and forth around the it's like seeing me over the right since we're gonna be right here. I don't know her sisters.
did it in 2 days. Though. Yeah,
Do you
I didn't do it all in one day.
Do you go along with our postal?
No, I just didn't have it. I was like, yeah.
Okay.
It was uneventful. It was nice. It's chilling, listening to podcasts.
Yeah, because Denise was doing the other way. She did 6 hour drive up. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I was hoping was whenever, actually, I guess Jimmy, where does Jimmy live? Because Denise is staying with him. Because I was thinking, you're probably driving Seamus as the dad, right? And you come to Norfolk once you're going to be driving them.
Well, I don't know. We haven't decided whether we're going to drive in or take the ferry. Because we're across camping.
Right.
It's interesting. It's out Route 1. It's like super windy. And then go to the coast. But it is an adventure. I am
He's like 2 years. Yeah, we were like bang, bang, bang. We were like Irish twins. Me, Charlotte. My Uncle Jim and Marsha. Marsha, we had dinner.
I know the Martian.
But yes, his daddy passed away. It's just the 3 ants now.
Don't say that.
We shall see what. I don't know. It's hard to figure out what to say.
So how did Greg end up being
So his friend Zac, he does a DMing, I guess mostly when they do different D&D events. Runs, I guess the San Francisco city has an internship program. There's lots of different internships in the government, and this is one of them because they can have Zac, this is my cousin Ben.
Hello, cousin Ben. Nice to meet you, of course.
Okay. And so he runs like an internship here.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then they learn like voice acting, DMing, all sorts of things like that. But so this is, so they created this program that would be difficult to know is sharing and all that. And we can't realize that when they first chose this.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we turn out and the rest of the people are just sort of it's an all-day event, so I'm not sure if it's first time or something. She called here.
What's going on? You gotta call sister.
Where is she?
She's in there. So, that's where we were last time.
So why do you have a name tag that says Zac?
Because her name is Zac.
Oh. I didn't know.
No, that's not. That's his name, but he just put it on my. He just put it on my. I just put it on my. You got a gum scan?
I don't know. I haven't seen one. I have one out there.
I'll bring it.
So, we're going to now begin our next event for the day, which is our first live D&D play of the day. We just had our scientist interview panel where you all got to know a little bit about those scientists from the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation and our wonderful moderator and dungeon master, Gregory Wilson. What they will be playing today is an adventure that was written specifically for this event, and one that will take us for about 2 hours. As a reminder again of the schedule, there are programs up near the front of the theater where you can see at around 1 p.m. we have a little hour break. That'll be a great time to go out, use the restroom, grab some food, things like that, before our 2 p.m. D&D event as well. But I think it is finally time for some live D&D, and so to warm you all up a little bit to how this works, raise your hand in the audience if you have played Dungeons & Dragons before. Ah, yes. Almost nearly all the hands. Wonderful. Yeah! Yes. So this is what is known as an actual play. And this is where we have people up on stage playing D&D in front of you. It's a mixture of improv, of live theater, playing these characters. I think it's incredibly meaningful to get to know the work of these scientists and the incredible, important work that they are doing. And then now they're going to swing some swords and cast magic missile and invisibility and explore dungeons and fight dragons. So with this, there may be elements where you'll be asked to make certain sounds. Like, for example, you enter a strange forest where all around there is a downpour of rain, which sounds like, that is a very quiet, subtle rain. It sounds like a downpour of rain, which sounds like, yeah, wonderful. There may be moments such as that where you will have to provide our sound effects for us. And there may be moments as well where we will have our friend Antonio with the mic run out to provide the name of a character or to add other details as our Dungeon Master Greg decides. But with that, I think without any further ado, we are going to begin our event. So I would like to welcome back on stage our wonderful Dungeon Master Gregory Wilson and each of our scientist players, Gabe Cabinmeza, Ashish Jain, Sarah Kai, and Hannah Martin, for this special D&D event. Everyone, please give them a round of applause. And in Dungeons & Dragons, the goal is, there's not points, we're not trying to win anything. The wonderful thing is that it's a story. So, players, for some of you, I know it's your first time playing D&D. What a first time to play. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I wish you luck and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. All right. Let us have some fun. I want to bring us all, if we can, to a different world. It's a world that's not unlike our own in many ways, but it is a world in which magic is a fact. And scientific research, actually, related to magic happens too. And these things are brought together in what is the greatest known academy for adventurers in the known world, which is a place called Hearthglow Academy, where adventurers of all different stripes, whether you like to wield secret daggers in the shadows, or whether you want to swing swords and smite people divinely, or whether you want to be able to cast spells of mighty power and lift castles and destroy caves and all that stuff, or whether you want to heal divinely people that are in need of succor. These are things that are part of Hearthglow Academy's bread and butter. It is a school for the most prestigious school, a respected school, for adventurers on the continent. It also happens to be the only one that is built upon a font of powerful magic below the school, which has previously caused problems occasionally, because adventurers often like to experiment and, do things with magic that makes things scary at times. And as a result of this, despite its reputation, recent years have shown that Hearthglow has gone through a series of challenges which almost destroyed the school, physically and otherwise, and the land surrounding it you're going to make an omelet, you're going to break a few eggs, right? Several times. And the resulting lack of stability and difficulty in keeping this place insured has put Hearthglow in a difficult position with the local government, because the government doesn't know how much it wants to risk continuing to support a place which always seems to be on the edge of blowing up. Accordingly, public finances for Hearthglow have become increasingly strained, and thus the administrators have been forced to turn to private sources of income, such as Engelbert F. and Carlinia Q. Cash Vestment, which is a true power couple, which has become fabulously wealthy by backing sometimes dubious but always highly profitable research work. And the couple was excited to be associated with Hearthglow and pledged the Academy a good deal of money, but made several unusual stipulations when they did so, including their insistence that the Academy invest in a research lab which took, and I quote, big swings. The Magical Modern Manipulation Lab, popularly known by its students as the Raymond Dunyan Lab for short, was the result. It is just opened to great fanfare, with a large crowd of curious students, faculty, and city residents listening to speeches and touring the new rooms of the MMM lab of Raymond Dunyan Institute. So when I said great fanfare, I'm curious what you all think a great fanfare would sound like.
Whoa!
That's a
Yes.
good fanfare. What I'm looking for is a great fanfare. We get a great fanfare.
Yeah!
Yes! All right, excellent. Even with this private support, though, most of the money went to completing the building on budget and on schedule, which means there were not yet funds to hire researchers to actually work in the MMML. And so Hearthglow has turned to that most reliable and inexpensive labor force in the known universe, graduate students. Each of these characters is a graduate student researcher doing their advanced study within the Raymond Dunyan MMML. There isn't much attention being paid to this research yet, because it's been a few months, the novelty has worn off a bit, but there are compensations, such as a relative lack of supervision, like nobody is there to supervise you. And so you are, for the most part, have been left alone to do your experiments, so long as the Academy or the land around it to blow up. As long as that doesn't happen, you're pretty much free to go. And so all of this has led you to this moment, which is late at night. And before we get to that late at night, I want to show all of you, if I can, I'll see if I can do this on the screen. I'm going to bring you down to this area. Let's see if I get this right. Okay, coming down there. Let's see, can we scroll down, perhaps? Lovely. Those rooms that you see above you are the 4 researchers' rooms. And what I would like, actually, from each of our folks briefly, is to tell us what your character name is and what research you think you're doing within that room. So, Gabe, I'm going to start with you. What's the name of your character? What research are you doing?
So I'm going to be playing a halfling named Laura, and she is actually studying how to control magic so that things don't blow up.
Magic control. What's the experiment look like? Just give me an example. Like, what's an experiment look like?
Deliberately creating volatile things and trying to stop them from having as much of an impact as potentially blowing up the surrounding area around the school.
What could be safer? Yeah, what could be safer than that? I get it. Okay, so Laura, we will say right now that you are down, let's say, over here, doing some of said research at the moment. Okay, Sheesh, could you tell us who your character is and what's your research look like here?
Yeah. I'm Cash. I'm the elf wizard, and my research is basically understanding how the magic works. But I don't think of it as magic, like a mysterious thing. I like to relate it to natural forces. So I'm looking at how these natural forces play along with each other, and then how they lead to stuff that looks like magic. Like maybe you think it's more magic, but I don't think it's magic. It's more science.
You might get some side eyes.
I swear it is. Okay.
So then I'm basically using all these natural forces and putting them together and trying to understand, does this look like magic? Does this do something which what magic would do? Or rather, I would take a magic spell and then I backtrack it to what exactly it does and how it does it.
I love it. So at the moment we have you down here in this room, which you can see in front of you, doing said research. be some sparks flying at the moment, I would think. Okay, on the right side, as you're looking at this, we have our other two researchers. So, Sarah, who are you playing? What's your research click in this magical world?
Hi, I'm playing Briar, who is a human druid that grew up in a forest enclave and is trying to understand how shapeshifting works at a molecular level. So how can I use my same set of DNA and change it to a different animal and grow different body parts like wings or a tail? So I'm in the lab trying to do half shifts and understand how my DNA changes and how my cells change during those shifts.
I love it. And so, as you're doing this work, is there a particular thing you're doing like tonight as this begins, experiment-wise? It's late at night, everyone knows. Graduate students never work late, I'm sure, but just, like just go with this.
Late at night, I've grown a tail, but I can't figure out how to ungrow it. Right now, I'm sequencing at least the DNA from my tail bit, and then also just from my human bits, my fingers.
That's awesome. Okay, so we're going to put you. Thank you, Zach. Okay, so we're going to put you up here, Sarah, at the moment, as you can see. That's the room where you're trying to figure out what's going on with your tail. Okay, and then last but certainly not least, Hannah, you're a researcher, and what character are you playing? What's your research like in this magic?
I am a paladin or a holy knight, and my name is Lucy. I have some angelic roots. I'm an Asimar. My goal is, there's this thing called ambrosia, and you call it the food of the gods, but if you give it to someone, they're instantly cured of any disease. If you give them enough, they could even never age or die. And I'm really interested in what is it about this strange mixture that has these properties, like the chemical and molecular attributes. I really want to pin those down. People doubt me. They say, oh, this is some esoteric, weird, mysterious mixture, but I think I can. So this is in early stages to study this ambrosia. I need to mass produce it. The way you produce it is you have a person who is experiencing intense joy, and then you cast a magic spell and you distill their joy away from them. They're fine. My volunteers, my student volunteers are all perfectly fine.
Volunteers.
And so I bring these volunteers into my lab and I tickle them for extended periods of time, and then I create ambrosia.
The tickling is the joy-producing agent?
Yes.
Okay, that's very cool. Okay, we're going to put you down here. So I want to point out that we have essentially right now someone who's working on the right, as you look at it, the right side of your screen, you've got someone working on sequencing a tail. You have someone working on, there's a lot of laughter coming and tickling coming from one area. And then the other side is just sparks and explosions. It sounds to be like this. So that sounds about right. At this point, I'm going to bring us over to the actual time that we are, which is the nighttime. It is, as I said, late at night. We are burning the midnight oil, which none of the young people in the audience here should do, but graduate students occasionally, once in a while, have to do once in a while. All of you have been doing this work. I should also start a little bit of music too, by the way. Lovely. Okay, so all of you are doing this work, as you are in the room, you hear some of you may have like slumped over your desks, right, as you're doing the work, or whatever, and then you hear this voice that's coming from the main room, and it says, "I need all of you to come to me, here please, all of you." Now all of you hear the all of you, and it does feel like it's coming from all around you, but since it is clearly not in your lab, like you move your tail, it's definitely not there. Like, it's not in your labs, but it has to be coming from
eyebrow raised very angrily.
Okay. What do the rest of you do?
So in my room, there's all these sparks flying, so it's very bright. So I open the door and think, what? I can't see anything. So I do a spell and I do a light spell, and now that it's lighter when now I can see stuff. And then
you see an angry halfling staring
straight at you.
Straight at you.
I ask you, was that you? Was it you that I did, or was it someone else?
Does it look like it would have been me?
No. And also, I have this lizard property in which my ear they move, and when I feel that there's some danger nearby or something, like a curiosity kind of thing.
Okay.
So my ears move, and I'm like, okay, there's some new thing going on around.
Suspiciously, I'll eye the other two doors on the other side.
They're waiting to see if they open. Well, speaking of the other two doors, what are you folks doing?
Well, I'm very upset because all of this anger, negative emotions coming from the hallway has contaminated my supply of ambrosia that I was just producing from a 6-year-old.
Who's now asleep, I assume.
Yeah, she's unconscious, it's okay. I have a cot, I have a bed for them. But, I have this wasted material, so I come out holding this flask of a bubbling, angry red fluid, and I'm angry now too.
Tremendous.
I say, you've ruined my experiment. Who said that voice?
Okay. Before I get a response from them.
I have fallen asleep at my bench top, and I'm woken up by this voice, and I'm still half shifted because I was so tired that I just fell asleep, and I have kind of one wing, I have my tail, and I kind of stumble out the door, and I'm like, I hope no one's out there, I don't want to see anybody, I don't like humans. But I go out there, and I'm kind of groggy, and I'm still hearing this voice, and I see all the other researchers coming out, and now I know something's about to go down.
Yeah, something's about to go down. I love the idea also that we have a built-in mood ring, like whenever we need to know, like, is it red? Is it blue? Okay, so all the four of you are now out, and again you hear, please come forth, come to see me, Hearthglow is in danger, only you can save it, please. And it's now clear that it's coming from the main room.
We move towards the main room.
Yeah, okay. Can we move the screen all the way up to the top so we can see the blackboard, please? All right, now you may be familiar with the fact that this enormous blackboard, which contains things about various creatures being studied and stuff like that, but at the moment has a skeleton on it. It's a rather normal-looking human skeleton. It has several different parts to it. That besides the skeleton, it's got like the side view, profile view of the skull, and so forth. But then, as you look at it, you notice that it has changed. Specifically, it's changed like this. If we could scroll that back up again. It's glowing. And as you were looking around trying to figure out who the heck said all this stuff, as you get closer, each head of the skeleton, so the profile view and then the skeleton of the full body and then just the sort of top, animates. And it says, I am glad you have come, students. Come closer, please. Only you can help us now. Now, this is, of course, the first time. You've seen a lot of magic stuff here. You've never seen the blackboard ask you to approach.
I'm a bit curious. Is it the blackboard itself, or is it someone else casting a spell on the blackboard?
That's a good question. If you want to check that out for me, yeah.
So I use my detect magic to look for it, like if this is happening.
So when you detect magic, you detect that the problem, unfortunately, is that at Hearthglow, everything is magic. So what you get is it's sort of like turning on a radio, like just magic everywhere. But one thing you can say is that nothing particularly seems to stand out about this, except that emanating from the blackboard, for sure, is definitely a stronger form of some kind of magic. You don't think anyone's casting it on the board, though. I think it's coming from the board. And it is just the skeleton on the board that's moving. So the skeleton calls you forward.
Lara is already picking up an object to throw at one of the skulls and is not
not in my full human form, so I force myself to shift back, but I'm still waking up.
Okay. Is anyone, or either of the other two of you, either Briar or Cash, going to stop Mara before chucking something at the line?
I've picked up another object and I'm ready to throw it as well.
Okay. So both of you are ready to throw it. I haven't thrown yet. I just want to ask, so that's ready. Okay. So, the skeleton says, perhaps even a few from Hearthglow who are committed to finding the truth can yet do what must be done and restore this world to health before it sickens and dies completely. Even now, you can hear the hisses of those who are sickening. Can I have some hisses from the audience? Please, let me explain. You can help us.
I am now very awake. And this really resonates with me, so I tell the other graduate students there, hold on, let's listen to this thing, because the reason I came to Hearthglow was that my forest around me was also sickening, and I wanted to understand kind of what was going on in the magic that's causing the sickening, so this is really resonating with me in this moment.
I see that Lara is not listening, and she's ready to throw her stuff. So I use a magic hand to just block Lara, so that she calm down, lady, calm down.
Wait, I don't think I need to make a roll then. I was gonna say Lara doesn't care. Lara's still the rogue.
With the mage hand, yeah, I mean, you'd have to, like, if you want to, attack your fellow, presumably not.
It could be like a blackboard racer or something like that.
It's just one of those moments, like, in a bar where you're like, oh, I could. If I wasn't being held back, I would. What about you? Are you still throwing the skull or waiting? Or throwing the skull, whatever you pick up?
Well, like Laura, I also had picked up a blackboard eraser, because what is the natural enemy to a creature drawn chalk?
Yeah.
But I've listened to Briar, and now I'm using the blackboard eraser to threaten the skeleton and say, okay, well, hurry up and tell us the story. I have a volunteer asleep in my lab, and I need to get back to them. So please explain.
And the skeleton sort of each the heads. Very well, of course. I understand why you would be afraid. I am also afraid. That is why I've come to you. My name is Captio, and I have been here at Hearthglow for millennia. Well, that is to say, I have been in this part of the land before Hearthglow was even built here. Hearthglow was built on this font of magic, very powerful, very strong. And this lab that you have built captures the magic better than any place other than Hearthglow. In fact, it is closer to that magic than anywhere before. It is the night of the autumnal equinox. Thus, the forces of natural and magical worlds are in perfect balance. Right now, you can hear the sounds of wind blowing in a forest.
So he's running right now.
The Hearthglow Academy is a wonderful place. For millennia, I have seen the good work that has been done. But there is a terrible curse that has been cast on the Academy. A terrible curse cast, perhaps, by the disgraced deputy head of school, Vernon Richard. Now, yeah, good. I'm glad somebody knows. The deal about Vernon Richard, in a previous adventure, see previous adventures from that I've written, is the disgraced head of school, who was a terrible person. Whenever you hear the name Vernon Richard, the usual thing I asked the audience to do was to boo lustily. So I think if we could do something like that also. Vernon Richard. Boo! I like to think that you still hear that mystically, even though he's been gone for a long time, just generally. Despite the work of others to restore the balance left when he set this curse, the magic is still unstable. That is why I have been unable to communicate with Hearthglow until this night, when the line between worlds is so thin that I may finally communicate with you. After midnight, everyone at Hearthglow will sicken and die. Even those who left for the night and went home. You know, the ones that are not graduate students. The only way to stop this is to create a special elixir. An elixir which must be given to the water supply of Hearthglow. Only then will we prevent this terrible tragedy. But I cannot go. I am here, fixed within this form. Only now, only with this moment in time can I communicate in this very limited way. And Capdio kind of like looks as mournful as a skeletal guy on a blackboard can look, you know, and sort of like looks down and says, I need your help. Can you find the items for this elixir and save Hearthglow from a terrible disaster? Kind of looks at, they have this weird experience of the heads looking in different directions, but all sort of at you, or one of you kind of, so.
I want to ask what time it is. He said midnight is when everyone will start to sicken and die. How much time do we have?
About an hour and a half. It's night again.
Could I do some kind of, do I have some sense of how truthful I think this story is?
This would be a good moment for an insight check. So for those who have not seen this before, this is rolling a d20 and then adding the number next to the insight skill. So go ahead and do that. You have these dice provided by a big company whose name rhymes with Blizzards of the Coast, but not actually provided by Dash.
And so just for reference, yeah, I do not have proficiency.
Okay.
Oh, so it's an 18.
Ooh.
And then I have a +2, so that's going to be a 20 on insight.
Your impression of this is that there is clearly something major that's about to go down tonight. It seems pretty obvious that Capdio is revealing it, and that Capdio certainly looks, freaked out enough that as a skeletal blackboard guy would look. You don't know if there's more to the story or not. There may be. It's one of those just go to the store and get me a couple ingredients. You think there's more to it than that, probably. You don't think there's a lot of it. So about that.
I'm going to look at the person who seems to be the resident expert in elixirs, and I will absolutely see, does this seem reasonable to you?
I want to consult my textbook, my ancient textbooks, to see if there's a history of autumnal equinoxes being related to sickening events, and if I can find any more information from my books.
So let me have you make for that a medicine check, please. That would be a d20 plus whatever your medicine skill is. I think you should see it on the list.
My medicine skill is 0.
Okay. Let's see what you get.
15.
You know also from your knowledge of the natural world that the veil does sometimes become very thin, and in those moments, strange things can happen in both directions and in both worlds, and especially because Hearthglow is so magically charged, this sort of thing is not wildly unusual, that there could be something that affects both worlds. You don't know that you've heard of it relating to sickening. However, there's a lot of things happening at once that haven't all happened at the same time before. And so it's possible that the autumnal equinox, the font of magic, the fact that this lab was just built, all of those things together, and therefore is physically closer to where the magic comes from, all those things means that it's hard to say anything maybe could happen in these things.
Then I want to ask what is the elixir, what are the components of the elixir?
There are several items that must be retrieved. One is the essence of a mantis wing. The other is, and it sort of pauses for a minute, a mimic's tongue. Now, you are all familiar or may have heard as adventurers of this before. A mimic is something which looks like something else, a door, a treasure chest, a dorm fridge, and turns out to actually be a creature that tends to be not very pleasant. And they tend to, that's how they, prey on creatures, is by waiting for them to go over and go, oh, a treasure chest. And then it's actually a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth and an adhesive tongue. So that is the mimic's tongue. And Capdio says, if you can bring these ingredients back to me, I will be able to produce this elixir, and we can save Hearthglow. Now, there is one big problem with this, though, that you know, and especially you would know this, Lucy, which is you don't have like a mimic's tongue. Like, no one has this sitting around. Like, unfortunately, I have a giant mantis. Like, no one has this. However, it is the case that the MMML has done work in time in which this was being researched. And if you can recover the item, it will allow me to bring you back here. My power, though, is only limited to this. I cannot help you when you were there, and it might frighten people even if I could, now that I think of it. Sort of looks at himself.
This sounds like a lot of work. We have a shapeshifter right here. Can she not turn into a mimic or a mantis? And then
Yes.
take that, her tongue and her wing?
That is a good point. It would require a permanent sacrifice.
I don't think I'm willing to sacrifice myself because I still need to get back to my forest and help them first. I might be able to help find the mantis wing. The mimic, out of my realm of expertise.
Worth a try.
Laura is going to just bluntly kind of grunt a little bit and shrug shoulders.
As the object slowly lowers.
This sounds like a really great opportunity for me to go back in time to understand what other people were doing. This is right up my alley. I want to understand more about magic, how stuff has evolved over time. So I'm in. I'm totally in.
Okay. Laura will look up at the skeletal faces and ask, you can bring us back to our time though, right?
That is indeed what must be done, and I will be able to bring you back once the items are retrieved.
Clarification, you said once the items are retrieved. If we fail to retrieve the items, will you not bring us back?
And the skeleton sort of pauses and says, well, time is getting on then. No, it isn't. He says, I don't know what my power would allow me to do. I would try to bring you back, I suppose, but at that point, Hearthglow would be lost. I hope you can find it in that time. But it should be possible because the research was done in this very room. I saw it happening when I was on the board, before they erased me. Yeah. Sounds like general agreement? Okay. So, Capio says that, again, reminds everyone it won't be able to help you in that time other than bringing you there and then bringing you wherever happens next. Do you have anything you want to grab to bring with you before you go?
Yeah, well, I'm grabbing, I'm running back to my room, checking that my volunteer's still unconscious, and I'm grabbing some vials of ambrosia, we might need to cure ourselves while we're out there.
Okay.
And also, I'm grabbing my javelin.
Can I ask how you're carrying the flask of ambrosia, or like you rolling it along in a cart? Like, how are you bringing the flask of ambrosia? Or is it like at the belt, like a smaller flask?
Yeah, I have them sort of like a holster of ambrosia, just like an EpiPen.
Okay, anyone else bringing anything?
I have a clarification question.
Sure.
So, do we need to use the mantis swing or mimic's tongue when we're back in time, or
No, you just have to get it somehow, though. Harvest it or bring it or do something in that time. Then once you have it with you, just go back here.
Okay, then I don't really have anything in my room, but I do have some preserved insects on my hands. I use as controls for my experiment.
Okay.
I bring my quarterstaff and spellbook. 17 and plus 0. Yeah.
So 17K.
I have a 19 because I know plus.
And 19 and a plus. I had a 12. You got a 12. Okay. I would say the only thing I wanted to mention was that Briar, as you go through, just before you go through, the portal shimmers, but there's a flash of something odd. You can't quite make out what it is, but there's something that doesn't just look like swirly, awesome magic stuff. It's as if you are looking at the same thing, the blackboard, but it's changed into a piece of stained glass or something, just for a moment, and nobody else notices that. And all of a sudden, so you're free to tell anyone or not if you wish, but when you arrive in this new time, that's something, in the back of your mind, maybe that's going. But you arrive in the midst of, this is 3 months ago. It is when you were researching the giant mantis. Now I mentioned that this opened 3 months ago to a great fanfare. And so you're in the middle of that now. This is the research that was done as a sort of, look at what this cool new lab can do here at the Raymond Dunyan Magic Manipulation Lab. And so it is filled with people. All of these onlookers, city officials and students and faculty, and all these people looking at and whispering like, wow, and also like, wow, I can't believe this. This is the most awesome thing. Right? And it's just filled with people doing that, staring directly at what is obviously a giant mantis wing. It's exactly what you need. And everyone in Hearthglow is staring directly at it, including, as you look around, very familiar looking figures. You, because all of you are in the student body looking at the giant mantis wings. All you have to do is get the wing, except everyone's staring at it. So, my question is what you would like to do.
Has anyone noticed that we're there?
Absolutely nobody. Right now everyone's just like, oh, I can't believe this. And you have a couple people like, when I secured the funding for this lab, there's a couple of those types who are sort of, walking around and talking about how awesome they are when they got money. But nobody is paying attention at the moment.
Well, first off, I asked Cash, are you disappointed? I feel like you thought we were going to go back like a millennia.
Yeah, I was not hoping to see myself. I'm here at this moment. So yeah, a little bit disappointed. But it's fun. Like now we know exactly where we are. We know what's going around, and we can we think back. What did something strange happen at this time around 3 months ago?
The thing that was the most striking to you was nothing that you remember exactly about being strange, other than the fact that there was so much focus. It did occur to you, Cash. There was so much focus on the mantis wing. You're like, man, anybody could have just pickpocketed these people, or ripped them off, or gone down to the rooms and stolen stuff. Nobody's paying attention to anything right now other than the mantis wing and the people who were there. I should mention too, there's a couple of your, one of them in fact is a advisor of yours before they got rid of them because of budget cuts. They're down next to the mantis wing, and they're sort of all pointing at the wing and sort of so everyone is very locked in. You remember that actually. You yourself, apparently looking at you now 3 months ago, was very invested in this too.
Is there a distraction? Is there anyone in striking distance of us?
Oh, I mean, there's 100 people in the room easily. Lots of people in striking distance.
Lara is going to do what a scientist does without talking to the other scientists, and is going to gently reach out with a quarterstaff and try to poke somebody to see if they can even tell that we're there.
Okay.
disguises, or I wish I could even change my shape so that someone wouldn't recognize me. Are any of those on the table for us? Disguises. Can I find any disguises around?
So you know that your own rooms that you did your research in have many things, and I will be happy to take from you advisement as to whether you would have kept disguises or things like that, or things that you could use to conceal yourself in your own experiment rooms.
Yeah, I bought a balaclava. I carry it around with me all the time.
Sure. But you could also probably fetch it from the room down here in this time, if you wish. That's fine. So you're going to disguise yourself. Are the rest of you, what are the rest of you doing in terms of disguising or doing other things?
Okay, so I look at Lara. I think I can, I pull out my spell book and going through the pages. I think I can, if you can distract them, I can just for a moment, I can make them maybe asleep. I can put a spell of sleep, and then maybe we take it. But I need a distraction so that it's not very obvious that I'm doing the magic to put them to sleep.
Can you make me look like a gnome? Can you? I mean, I don't know if you have any expertise in disguise. For a wizard, a minor illusion might be available to you, but I don't know if you have it on your list.
I know the sleep, but I don't have.
Not minor illusion. So then it would be one of those I don't know, can you put a balaclava on someone and make them look like something? That's going to be up to you. I'm happy to have you give it a try, and I'll figure out a skill check if you want to do that. You're going to do that? All right. Let's call this I'm going to give you one check, and then I'll give you one to maybe see if this works. You're going to need a performance check to see if you can play a gnome. But what I'm going to need from you, I think, is let's call it an intelligence check to see how well you're able to do it. So if you look at your skills there on the left side, you'll see this intelligence, there's a plus.
Yeah, that's 3.
Okay, so if you roll a d20 and get a +3, we'll see how well you do at disguising the person.
And then 18.
Wow, so 21 is what we're looking at for that. I mean, it looks like you've done some gnome disguise work back in the day. What about you?
So for performance, I rolled a 20.
Well, 19 plus 1. All right. So all of a sudden you were like, we have a gnome. Clearly, Laura is a gnome.
I would like to add, as most of a stereotypical old, cantankerous, wizard-like, professor-like gnome with glasses, little spectacles, right? And is very much dressed in a role of a professor.
Okay. So you're dressed exactly like a professor. All right. So you've got that going on. Are you then disguising yourself, or are you just going to hang back? What are you going to do now that you've successfully disguised Laura?
I just hang back. I don't think there's any eyes on me. It's mostly on him because of this.
Okay, so we've got you as Cantankerous Professor. The two of you, we've only got the balaclava. So, what about you, perhaps?
I move away from the room and kind of shift into the shadows. I can shapeshift, but it takes a lot of energy, and I'm more worried about the mimic's tongue than the mantis. And I'm also kind of scared of people, and there's a lot of people in this room. So I'm kind of waiting to see what the other graduate students are going to do first before I choose my animal that I'd like to choose. But right now I'm just kind of hiding away because I'm nervous.
Okay.
So I want to back up Cash with the sleep spell. So I want to create a diversion with the Professor Gnome. I'm thinking I could, who's the most high-ranking, who's the most central person, is there a dean who's closest?
The most central person is a guy named Thaddeus Claritin, who is the head of school. Thaddeus Claritin is an extraordinarily powerful wizard, and he is no fool, but he happens to be in the front row, watching next, and he's flanked by city officials, who every so often whisper to him and Thaddeus, typical flowing beard type of guy, but quite wise.
Can I cast Compel Duel?
Compel Duel?
I want to compel this guy into a duel. By distraction.
You can certainly make this attempt. I encourage aspirational roleplay. It will be difficult to compel Thaddeus to do anything. professor and basically be like, I challenge you, like, what is this going to look like?
So what is Thaddeus's background in magical research?
Thaddeus actually is well known for doing research on the flows and vicissitudes of time and how time and magic intersect.
I will look at Lucy and say, how about we tell him that we just time traveled?
I said, okay, you can go ahead, and I'll have your back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as long as I'll look at Cash and I don't know if I can even see Briar at this point, but
that's true, Briar.
Yeah, I will try to look kind of like get the wing, right?
Okay.
And I guess Lucy and I will directly walk straight up to Thaddeus, and I will immediately say, I think your research in time flows is absolute nonsense. I've just time traveled and it was easy.
Thaddeus, I'm sorry, who are you?
My name is...
Wait. Audience. I'm curious if someone has a great name for the gnome professor. Yeah? Does this group have? Can we get a mic down to see what the actual name is going to be? Okay, now I need one name from the three of you. Okay, one name. It also has to be a name. It has to be a name that's suitable for public consumption. So,
Tony.
his name is Tony.
Tony.
All right, Tony.
Can I get a surname, please?
What about last name? What about last name? Okay. Tony what? Tony Stark, right? So he's waiting.
Well, I'm Tony Stark. How do you not know that?
You're Tony Stark?
Yes, the one and only.
So the city officials are all friendly. And Thaddeus is like, are you a resident of our home?
Well, that's not important. I was visiting here on very important business.
I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you disagree with my time research. We are, however, at the moment observing this giant mantis research work. Perhaps we could speak about this at another time.
Well, I'm afraid that I might cause some kind of disturbance by encountering a former version of myself, and so I need to talk to you right now.
I see. At this point, several people in the back are kind of like leaning over to hear what's going on. And he's like, well, very well, let's just perhaps step over here. And he kind of gestures this way. And as he gestures this way, you can see that there are several wizards standing over there that look very much like I'm in the position of bouncer and or mall security guard, but as a wizard, right? And they sort of are like, getting wands ready a little bit as he's standing up to move you over towards them. Now, while he's doing this, you said you wanted to back him up, so what's your...
Yeah, so...
Sorry, he is doing this. Well, no, he, because he's Tony Stark.
Yeah. So I take my javelin and I'm acting very guard-like, and I say, oh, hey man, remember me from the bar? To these guards, these bouncer fellows. I'm your replacement for this shift.
And sort of replacement, we're in the middle of this thing.
Yeah, it's, the courts have let out these new break laws. You can only work for 30 minutes at a time, then you need to take a mandatory 2-hour break. So, yeah, I know,
I didn't know that unionizing had done this well.
Yeah, you're a member of the union, right?
In solidarity, I would like you to make a deception check for me, please, to see if you can deceive these two guards, who admittedly are a bit confused, into agreeing with what you said.
Can I do a persuasion check instead of a deception check?
If you weren't deceiving, I would say yes, but you are trying to deceive them, I'm afraid.
I have 13 plus 2.
So 15. So the guards are kind of like, well, I mean, maybe you need to go talk to the boss. The boss should be able to. And so they gesture behind them, and you think off to the side, like behind this door, is apparently like the head of security, is the impression you get. So they both sort of turn, and it depends if you want to go with them, but they seem to be leaving their post.
Yeah, I'll go with them to talk to their boss.
Okay, so you follow after them, which means that as Thaddeus comes over, he's like, what happened to the security that either the guards or Thaddeus speaking to you. So, Briar and Cash. Cash, at the moment you feel like you're alone because Briar seems to have vanished.
But like this is exactly the moment I was waiting for. If all eyes are on these people, and then I'm now free to cast my spell. I take out my quarterstaff and I slowly swirl it around, and there's a mist slowly forming from the staff, and it like envelops everything around slowly. It's so slow that people don't even notice it at first, and that leads to them slowly becoming going into a sleep. It's a gentle sleep. It's not too much, but it's good enough that whatever people think they are seeing, it looks like a dream.
So the thing I will say about this, I'm on board for all of this. I do want to point out that sleep does have a little bit of a limitation in how many people it can affect. And whilst you are a very gifted and talented wizard, you're also a level 2 wizard, which will make putting 100 people to sleep problematic. However, I would say that you're able to put at least some of them, let us say, to sleep. So let's take a look here. Let's see. Okay. What I'm going to ask you to do in this case then is I'm going to ask you. One second. Let me get the right sheet. Okay. Okay. So this is going to affect people, creatures in a 5-foot radius, depending on where you cast. You can cast it ahead of you 60 feet. So, and it's pretty like clustered together. So you could get, I don't know, 10, 11 people maybe if you're lucky.
So that is a good thing because most of the people are focused on their fight, and I just want to focus on the people who are directly staring at the essence in the middle of the room. So I come close, I take 2 steps towards the center, and then I cast a spell very close to the piece.
Okay. So, wow. A lot of people were pretty sleepy. Okay. So we had 10 people there, and 9 of them failed their saving throw. What that means is that they have been put asleep by this spell. So 9 of them are like, and now some of them were doing a little bit of yawning anyway at this research thing, but they yawned so much that several of them literally topple over. And now there's this, people stand up and they're looking around, and they're all like sort of like, so you have people, and Thaddeus is over there, and he's like, well, what's happened? Is there some problem? What is going on? He sort of starts to turn back.
I think I deserve your attention, Thaddeus.
Well, but these people, there's something that's happening back there.
It's fine. You know, someone else will take care of it. We have more important matters to discuss. This is intellectual stimulant.
And he raises an eyebrow, and he lowers his spectacles slightly and says, nothing is more important than the welfare of the students.
Tony is going to do a very, very exaggerated eye roll.
Now for you, I am going to ask you to make, I think this is a persuasion check, because you're not actually trying to deceive him, you really do want him to focus on you. So go ahead and make a persuasion check, let's see if you can do that.
17 plus 1, so 18.
18, this is good rolls going on here. Let's hope the law of averages does not catch up to you. So yes, that is, look, what, and he sort of turns back to you. So what's happening is there is somewhat controlled chaos within the room, and Briar, you're able to see this. And you're over with the guards, I'll come back to that in a little bit. And Cash, you just cast the spell. So Cash and Briar, you see that people are now turned away, including the one rather forlornly who is showing off the giant mantis wing. It's sort of like nobody's paying attention, so he's kind of wandered off to see what's happening with the sleeping people. What do you want to do?
I'm looking at Cash and whispering from the shadows, grab it and bring it to my lab because I have all the materials to extract the mantis essence. And if you need help, just shout, but I'm still scared of people a little bit, so I'm still kind of hanging back. But I'm waving my hand and saying, get it down and bring it, just run it over and hide it in my lab.
I reach out and I try to pull it towards myself.
Okay. So when you reach out and pull it with you, you're just physically like going over. Okay. It's plenty light. It's also very big, like the size of from that end of the table to here. So when you pick it up, you're like, that's right, and it's sort of floating over your head. Now, no one
opportunity to create a distraction, and is it possible for me to try and shift into a larger animal to get people's attention away so we can navigate with this great thing?
I love it. What animal are we looking at?
I am most familiar with wolves because I was raised by wolves, so I got to shift into a wolf.
Okay, so you shift into a wolf, and then what do you like spring forth, or like how do you create this distraction once you've done this?
I run around the room and start creating chaos by people going, oh my god, there's a wolf, how did you get in?
Yeah, what does chaos sound like, people, when you see a rabid wolf? They are terrified. Like, so people are just like, what the frick? Meanwhile, the guards over by you, Lucy, the guards over by you are kind of like, oh, there's a problem with it, because you just come in and the boss is, they just explain this to the boss, who is this sort of half-orc, who spends his like sort of this going, this isn't what protocol said, and then you hear this commotion coming out of the room, and all right, he says to the guards, you gotta go see what's happening, and you see the guards turning around.
I say, those silly academics are just raising a fuss over this bungwing. It's just them being really excited, and I try to persuade them of this.
Okay, this time I'll give you the persuasion for this one, because this is, again, you want to have them focused on you.
9 plus 4 is 13.
13. So I'd say that they're not totally convinced, but they are probably like a little bit thrown off, so they're kind of like, what? If anyone's ever seen Star Wars, like, where's your authorization? Like, it's one of those deals, right? They have to like figure out what's going on. It's like, all right, he says, the half-orc commander, you stay here. All right, Sentio, go off and find what, everything is an eye-roll boredom moment, right? And he sends him off, not into the crowd, but to find out more authorization. So they're at least standing there. You don't know how long, but for now. Okay, you're running around the room. Now, at this point, there are people that are also trying to stop you. So you'll have to be aware of that. We'll come back to that. In the meantime, Cash, you are trying to navigate with a giant mantis wing over your head through the crowd. So I'm going to ask you to make a dexterity check. If you have acrobatics in your skill list, you can take that as well.
I do.
Okay. To see if you can make it through without things happening to this wing for you. Is that symbol? Is that symbol given a 20? I think so.
Yeah, the one that looks like a dragon.
That, everybody, was a natural 20.
Woo!
So you tell me, do you just hang glide with this thing? What is this like? Like, what does it look like? Is there all these people around? Like, can you just oh man.
To clarify, what's the aim? Where do I need to take it?
Right, that's a good point. Well, I guess, Briar, do you like sort of run back towards the room that you're asking to go? Like, or
Earlier I was already signaling from that room, but right now I'm trying not to get caught and attacked by these magicians who can do turn around.
somewhere back there. So just towards the but like, are you like sort of like swinging it? I'm just like,
Yeah, right now I am, and I'm looking at it, and you, and then like, where do you want it? Where do you want it? And then
you're just doing this.
I'm using my nose to kind of like indicate, but I'm not sure if it's getting across.
Okay.
Is there a way to communicate with the skeleton to bring us back in time at this point?
You don't know. Right now the blackboard looks the way it is. You might have to, but you're not, you were like going through the crowd going towards the room. You could also try to turn around and go back to the blackboard if you want and see if that reacts to you.
Okay, I try going to the blackboard so that maybe we just we finish our objective here and then we go back into our own life.
It does indeed begin to shimmer as you get close and sort of becomes more portal soundy.
Okay, and then I look at all of my friends and I signal them to quickly come along with me.
Well, the only friend at the moment you can see is the wolf that's trying to avoid being caught. One of your friends is currently trying to talk with Thaddeus, and the other one is in a guard room, apparently. But you do all of you, hear or see the shimmering. So, what do you think, Briar? What are you doing as you're running around?
I realize that Cash is trying to go back to the board, but realize we haven't gotten the mimic's tone yet, and I'm also looking for my own escape route. So I run Cash is supposed to go to?
The Cash is supposed to go to. Well, I will say this: that each place is in a different time. Just so you know, each ingredient is in a different time.
Oh,
yeah.
I missed that part.
Yeah. So you got the one that's here supposedly. Just so you know. Does that change?
That definitely changes. Okay. Changes what I'm going to do. So I still need to find a way to shift back without attracting too much attention. So I still try to run out of the room, but I need to catch that. He needs to wait for
Okay.
us.
Okay. You hear all this commotion, but again, you've heard, Lucy, the portal thing going on. So what do you want to do? You have the board half-orc commander and one of the remaining guards that didn't go to get more authorization.
Yeah, I want to consult my memory about the conversation with the skeleton. Do we need to extract the essence from the wing before we return?
No, just get the wing. But it has to be, presumably you're not going to want to walk around with this wing over your head all the time, but you don't have to do that here necessarily.
Yeah, I think, okay, we've got the wing, we need to get into the blackboard. I'm wondering if this is like, a platform 9 3/4 situation. Do we just run at the blackboard and then
Possibly. Captia was very vague on that point, but maybe getting close to it,
Okay, so I tell the head guard, that place is without supervision. I'm going to go back there and be a guard for the room while you guys figure out this protocol situation.
And then, you just came in? Now I need a deception check from you, please.
14.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. And again, they're not totally convinced, but they continue to be very bemused by you. So the half-orc sort of half stands, which seems like a very dramatic thing for the half-orc to do. Stands up, it's like, and the guard is sort of giving you a weird look. You probably have a moment to be able to dart out, and go that way if you want, Lucy.
Yes, I choose the action move.
So you run out of the room. Okay. Cash, what about you? You were already walking to that. So, at what point do we give up the ghost here, Tony Stark?
So, Tony is in the middle of a thrilling conversation, trying to keep Thaddeus in check. Thaddeus, you see, I've just jumped. You should be so much more excited about this. And then, can I bring out the quarterstaff without okay. See, just jumping like this. And then, as a monk, I would like to use, if this is possible, a step of the wind.
Okay, so explain what you'd like to do with step of the wind.
So Lara is going to get ready to vault using her quarterstaff.
I want to be clear. Vault over Thaddeus.
Yes.
Okay. So the halfling is going to vault over the human. Cool. Towards the blackboard. All right. Sure. Let's see whether that works. I'm going to have you make an acrobatics check for me, Dan. I think it was step of the wind system different on there, but I think.
And I do have proficiency.
Okay. Let's see it.
It's actually a natural 20 plus 7. So
whoa! So you just Cirque du Soleil. Thaddeus is kind of like this. You get the impression that Thaddeus has seen a lot in his day. Thaddeus is just like retirement. How close is retirement? You sail over his head, which might have been more noticed if it weren't for the fact that people are staring at people asleep, someone running with a giant mantis wing towards the blackboard, or you. And then you come charging out at the same time. All right, that leaves just Briar, who's now at the back of the room, who's become sort of the fourth attraction out of 4. Like everyone's like all now looking at everybody else. You see your friends are heading towards the blackboard.
Can I ask if the blackboard is starting to shimmer, but is there any bit of that stained glass or weirdness with this portal?
Not yet, not from here.
Okay, so then I make the decision. I see they're all running back, so I think that if we can all just get through the portal as fast as possible, that's the best course of action. So as a wolf, I'm pretty fast.
You are. Let me have you make an acrobatics check for this, but I'm going to give you this at inspiration, which means you get to roll twice and take the higher result. Because you are a wolf and people are a little confused.
18.
Okay, roll that one more time just to see.
13.
So we're going to go with the 18. Do you have on your skill list anything about acrobatics? No, on your sheet, it would say.
As a wolf or as a skill?
No, just
+1 acrobatics.
Okay, so 19. Yeah, so you were able to dodge and weave and whatever, and then all of you basically in various ways step through. You're happy to know, Cash, that just before you step through, it's clear the wing isn't going to smash into the board, so you go through. As all of you go through, I would like each of you again to make perception checks for me, please.
17.
17. Anything added to that with your perception?
No, 0.
7 plus 2, so 9.
8. And sorry, quick clarifying question: does the circle dot mean anything, or is it just the plus?
If it were filled in, it would you would have proficiency, but that's all calculated, so it's just the 3.
Okay.
So 11.
8. Oh yeah, 11.
Okay.
15.
15. So you had a 17, you said? I would say this time, just before you jump in, everyone else sees the shimmering, but just before you jump in, Cash, you notice something weird. It's as if you've seen the MMML, which is where you've been the whole time, just at different times, but it looks broken down in some way, like decayed, just for a moment, and then you step through, and all of you are brought to another time and place. Moving away is the 3 months time, and we now find ourselves here. Okay, so this looks much the same as what we had before, but there is one big difference, and that is 2 big differences really. One difference is that the room is now empty. The second difference is that where there was a giant mantis wing, and this, as you all get through, by the way, I just want to sort of give us a visual. We have someone wearing a balaclava, we have a person dressed as a gnome professor, someone holding a wing over their head, and a wolf. I just want to be clear for that, so we can have our visual. So you actually have a moment to sort of look at each other and be like, you know, if they're like,
You made it!
I try to high five Cash, but he's holding a wing.
I kind of like this form. Can I stay like this?
I also like my form, and then if I don't have to talk to people, so I stay as a wolf until it otherwise indicated if I need to change.
I try to pet Briar and judge their reaction.
And I cringe away, and I snap instinctually, and then I feel bad for snapping.
So the big difference, besides the fact that no one's here, is that where the mantis wing was, you now instead see a large 4 foot by 4 foot blue cube, which is sitting on a metal tray, and it's on top of the same platform where there was a mantis wing previously. You also notice something odd, which is that inside the cube is a skull and a dagger and like maybe a metal necklace of some kind, and maybe a couple of coins just suspended within the cube.
I want to ask if there's a mimic in the room with us now.
Were you like asking?
Oh, the room. I want to do a perception check.
Sure.
To see if there's a mimic in the room. And will I be more successful if I only ask it of this cube?
Not necessarily. You can sort of, if you're going to do a perception check, you can do that generally. Otherwise, you could literally ask the cube if you want. Just say, hey, you know, you don't know what the cube's going to do, but it just be a cube. But if you want to start with just the perception, you could do that. So let's do the perception check.
4.
Definitely, you've seen cubes. It's definitely a cube. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely a cube.
Before we move forward, like, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Can we get rid of this? Can we get the essence out? I look at you to see how we can make an essence out of this.
I'm slightly distracted by the cube. I kind of want to go sniff it. And can I also do a perception check?
Sure.
After smelling the cube.
Sure. I like the idea that you're doing that while Cash is sniffing.
5.
You know, you agree strongly with Lucy, it is a cube. No doubt. 100%.
Maybe if you get this out of my hands, I can help you.
Cash is being a little annoying now, so then I kind of walk over to my lap and say, you can drop it off in here, but I'm still confused by the cube.
Okay. You do realize, you also think that you can probably fold and grind it a little bit so that it's easier to carry. Like, you don't need to give it the full wing just as long as you have the essence of it. So you could make it a little bit easier to carry if you want. In the meantime, there's this cube.
Would Laura have any experience or knowledge of
sort of strange things. Right now it's just there, it's not moving or anything. You'd probably have to get a little bit closer if you wanted to see. Yeah.
Tony Stark would like to ready an attack action.
Okay.
Before it's down.
All right, sounds good. So you're going to walk up to it with this staggering. As you get close, you walk up and then. So it literally does. Yeah, let's try that again. Yeah, it like shimmers and like moves around, and you realize that it's gelatinous.
Laura is going to definitely not try to touch it. But Tony Stark is still going to try to poke it with quarterstaff.
Okay. When you try to poke it, two things happen. First of all, you poke it and you hear a hissing sound, an acidic hissing sound. And the next thing is it goes and it shoots out a pseudopod at you. Let's see. Is a 17 going to hit your armor class? Is it equal to your armor class? No.
Yes, that hits.
Okay. It is going to do 3 points of acid damage to you. Apparently, it does not like being poked.
Tony Stark is going to yell in pain.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't touch this.
At this point, I'm getting a little annoyed by the mantis swing that keeps knocking into the back of my head. Ow. And so I'm also a little bit worried this might get dangerous. I want Cash to have his hands free. So I take my javelin and take
The
wing, put it down in front of me and start hitting it with my javelin so I can crush it up into a smaller container.
Makes a lot of like sound, which mixed with the from the slime is very odd. But you do that as you're crushing it. The thing that occurs to you is that you were told there would be an ingredient in every time you were sent, but you don't know what this particular ingredient is. It sure does not look like a mimic. Pretty confident it's not.
I'm going to do a perception check.
Okay. What are you trying to determine?
What is it made of and how can we reach in and grab something from it?
Make a nature check then. I think you'll probably be a little bit closer.
It's a 11 plus 3.
14. You remember that if this is in fact a gelatinous cube, and it looks like it since it just attacked it, that gelatinous cubes are very acidic, and you have to be careful about how you transport parts of them. But they can be transported if you use the right material. This thing that it's sitting on is not, it's not hissing through this thing. So apparently whatever this is resistant to acid. Maybe if you put it in a metal bucket, maybe if you do something like that. The only problem is you need to figure out how to get close enough to get part of it into a bucket.
Are there any spare pieces of that metal lying around that we can use?
Not here, but I bet there's one in your labs. One of them. If any of you have buckets that you would have used.
Can I change back into a human?
Sure.
I'm watching Lucy eat at this wing with a javelin, and it's kind of shattering, but it's not really grinding. So I'd like to change back into a human, run into my lab area, and grab a mortar and pestle, and actually crush it into the powder and put it in the vial.
Do you have a metal bucket in your lab?
In my lab, a
Yeah.
metal bucket, not a bucket.
Okay, so not a container. Does anyone put it in
I do have a jar, glass.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you bring that back. You do that. What do you want to do about actually getting this thing from you?
Can I compel it to a duel?
You compel the cube to a duel. The cube is not super intelligent. It's barely sentient. You could try. I mean, you could compel it to a duel by just walking up to it. That would probably cause it to battle you.
Can I persuade the cube to give me the contents inside of it?
Interesting. Unlikely, but I'm really amused to see how it would work out. So let's have you do that. Let's have you try to make a persuasion check. I'm going to give this to you at disadvantage. You are dealing with a cube. It means you're going to roll twice and take the lower result.
11. Oh, persuasion. 15.
Okay. Or
23.
But unfortunately, the disadvantage. Yeah, the cube. You say this to the cube, and the cube's response is. You're not sure it understands you.
I respond back mockingly, bloop.
So I can like shoot a ray of frost or like burning hands to see how it reacts.
If you want to try the Ray of Frost first, that's a cantrip, which means you can cast it as much as you want.
Sure.
If you cast Ray of Frost, the thing is boom, boom, and as you hit it with a Ray of Frost, this literally layer of frost covers it. Boom, 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 boom. It just stops. You think you have frozen it solid.
Okay, and now I try to hit it with my staff to see if it breaks.
But you do think you could have something cut off of it. There's in fact a very useful pseudopod that's out like this when you last froze it.
Okay, so I try to cut it with my staff, just like hit it very hard.
Okay. Yeah, so it sort of and falls to the ground. And now you have a frozen piece of acidic slime.
What?
Can I ask if it's still acidic when it's frozen? If you touch it, does it still hiss?
Not while it's frozen, no. But you are probably going to have to carry it because it will melt eventually. So you have to figure out where you want to put it.
What objects are inside the cube?
From your vantage point, a necklace, a couple of coins, and a dagger, and a skull. Halfling skull. I'm just a messenger.
I'm going to ask Cash. Could we try to get objects specifically out of there? Like, let's ignore the rest of this cube.
Yeah, if someone can hit it very hard, I think it can break into different pieces and then we can grab.
Maybe, but it's 4x4. Even you took a little piece of it off, you're going to be wailing away at this thing for a while. You don't know how long it's going to stay frozen.
Laura would like to try to break apart some of the cube using
Okay. I'll have you make an attack out of that. This will not be too difficult since it's not moving.
It is a 15. Let's see. Attack bonus. Okay, so 20.
So 20. Solid hit, smacks this little frozen piece of slime and lands on the ground. You think, given a few hours, you could probably cut this thing up.
Well, we're going to have to think of something else.
Also, the portal is starting to shimmer again.
Have you all noticed that?
Yeah, I would say so, because you're right up next to it.
I turn to ask Lucy if she's seen this metal that the cube is resting on before and making any of her elixirs, and if she has any idea of what it might be made of and what we can find more.
I think about it, and yeah, that is a standard class 3 acid-resistant metal of the tungsten variety. However, I also know that the glass you use to collect your DNA specimens, because DNA is an acid, as we all know, deoxyribonucleic acid, is also acid-resistant, and so we can use your jars to put this gel inside of it.
Unfortunately, I don't have a jar that is 4 foot by 4 foot.
You could, however, use it as long as it hits, let's say, bits and pieces of it. You don't have to take the whole thing.
So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to break it to get a few pieces of interest.
You can do that, I think. You have a jar eventually full of frozen slime pieces, perfectly suited for a summer day or for making an elixir, presumably.
I want to express my confusion. I don't understand what a mimic is and what we're looking for and what it's. I thought it was a creature I thought it was an object that when you interacted with it, it was suddenly a creature with sharp teeth. And I'm a little bit confused about, are these objects inside of the cube mimics? Like that's what I was thinking, so that's why I want to get them out. I'm checking if other people agree with me.
Yeah, Laura nods, has Tony's turn, and agrees. Yeah, I figure if we can get most of these objects back, one of them is probably one of the mimics we need to just take out its tongue in a more controlled environment.
So I signal everyone to start hitting it and breaking down as many pieces as possible.
Okay. If you take about maybe 10 minutes or so, you can get a good portion of it. You still can't get to the objects, but you can get to the slime around the objects, theoretically. So in other words, you can like carry the coins suspended in slime and that sort of thing.
Are any of these objects magnetic, such that we could use a magnet to draw them out of the slime?
Not when it's frozen like this. You'd have to wait until it like melted and then once, and Mage Hand is somewhat limited range.
Right. Like for the timing, I think if we just break it so that once it's measured, we don't have to go into the whole huge thing, that can work. So I ask everyone to find a good staff or something and start just like digging through it, all the frozen thing.
Can I cast Divine Smite?
Sure, if you want to divinely smite the cube.
Yes.
Of course. You smite it into 1,000,000 frozen pieces. Don't even need to roll, doesn't even move when you do it. And you pick up, not all 1,000,000, but I assume the ones that have the objects in them. Put them in the jar, which is helpfully provided by Brian. And the portal is shimmering again.
And we've effectively ground up the whole wing, right?
And apparently by now, yeah, I would guess.
Yeah, I put it inside of my balaclava as like a secondary.
Make sure you don't like use the balaclava or disguise of it.
I'll try.
Okay. All right. Are you headed back out then through the shimmering portal? I would like a perception check again, just before you pass through.
20.
Say it.
20.
Oh, it is an actual 20. Again. Wow. Okay.
4.
You enjoyed the disguise too much, I think.
17. 4.
I see. I would say a little bit from you, Briar, but absolutely from you. Now you're certain that when you pass in, again, you see the world for a moment of the MMML, but broken down, degraded, and seats collapsed, and the blackboard scratched and scarred. Just for a moment before you walk through. That's odd. Okay, which brings us to one final in the past times.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, please.
Does the skull look like that? The skeleton, like Captio's skull?
It does not. It looks much smaller for one thing. I mean, not just to the board, but like it doesn't look like the same kind of shape and size. No. Good thought, though. Okay. So that brings us here. Now, the thing you notice about this, again, the room is empty, but you notice two things have changed. Number one, you can see that on the board, the blackboard, are pictures of what apparently is supposed to be the interior of a mimic. And also, you notice that there is a simple, fairly large-sized chest in the spot where the cube and the mantis wing were. And they're just sitting there.
I try to open the chest.
Okay. When you walk up to the chest, suddenly, you are shocked to discover, and it'd be great if we could zoom in a bit on that you're not dealing with a chest. Suddenly, this thing opens and a big tongue is like, and now, for a moment, those of you who have thought about mimics before are like, oh no, what's going to happen to Lucy? But instead, the tongue comes out and says, what are you doing? Be careful of the merchandise.
I try to grab its tongue with my hands.
Hey. Excuse me, you gotta ask me. It's about consent. You don't just grab a tongue, okay? You don't just grab that. What are you a high flow student? Are you all? Now, I want to point out, no one has ever heard a mimic talk to anybody like there's someone with a terrible Brooklyn accent, okay? That is not the way it works. You a high flow student? What are you doing?
Look, man, I just need a bit of your tongue. I'll give you some of mine.
What do you mean? A bit of my tongue? Look, I know some people that will be in a high flow about things, all right? Like when they were poking me and there were people looking at me and they were like, oh, look at the guy with the tongue. And I get it, but there's no need for you to be taking a piece of my tongue without telling me why you need it. What do you need it for? You know?
I can, don't worry about
Don't
that.
ask my name, you give your name.
I can assure it. I have ambrosia right here. I'll take some of your tongue and then pour it on and you'll be fine.
Ambrosia? What's ambrosia? You talking about that stuff? No. I've done with enough high flow students to know that they give me some stuff and then crazy things happen. I get big, I get small, all of a sudden I'm over here and my tongue's like this instead of the nice it is right now. And what are the rest of you doing? You just let this person grab tongues? Is that how this goes? And the chest literally like rotates, multiple times to see.
Do you know who I am?
You look like that Iron Man character, but that can't be right. You have some respect for me, right? No, he says, I don't know who you are. No, okay, first of all, let's start this again, okay? My name is Pseudo, all right? That's my name. I have a tongue, I have teeth, I'm a mimic. All right, now, what are y'all doing here? Why are you trying to take my tongue?
Well, Pseudo, I'm Tony Stark. And I'm a very brilliant professor, gnome of Hearthglow. And I would like to explain to you that we need part of your tongue to stop a bunch of people from being hurt. You don't want to hurt people, do you?
I like this. It's not deception, persuasion. I like persuasion check.
It's going to be a 14.
Okay. So he looks for a moment and then, you're a terrible liar. I mean, maybe all that other stuff about eating my tongue there, whatever, but your name is not Tony Stark. You don't look like Tony Stark. I've seen him. The guy's got some weird thing. He's going to be playing a new villain. You don't look like him. Just tell me the truth. Tell me who we are. Get rid of the disguise. Again, you realize that the mimic is much smarter than you've ever run into before.
I guess I'll nod at Cash to try and ask to have the illusion.
Oh yeah, who are you?
Yeah, I'm Cash. I'm the wizard in the group, and basically I explain a little bit about what we saw. I'm trying to persuade them a little bit into giving the tongue. I tell them that we are grad students. We saw this skeleton appear, and I'm trying to explain to him that this is what is required to save people.
So he hears it. He has this very odd habit of moving his whole body, so his tongue stays in one place as he hears you. You think that's him nodding, or at least you hope so. So he listens on. He's like, this doesn't sound right. None of what you said sounds. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying it sounds weird. Why would some big skeleton? You really? And he kind of swivels back and forth. He's like, look, I like our little people. Okay, for the most part, they do things they try to experiment, but they're kind of nice to me. And most of the time, people who come up to me. Truth is, I only woke up in Hearthglow a little while ago. They said that I'm unusual because I have magic in me, so that's why I don't act like I want to kill everybody. I don't want to take people's tongues without asking. It kind of turns over to you. He says, but this sounds a little weird. And he moves his tongue up, and you swear what he's doing is scratching the back of his head. I got something. What about I come with you? You bring me along, the whole part of me, not just my tongue. I come along, and then I'll talk to this. What did you call him? What's the name? Skeleton? Blackboard guy?
Captio.
Captio, yeah. I'll talk to this Captio guy, and I'll be like, why are you sending people to take mimics' tongues? Whatever, we can deal with it, all right? I'll come with you. But I'm not, you can't take my tongue. It's my only tongue, kind of waves it mournfully.
I asked him if he has any mimic friends that we could take their tongues.
He pauses, and then the tongue slowly retreats. You want me to give you some of my friends so you can take their tongues?
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. You ever had a situation where, you are hanging out with some of your other celestial friends back there with the wings and with the, when they got the holy night and all that, and you ever say, hey, undead guy, can you come and find me and then, corrupt me, my other friends? Did you ever do that?
Depends. Does it advance the cause of science?
No. First of all, I'm a mimic. I don't have friends. Secondly, even if I had friends, I'm not going to give you one of the mimics. That's cruel. That's cruel and unusual. It's wrong. That's the kind of thing that this Captio fellow of yours has got you people thinking, and that's wrong. Mimics are chests that are fake too. Okay?
I'm going to try to take a different tack because I think we're going the wrong direction. This mimic's not being very helpful. But the mimic seems pretty nice, and I'm still holding these jars with blue goo and random objects, and we still have no idea what these objects are. So I ask, hey, if you want to help us, we've been on this quest, we have these objects in acidic gel. Any idea what they might be, or are they relevant at all to you?
Well, yeah, maybe. Tongue goes flipping out around the jar, pulls it back in, and then his mouth closes. He's like, freshman. And he spits it out. Miraculously, it's not damaged. And he says, yeah, you got yourself there some insect wing and like something that's got a real bite to it. It's either like sriracha or it's a slime. Something like that. That's what you got there. So you're making it, that's fine. You're making a thing to like cure the people of Heartglow. All right, that's fine. Look, bring me with you. I'll come and talk to them. You bring me with you. You saved the guy. You brought the guy who's got the tongue. Right? That's flips his tongue around.
Yeah, I'm convinced.
How do we transport you?
That's no problem. And he falls to the ground. And he his tongue pulls him along. See, I got incredible. I'm a good sprinter, but you gotta to build up some speed. This is kind of uphill. It's completely flat. So he does have movement, albeit slow.
I'll point towards the blackboard so he knows which way to go.
Yeah, the blackboard. All right, and he pulls himself there, and the board starts to shimmer as he gets close to it.
We only follow him into the board.
Okay. Now, I would ask you to make a perception check, but when you get close, you don't actually need to do this this time, because when you enter the portal, we're brought here. It is now nighttime again, but you notice something odd, which is that the center of the room where the stuff was now has a sheet over it, and there's something, some liquid on it, reddish in nature. It looks as if something has been done. And as you sort of come out of the portal and look around, you see Captio again on the board. But Captio looks a bit different, sort of dimmer maybe, but its eyes are glowing intensely. It says, welcome back. I can feel you've succeeded in your task. We can proceed to making the elixir which will save Heartglow. Please place the ingredients. Oh, I see you've brought the entire mimic. Hey, what's up, pal? He says, well, that's all right. You'll just have to destroy him first. And Pseudo is like back and forth to all of you. And Captain says, well, come on now. It's just a mimic. Just kill it off, and you need to save Heartglow.
Is that really necessary?
Well, the people. What about the people? Think about the people. And think about the mimics. So.
I've gotten kind of attached to Pseudo. I can tell that Pseudo is a conscious, being, and kind of like its tongue. So I am not. I start standing up for Pseudo.
What do you do? What do you say?
I take my javelin and I point it at Captio and say, Pseudo doesn't want to be destroyed. Is there, any way we can do this, save the university without destroying Pseudo?
You mean to tell me that you would put the life of a mimic above the life of those at Heartglow? It's simply a monster. It's only teeth and a tongue. Hey, bud, I got a chest too, You would just stand up for him? Now, this is nonsense. We need to save Heartglow. Now, just put the ingredients there, and you can see Captain seems to be getting irritated or agitated.
I think I'm getting a little suspicious of Captio and also what's going on with this sheet in the middle of the room. And I want to go over and investigate it.
He said, now leave that alone. There's no need to. When you get close to the sheet, Briar, something around you as you push, keeps you from getting to it. Just invisible, but it's something there. And Captio says, now I'm going to give you just one more chance to do what you as good students should do, and that's to listen and to do what has been asked. Now just put the ingredients here.
Do I see that Briar got stopped?
Yes.
Laura is pulling out the quarterstaff and pointing at Captain now. You made a lot of claims, and you haven't backed it up with a lot of evidence.
And Captio sort of looks at you and then hisses. circles around in the glass and says, I will not wait to fight again. I have waited for centuries to find one set of clothes strong enough to do what must be done. And finally I found you. You will obey me now, and you will build a new world suitable for Veneni to enter and rule. For a new world must live, the old one must die. And it will begin with this, and it curls its tail in the direction of the jar that you have, and says, as you poison all of our glow, including yourselves, the sheet on the stone dice begins to rise, and as it does, the sheet falls off to reveal 4 bodies that look very familiar. They are your floating bodies, comatose, drifting in the air. And I think it is time to do what we call rolling initiative, please. So, rolling initiative works this way for combat. Everyone is going to roll d20, and you are going to add, it should be an initiative number on your sheet, but if not, it's just your dexterity bonus. And you roll d20 plus 1. Tell me what you've got. And it's time for something a little bit different than that music. Let's go with, let's see. Zoom that up. Okay, not that. Hang on a second. I know it's here. I know it's here somewhere. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to get. Oh, music. Turn on music. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get my combat music running, and I'm not getting it running right now. Okay, let me figure that out in a minute. All right. So D20 plus. What do we got from? Lucy?
I rolled a 19.
Okay, and then you have a.
Dexterity is plus your initiative.
Okay, so 19. Sounds good. Briar, what about you?
I rolled an 18 with a dexterity plus 1, so 19.
Great.
I rolled a 4 plus 2.
6, and Laura.
3 plus 3.
Okay. Laura, what's your raw score in dexterity? Just the dex score?
Just the dex score is 16.
16. What's yours, Dex?
14.
14. Okay. And then same question to you. 4 and 3. Same question to you, Briar. What's your raw dexterity score? Just the score.
12.
12. And what's yours?
11.
11. Okay. So then Briar's going to be going first. Okay. All right. Now let's see. Really want combat music. Give me combat music. Let's see. All right. Yeah. I know. Okay. We'll go with this. We will go with the classic from Kevin MacLeod. Okay. Game. And I cannot seem to scroll over this screen. All right. Let's figure that out later. Zach, if you're back there, I hate to make you do this, but I seem to have permanently broken a Mac from this Mac.
Tech support. So the Mac.
Okay. As soon as I can get this going, I will. All right. Sorry, Zach. I need some tech support on the Mac, which I accidentally did not get the music running on. Okay. So in the meantime, I will say that I know what Veneni is doing. Okay. So Briar, your first act. The creature in the stained glass that you see above you, that serpent, is spinning around and is clearly able to 3-dimensionally exit the glass. So the questions, I don't know what I did this, and I need to get you to go. So I think I accidentally put some people. What do you want to, so it can hit anywhere in this room from what you can see with that tail. You don't know what other attacks it has, but it's clearly not happy with you. What are you going to do?
One.
Oh. That's all right. These rolls could not continue to be awesome. Still, all right. So you do 2 points of damage to it, and there is this thunderous boom. In fact, all of you, sort of, including Pseudo, is like that. And he gets like, flies back a couple of stops, grabs himself with his tongue. All right, you're now standing in front of it, but you did damage it, and it hisses at you angrily. So you ran up to move, which means you moved, you acted, so your turn's over for now. But it's like staring right at you. Okay, next act is going to be Lucy. You've just seen what Briar is doing.
I attack.
Okay, you're just going to come straight up with sword, so to speak. And, okay, so then D20 plus, should say under your item what your sword is and what the plus is to hit.
My longsword?
Or, yeah, the longsword. Or
1d10 plus 3.
That's the damage, yeah, and then there should be a plus there.
Plus 5.
Plus 5, that's it. D20 plus 5, what we're looking at.
D20 plus 5.
Yeah, D20, yeah, you're going to roll D20 because you got to hit it first. If you do hit it, then we'll do the damage.
Do I add anything to
The plus 5 is what you're adding to.
Oh, okay, 10.
10. Sadly, it's not going to do it. The snake sort of avoids you as your sword smashes into the glass. And interestingly, Lucy, it does not break the glass either. This stuff is stronger, apparently, than that. This black board glass, whatever the heck it is. So, you're now standing next to Briar, next to the place you could, if you want, back up a few feet, or you can stay right in front of it and engage with it.
Can I compel a duel as a bonus action?
I think it's already compelled. It's dueling. It's straight up dueling.
I will stay where I am.
Okay.
Oh, can I cast a healing spell as a bonus action?
Healing spell probably is an action. So
Then I'll
you have to wait on that.
stay where I am. But
Okay.
I'll put myself in a guarding pose.
Yeah. I love it as it sort of hisses angrily above you. Okay. All right. Next up to act, because it did not roll well, is going to be Laura. Laura, what are you going to do?
Lara is going to be very visibly smiling.
Okay.
And is going to follow suit and run straight at the glass.
Okay. Just directly. Okay. I love it. Okay, runs directly, and then it's going to launch. Brett, hit
Yeah, let's do a full jumping strike. Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's do it. Go ahead and make your attack. So D20 plus
That's going to be a 19.
that will hit. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So now we're going to roll damage.
So for quarterstaff, it's a D8.
Okay.
It's going to be 3 plus 3, so 6.
6. Okay. All right. It smashes into it. It hisses as it feels the bite of your staff. And, you are nothing before me.
Lara doesn't like that. It is going to use a bonus action to use the second key point to do a flurry of blows.
Love it. Flurry of blows. The power of a monk. All right. It's going to
Two fists now going straight at the glass.
I love it. Let's see it.
First attack is going to be a 18.
18 will hit.
Okay. So first fist making contact for 4 plus 3, so 7.
7. Nice.
And then the second fist following shortly after for a 10.
10 is not going to do it.
Alright, too excited by the first punch.
Yeah, whoops. Okay. That's fine. Still, it hit it quite a bit. And again, it hisses at you angrily. Okay, I assume you're up on top of the jumping strike, so you're right next to it. So the three of you lined up in a row. Cash, you were standing behind me. Do you turn and run? No, I'm just kidding. What are you going to do?
So I use a fireball.
Fireball. And firebolt, to be specific, right?
Yes, fireball.
Because a fireball would not be great for your friends. But a firebolt is great. Okay. So, in casting a firebolt, you're going to be making, I believe, a ranged spell attack, which means you're going to be rolling D20, and you're going to be adding your, I believe it is intelligence modifier, and trying to hit it just like if you were attacking with a normal weapon. So it should say, actually, under your ranged spell attack, it should have something about spells. Let's see. Yeah, so plus 5. D20 plus 5.
10 plus 5, 15.
15 is not quite enough. Just impacts to the side. Do you want to move anywhere, actually?
Along with everyone.
Okay, so you stand up next to the rest of them. So we have the line of 4 graduate students. Love it. Okay. Now, however, it is the bad guy's turn, and Venetti angrily sort of rears up, enraged that you have decided to attack him in this way and not give in to his obvious awesomeness. And let's see, he is going to attack somebody. Let's see which one it is. We're going to say 1, 2, 3, and 4. The roll that we got was a 1. Unfortunately, you with your smashing flurry of blows thing seems to attract his attention. So he's going to reach down with his head to try to bite you with a 24 to hit. So he kind of bites you a lot. Okay. He's going to hit you for 3 piercing damage. But I also need you to make a Constitution saving throw because you feel where he bit you beginning to burn.
Alright. It's going to be a 12 plus 2, a 14.
A 14 is not going to be enough. That means you take an additional 3 poison damage as you feel the venom of Venetti running through you. What do you got?
Other grad students can very clearly see I'm bleeding.
Yeah. You've got some issues with
Can you use armor to protect him?
the armor is sort of built into the armor class. So when it says that he hits him, it means his armor wasn't enough to protect him against it. The Constitution saving throw was to see if he could resist the poison, which he could not in this case. All right, still standing, but in trouble. How many hit points do you have left?
8.
Okay. All right. That brings us up to the top of the round, and it brings us up to Briar. You have hit it, but it is hit your friend too.
When it says one bonus action, I can do something else as well.
You can do it as a bonus. It means that you can use it as a separate thing. So you can attack, that's an action. Bonus action means you can also do that.
Okay. So first I'd like to cast Entangle to try to trap it from attacking the rest of us.
I see. Keep in mind, the only thing about Entangle is that he already can't really move. Like, he's just moving his head around. He probably couldn't entangle.
In that case, then...
It's a great idea, but he's kind of limited movement already.
I'll try to do the Thunder Wave again.
Okay. All right, so let's see. He critically succeeds on his save this time. Apparently he's really mad at being Thunder Waves. So it's not going to do the same damage that you would have hoped.
But as my bonus action, I'd like to use the Healing Word.
Okay. Absolutely. Okay, so you can use Healing Word, which I believe is 2d4,
1d4.
1d4. Okay, so it's going to be, I don't, 2d4, should be 2d4, plus your spell has some ability modifiers, so for you, it'll be wisdom. So 2d4 plus your wisdom bonus comes back to,
Which one is this?
oh, sorry, it's the triangle.
Oh, this triangle.
Yeah. So you read the number that's on top.
So 3 plus 3, so 6.
Yeah, and you roll one more.
3.
So 3, 3, 6, so 9 total. So Laura, you get 9 points back.
You can tell that all of the wounds on Mara have healed, and Mara is going to give you just a cheesy thumbs up.
He's still wearing the gnome spectacles, right? And it's not the marker. That's okay. Good stuff. You're going to stay where you are. That's going to lead us down to Lucy.
Alright, I'm feeling really guilty. I didn't get the last attack in, so I'm swinging my sword over my head, really warming up. I want to attack.
Let's do it. Let's see that d20.
Okay, I have 11 plus 5 is 16.
16 will hit, yes. So now you can roll damage, and it should say on your sword there how much the damage is.
Yeah, so 1d10 plus 3.
1d10 plus 3. Strong hit.
2 plus 3 is 5. And then I Divine Smite as my bonus action.
Love it.
So that is the enemy a fiend or an undead?
The enemy is a fiend.
Okay, so it's
Plus 2, 14.
14. That's not quite enough. So it means that you're going to take additional damage from poison. Only 1 point per time, so 1 additional point of poison. Okay, now, it's bad news for you, Brian, unfortunately. Because being hit by that means that you're going to take maximum damage in the way that I do this. Which means that hit is going to do a total of 10 points of damage to you. As it pierces you. How much do you have left?
7.
7. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as the poison threatens.
9 plus 2, 11.
That is going to do another 4 poison damage to you. Okay, so, you're like, but you're still alive, you're still standing. It is also standing and very hurt, but it's still alive. Okay, that means that next up is Laura.
Well, clearly I don't know any healing, but yeah, Laura is going to take the opportunity. I want to give the flavor of like dodging the snakes coming out of this attack, and then like trying to weave back towards getting ready to do another strike.
Okay, let's see it. You dodge between, jump up through, matrix through a few other things.
It's going to be a 19.
19 will hit. Let's see that damage.
The quarterstaff, 1d8. Oh, it's a 1 plus 3, so 4.
4 damage. So you'll be happy to know it may have had 4 hit points left. So you hit it and you see it sort of, no, I cannot be defeated. And it rises up and you see its eyes glowing red. The room begins to shake. Can we get some rumbling like sand? The room begins to shake. You all sit there and go, as this happens, and then the one begins to reach down, and as its head comes down out of the window, it splits into 4 separate heads to strike at each of you. And just before it reaches you, none of the young people have seen this, but for those of you who've seen Alien, you may remember the moment that was like this, and then there's this snake face that right up Ripley's face. It stops just inches in front of your faces. You hear a voice behind you say, "This madness will end now." It's a familiar voice behind you. I don't know if you want to Thaddeus Clariton stands there. And Thaddeus Clariton is standing there with one hand out, not looking particularly exerted. Did I mention this guy's a really powerful wizard? So, and he says, he looks at him, and Vanetti is like, you can see he's like, the face, the eyes are glowing red, and the mouth is bare, the teeth are bare. And he says, "You cannot stop me. Your students could not stop me. I will enter your world again when the time comes." And Thaddeus steps up behind the 4 of you and pats each one of your shoulders and says, "It will not come, because Hearthglow Academy and its people will always be here. Always." And then he waves his hand, and the glass shatters, and the serpent, with a roar and a hiss, disappears. And Thaddeus turns to all of you, who might be like, and says, "Well, students," he says, "it appears your research has advanced considerably. I wonder if these new revelations might encourage the city's officials to increase funding to Hearthglow. I don't know whether to have faith in them, but I certainly know whether to have faith in our students." Is there a faint, fading hiss that we hear? But it fades away before the room is filled with a blissful silence, and we bring our adventure to a close. You pointed out 101, literally 1 minute over time. This was wonderful stuff. So before Zac says what he's going to say, I want to thank my players for doing an amazing job. Can we get applause for them too? Science wins again. Okay, science wins again.
Winning all.
Amazing. All right, thank you all so much. So we're going to go to a little 1 hour break. This is a perfect time if you wanted to grab some lunch or something like that. if you weren't already aware, but I'm sure you all are, having seen all of the instructions outside and celebrations, that it is Pride this weekend, the large Civic Center Pride celebration. So if you would like food, my suggestion, I haven't been out there, but I hear that there are many food vendors in this immediate area, outside the library, near City Hall and so on. But make sure that you come back in time for our 2 p.m. Double feature, our next set, which is going to have our teen interns who have been working here at SFPL through the program, and I will be DMing for them. But could we get one more round of applause, please, for our wonderful All right, we will see you back here again at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
It's ready for some transaction now.
You guys have lunch?
It's a note to wet here. What's that? I haven't.
We're all living together now.
Why is it important to
Yeah, we got time before that.
I bought that today.
Alright.
Yeah, right. So what's the next one? So he's, I know, I was talking about we were there, and then Sabrina was like, he's like, okay, are we just moving like a mess? So I don't know. That was the other thing is, I was wanting to see if we could all figure out like how we would get there. Yeah, and then because I didn't know if we could go together, that's in any way, and then it's a toil.
So he's like South Francisco. You guys are way here for.
So you guys are just. You guys actually. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, so Martin's Street's right outside, and so it's going like this, and so this is the south, and I guess the park we're going to is right on the left here.
Yeah.
So for like us, we're coming north, so we kind of have to get around to go here. But you guys, I presume, can just get up. So the only traffic you have to deal with is other people trying to get around to get
Right. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they were talking about it because I'm clueless. So.
Thanks.
Where were you? I didn't see you.
She was in the green room doing all of the stuff. She was right.
I was running
Nice job. That was fun. That was really cool. I was wondering where you were. I'm like, did she gonna thank the friend or not? Where'd she go?
No, Dad put her.
Nice. Well, that makes sense. You can rehearse it and like you know what it is. And
This is actually a new one.
no rehearsal whatsoever.
no.
Okay, that's actually looking.
So yeah, I am sure, but I'm for that one. I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah, I think you guys are probably separate from us. But maybe we can talk a little bit and see what you guys want to do. Right.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because I kind of want to. Because you can. Yeah. Coming from that direction.
long march. And then, so is this like a separate thing, or is like
there's different dietaries.
okay.
But yeah, there's. I think it ends at the Civic Center.
It ends at 8th Street, which is the big
Right.
It can't end at Civic Center because they have all that stuff.
All that stuff. That's what I was wondering. Like, maybe they go off of people.
Yeah, they like end up.
Okay.
Yeah. No, believe it.
Okay.
I'm meeting up with a
You
friend.
have a thing on Monday or Sunday night.
5 or 6.
I can leave a little earlier, so yeah. I figured some of us are feeling it.
And Shane's
I don't know how long it takes to get to the airport.
Where'd she go?
But they don't have to check in bags and I have all their stuff. They just have backpacks.
Oh, that's smart. And then get it for me later.
Well, I just brought everything. Yeah, so I don't care.
That's easy.
so more like 3 then?
No, I'm gonna be 4 o'clock. My friend's gonna pick me up. Get to the campsite until like 10 o'clock. That's tonight. Yeah. Well, because yeah, we stopped for dinner, and that one didn't take us very long because it was on the way. But the thing is, there was terrible traffic trying to get over to where Seamus was. Yeah. Like this one intersection. They were over by the Pacific.
Oh, okay.
Head down on the water
Well,
side.
it took us to get an hour, and the Jordan to get over to Angie's house, which is going, oh my god. And I'd say 45 minutes of it was just going like 3 blocks.
Yeah. But at least it felt like
That's
it.
the thing is, this one block,
Yeah.
there, I don't know what was going on, but people just weren't moving. And the light kept going, cycling and cycling, cycling. And finally, I just kind of followed through. I actually ran around. Like everybody else was stopped though, and I just followed the car through.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I guess this is what they do.
That's what we do. All right.
Oh yes. Like, I'm just gonna go over here now. Now that I'm gonna go over here.
Yeah. And they won't signal or anything, and they just go. And you're like, okay, I guess
With
we're...
some of the Lyft drivers, like we've asked a few different Lyft drivers.
Mommy, I'm so hungry.
Okay, well there's food right in this bag. You
I
can
know,
take
but I want snacks.
Some of them actually like Caminos because they know exactly what they're going to do, but obviously up until they steal their jobs, like
Yeah.
love the relationship. All right, well I don't want to keep you, but
Where are you guys going? I mean,
we're gonna be out here.
I kind of like did the garage times to overlap because I was like, well, I don't want to get a snack and then go or go and get a snack.
Yeah.
One to 10.
I don't want you to work
Yes.
at all.
So we have to be there by 3:20. And it's net. So
I like how we totally followed this goal.
yes. Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to fast.
That was awkward because I saw like.
Yeah, I know. And that we decided.
All I brought is nice.
I mean, can you hear him on comms?
I
I know camera guys on comms. I'm assuming there's just two of them. He was just snack
You guys continue.
The entire time I was like, I don't understand. What about the kids? Like, do the kids I have hostess like what you're saying. I was like, I can see my people say, how do they make this interesting? Like, officially, not look at all.
Okay.
That's his favorite.
Oh,
he definitely liked them. Definitely liked them. There were a couple other things. I think he did a few other comments, but they were more like, kind of like general.
You did great. Great rest of your day.
He's here.
Take care, y'all.
Take care. More kind of general stuff. And no. I mean, the only times he talked to me, he had a question.
I'm gonna get I want to get
And then you're driving. I can't tell him because I intend to be the quiet.
When you heading back up?
He just was choosing to leave. Towards the end, I'd be like, okay, they're about to roll this. He's like, okay, thank you. They can get it. So there were a couple moments right.
And then you thought you took
But besides that, I kind of was doing everything I was trying to do. I didn't realize So.
So first of all,
I didn't even do anything. I was texting Bob like,
you are the hero.
What do you get? It's like, wait, I'm surprised this game doesn't help us more. Maybe they need AI. Like, if we had images, we could put them up there. And he's like, is he doing this up behind us? And I tried to listen to
I'll have him.
Okay. I tried to go to be like, I tried to say
See that 20.
imagination. And I was like, well, I'm like, well, someone said that. No. Like,
What was it? 879? 876. Okay, if you get a 5.
Like, he said to Mike, he's like, I think he said this. He's like, Jason, like, it's kind of intense in the moment when I get out the back.
Two?
I'm so sorry.
I'm with you, guys.
No, dice.
18.
6. Hey!
I was just frantically texting with him, so I was like, I have no way.
Anytime I need the dice to roll high, it rolls low. And then all of a sudden you get a... Nice!
I doubt you.
Wait, so what? I want to. Yeah, same. So I'm going to ask you to roll low. Roll low.
Yeah. I can just.
Let's go. That's
like at least like 10 minutes going over what visuals you have, what you want from the visuals, because there are a couple moments where I was like, oh, if I know my dad was going to say this, I need to could have zoomed in a bit.
Okay.
And also, sorry, if I also,
start rolling high.
Or something, you know when you double click on something it does the circles out?
Yes.
It might have just been because I went on that function, but it would be cool if I could figure out how to do that. That way if you have something like, you see in this corner, you're like, this corner.
Yeah, so you should be able to, if you hold down left click, and as long as you're on the pointer tool, if you hold down left click, it should.
That's what it is, like double click. That's what I did.
When I'm on stage, there's a way to do it as a GM.
Yeah.
Because I can't put you on the GM layer only because you'll then see all the hidden stuff that I'm using. Which means the audience would see it.
Right, yeah, I know, yeah.
But yeah, you can hold down left click. I'm going to do my best, like even if you weren't up there, there's a way to hold, the GM can hold shift and left click and it automatically moves the player. So I'll try to do that at times after.
Yeah, I
which
mean,
might help you, but
all I really need is just you to tell me, like, is there a couple special moments and just to see the visuals.
What I'd like you to do is when I'm going to have like tokens and stuff and like there's going to be a big combat at the end, it's someone's turn, you should feel free to camera on the Roll20 and like literally zoom to your preference. Like move to that player, if you want to go back up to the box. Like I trust your
feel it. Got it. Alright, cool.
Yeah, you can totally like the zooming in that you did there was great, you could do even more. But yeah, you can completely control.
Yeah, I was feeling a bit like hesitant on when to move and stuff.
At least with me, please. Yeah, whatever. If you were a player in that situation or a tech person and you're like, we should zoom in on that or do this, I trust your
creativity. It's so similar to camera opping. And I'm like, this is, and it also was like, there were two times, I just don't know if you heard me. At one point I'm like, I'm really impressed by your camera work.
Right.
Oh, shucks.
So,
it is really cool though, getting to see like, and I felt kind of bad like when you guys came up, so like, I don't want to start anything with your boss or like cause drama in between people. He was barely ever talking to me, he was just talking to the other guy, and it made me so uncomfortable because he was smack talking. He was smack talking with everyone. Dad, other players, like D&D in general, and it was multiple times he was like, get to the mic, and I'm like, if I could just sit you down and be like, hey man, so this is not a because at one point I literally said, like, he's like, this is not a script, and he's like, no, he's not following a script, he's improv, because it's roleplay. What do you want them to do?
Okay.
Anywho.
I think we should be good.
Alright, cool.
Close to when we start. I'm not sure what I'll talk to again close to that, but we can back up. If something does happen or we actually do out or something like that, I would talk to
Text Zac. You're on stage, but your phone is the hotspot. Text me, and I'll tell the guy.
Right. Yeah. Because you recognize Jason.
Yeah.
Do you still have Discord on your phone? Because I don't actually have your phone number.
That works too.
You shouldn't try to talk to me while I'm on stage.
No, I
won't be able to do anything.
Shoot. I was thinking that forwarding, but yeah, I got Discord.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
Because you are to your dad as he is to me. Essentially.
Yeah, we're the head.
Yes, he's my son. I'm just kidding. Alright, I gotta.
Papa, Papa.
Oh, he's already abandoned you.
On my own.
It's because you were disappointed. Oh, because we were, I guess, I don't know, I thought you threw this away.
Because you put them in there and so you gotta make them away.
It was so good.
I was going to go out and eat this so I wasn't breaking rules. Let's go talk.
I feel
Even more awkward? Okay, I feel like you should see some
Hey.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
hungry as heck.
I've been hovering.
Oh.
I heard. No, Zach's filled me in also.
Okay.
Don't feel awkward for standing up for your space. If he's the one that has the problem, then he can leave.
I didn't say anything to anybody.
Yes, I did some helicopter parenting.
Okay, great.
Honestly, you shouldn't have to put up with it. Period. So.
Because he wasn't talking to me. That's what the awkward part was. He wasn't talking to me. But it was like.
But it's the same as bashing Pride while being right next to the event. You know, it's the same. It's the same deal. You're good.
It was so funny because Jason was like when they came up, he was like, "I'm sorry, we don't have headphones for you." I'm like, "No, it's okay." Because the thing is, like, I'm not just some random guy. I'm used to working up there. That's my space. I'm used to cons. I mean, I feel like the funniest conversations can happen over cons. I'm just not used to them being smack talk conversations. Like when I was fun story, when I was working tech at my school, my tech teacher, huge Mets fan, and he was working tech, and then my other teacher, immediate teacher, was working video.
Right.
And so I was in the middle camera, so he was telling me like what to do with the camera. And it was the most hilarious thing when at one point the Mets were having a good season that year, and he's like, yes, and all right, that person's doing a much better job, unlike the Mets. And then my tech teacher comes out, and he's like, Kevin, I am so angry at you. How dare you do such an awful thing? And then one of my other friends on comms was like, is this relevant to the show, or?
How dare you? The Mets are not doing good.
But these are the funny moments on tech comms where you get like silly conversations.
Because everybody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, and everyone's having a lighthearted time.
But yeah, but that's tis the spirit of it. As long as it's lighthearted, as long as it's actually like this intends and we're talking about this, not just like, oh yeah, this is so stupid. Oh my god, you believe that?
He was seeing it from a different perspective, so there were multiple times like, you could just do this thing. I'm like, but it's theater of the mind, right? Like people are supposed to be mad. Anyhow.
All I have to say, you're in the right. Don't sweat it. And if it feels more awkward, that's his problem. And you can tell us, and we can take care of his problem.
Well, it's like, when they came up there, I was like, oh, I didn't need to start anything. I was just texting my mom. Like I was sending my mom full-on quotes of what he was saying.
It's a good.
Do you guys want to just go outside a little bit, just to, like see outside, and maybe find a place to sit? Great job.
Great job, man.
Thank you.
Take care.
Again, great shirt.
Good job.
Oh, thanks. Trying my best.
As I have the shirt, I want to build a Bellow Commander deck. Yes. Do I want to deal with those interactions? No. Do I want trash pandas? Yes.
I say, how many raccoons are printed at this point? Probably not a lot, right?
Bloomberg was our biggest.
Yeah.
And that literally, I think, has both ones that can be.
And I was gonna say, like, for me, it was a blessing when Bloomburrow came out, because I was like, oh, there are finally enough frogs to make an actual, almost fully themed frog deck. And like, there's some spells that have frogs in them now, right? And then, like,
Polywog.
Yes. And so yeah, I do have a frog commander deck, because it's like, oh, well, if I'm gonna like embrace the frog aspect of what I do for my job, like, yes, I'm gonna have a frog commander. Like,
you have to.
And I do, objectively, as a competitive player, I do enjoy Blink strategies because I think they are quite strong. But
I was in my mind thinking, okay, Helga or Glarb, Helga or Glarb.
Well, so the funny thing is, spiritually, I want is it Glarb, right? Like,
Glarb's Sultai. Yeah.
Oh, who's the other one?
Helga.
Flubs?
Flubs is Tamara, yes.
Yes. That's what I'm thinking of, right? I was like, spiritually, that's what I really want, but I'm like, it doesn't really lend itself to the most of the frogs that they printed.
Because then
right?
you'll frog, discard a frog, discard a frog.
Exactly. Like, at least Helga is somewhat aligned with adding mana to play more frogs that self-bounce, right? So, and then I'm the annoying person who puts in stuff like Panharmonicon, and
I mean, you gotta have a link.
Come on, like, if someone over there is going to be doing some crazy infinite artifact shenanigans, yes, I'm going to enjoy my Cloud Blazer trace.
That's me. I'm I sack this artifact, grabs this one back to the battlefield, I sack this one, and now I recast.
No, I was like, when that kid asked what's your favorite deck, and I'm like, oh god.
Why do I have to pick? I can't pick between my children.
And do I want to be like a Spike and be like, actually I play Burn in Legacy and Modern. I actually don't play to have fun.
My favorite deck is actually Magda. I just burn everybody out and City of Fire and Kingdom.
Right, like I am that annoying person who I'm just like, no, I'm gonna try to kill you in like 3 or 4 turns, and you can tell me if you have an answer for that or not. But that's for trying to win money and win, right?
Oh no, I feel it. I am very much the Spellslinger combo. I will use Citadel, go down to 1 life, and hope to God that I win. But one of my favorite pet decks, Ruby Daring Tracker.
Oh, I don't know that card.
So she's a 2-mana dork, red and green, that taps, adds red or green, and when she attacks, if you're attacking with a power 4 or greater, she gets buffed. The deck's not about that. It is literally turn 1, drop a land, turn 2, get Ruby, turn 3, drop a 4-mana ramp spell, and then I'm bomb after bomb after bomb.
Just off the races. Yeah, I mean, because red-green has really, I feel like, it used to be big gruel creatures, but I feel like ramping intensely and dropping huge either landfall benefiting cards or just like huge threats, right?
This one's very much ramp to my threats and just start. Here's Haruspex Biotitan. Here's Diamond Weapon. Here's Jumbo Cactar. Have fun. Oh, I can swing with the Jumbo Cactar because I'm Birdgrass Scout.
I see. Okay. Yeah,
it's very much. I'm just going to turbo and hope that nobody makes me step on the brakes.
And then it's sad. I don't need to.
You're good. Okay. You live in the area? Not the San Francisco area, but North Bay. Mission Bay.
So you don't go too well?
Not too well. Where are you trying to go?
I'm trying to find the closest Starbucks.
Oh. I do know this. I went there this morning.
I have been sent on a mission to go there.
I soon will be on a mission to grab some snacks.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I can follow you out if you want.
Yes.
Kind of,
please.
Okay. I'll come because I do want to just hear where it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Excellent.
chat. I know that you're on break, as we are on break. I love you all. I hope everything is well. I saw Prince Justin. I saw Craigery. I saw Big Boss. I think I saw Effect Life. It's good to see you all. And we'll be back at about a half hour at 2, and we will keep going with this. So thank you all, and I'll see you in a bit.
Do you want me to grab you anything for food? Because I was going to go on a little bit of a track to find what's around.
To find what's around?
Yeah.
I guess. I think my family's outside having some pizza or something with themselves, but yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know what there is out there. We don't know. None of us know. Yeah, I mean, I'm easy. If there's something like a hamburger or something that you see that's available, that would be great. Yeah, and I'll pay whatever you might need. So.
No worries.
Okay.
We can deal with that bridge when we have to cross it.
Okay.
But I'll look for something.
Sounds good. Thanks. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I use this with a power bank, but it's better to have an actual plug-in that I can do. Lovely. Well, this is the highest quality that Souvenir Shop can buy. But so far it's okay. I got it's a high capacity, so I was able to fill this up and fill up like another phone, and it was still only half done, so not bad. But I certainly am not familiar with the whatever the heck the brand was. I think it was just like Power Bank, like that tremendous brand known as Power Bank. It says Power Bank. So, all right. Right, I'm going to go find the family and see if we can get their food, and I shall be back. All right.
Nope. Still open. There's a suggestion that it's too far away back here for people to see clearly. So I'm wondering about whether
you want to park it in a seat.
Yeah, or either that or put it off to the side of the stage, like clicking like this. I don't know if the tech people are going to be mad.
Yeah, we've had an issue with one of the tech persons kind of being an asshole a little bit. You'll hear about that later. It's not anything to do with us, but anyway. I would say not on the stage, but if you want to get it, park it in a seat or something. The only thing is that what's convenient about this is that you have this.
Yeah. So I have my power bank, but all right. Well, I think it'll do for now. This was kind of an add-on anyway. Like as I told everybody, I wasn't sure this was going to be live streamed, so the fact that it's happening at all is good.
Right.
So and it's still running in case we have anything we want to say that's of a private nature. But looks good so far.
Yep.
So.
All right. I just hope people show up.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I mean, again, like
the obstructive
is not helping.
Yeah.
But I mean, what are we going to do? Like, we'll be careful next time. Remember that and be specific about it. And the folks that were here, seem to be having a good time.
Yeah.
But we need to, that's just stuff that we'll learn for next time in terms of how to get more things out and people.
Yeah, and not plan it for this weekend.
Right. Yeah.
Which I and Jason and the library didn't put together 2 and 2 together. But
yeah.
So,
but it's fine.
Anyway,
as long as the folks in the library think it's cool.
Yes.
Feel like they got something good out of it. So.
Yeah. And then for the games at the end. I still didn't have time to put together any particular plan for that. The boxes haven't been opened or anything at all.
So I think we'll just ask for people until they're ready. Like make sure to let people know. Don't leave without picking up and being able to do something. So
otherwise, I think we'll be fine.
Okay. And your teens seem
they're all good.
They're all good. Good.
The teens are all right. Or the kids are all right.
The kids are all right. Yeah.
Not as.
Yeah. No, that's great. They went to Clea and kids went to this thing called like the Cuisine Cafe, and I was like, oh, it's no problem. I can just get there. And then I was like, oh well, the phone's live streaming, so I probably can't actually quite get there. Which is fine. Like Antonio's out getting food for people anyway, so like I will. I had some food this morning. I'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I tend to do better if I fast before events.
Often the same. Yeah. Because or when people bring me a plate of food, even if I'm streaming, they like right while I'm streaming, I'm like I can't like concentrating on this.
Yeah. When I have IBS, my body's like, oh, it's go time. We're in war mode. All right, purge the system. Yeah. So I can't eat anything.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right. Well, cool. I'm gonna look outside.
Okay.
I have a feeling we're gonna get a lot of people, but they're just gonna be exceptionally late. I don't know, but
yeah, it could be.
So we'll see. Hi guys, welcome in. We're chilling right now. Here's the programs. There you are. Please take one. Welcome in. You can have a program as well if you want. And take a seat anywhere. People are going to be filtering in.
Not a burger. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Of course. Do you want anything? Or I can run out and grab something from Starbucks.
Oh wait. No, not that.
Technically, no.
I shall.
Who's going to see?
You can go to the green room.
It's true. Your teens are in there. I can go out here, can't I? Like, as long as I'm outside the HR. I'll just do that. Because you're not starting for another 15 minutes anyway, so.
Yeah.
Thanks, Antonio. How are you?
Of course. I'm gonna go to the. Are the teens in the green? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll go out there. Yeah, we have 9 minutes till we're on. That people are going to be pretty late coming back.
Yeah,
and then there's a whole bunch of other people. So
parking, because I was going to park in the, sorry, I take it back. To park in the parking garage.
Yeah.
But yeah, pulled up to that street, and it was closed off, and then I realized like, oh shit,
Yeah.
it's Saturday or Friday.
Yeah.
And so then I had to like go up into the Tenderloin, and I found a spot on Spot Hero that was like a hotel, which when I got there it looked like the hotel was closed down, but like the parking lot was still like a private parking lot. And I parked there and it was only like $20. But that was actually the second place that I tried, because I was like going down another street and there was like a parking garage, and it let me book on Spot Hero, but then when I got there they had signs that said like parking garage full.
Yeah. Huh.
So
this is Greg's live stream. He's just set up his phone to live stream it. But then the main camera up guy is right there, and then there's one other guy that'll be in the tech booth. But anyway.
Well, I brought my camera and my Polaroid.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you want to do. I don't know if you'll be able to get close to the stage. I mean, probably, but you don't
I'll probably
necessarily
try
need
to
to.
do it from my seat and just get something like more centered.
Great. So yeah, I think we'll be good. Teens are in the green room, so.
Okay.
But yeah, given how close, and I think people are going to be late, so I'm gonna chat with them. It'll probably be, we might get a late start, like 2:05 or 10 or something like that. But
You're going for 3 hours.
we're gonna take a break halfway through. But, so, all right, I'll go figure that out. Okay, I shall see you. Thanks for coming. planters are all set and ready to read. Yeah. So we're ready to start. It's just all the morning folks were like, yeah, we're going to come back. And then, so, I don't know. I think it's just the chaos of what's outside. It's
There's one
forever apart. And,
There's one entrance.
yeah. Oh, they only shut.
It's only Barkin and I is only.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, gosh. So you have to go through this.
Really? Great. Okay. Okay. All right, let me show you the maps and stuff. But yeah, we're thinking like 210 or so. We'll start things up.
Are you controlling from your Mac, from your computer?
The visuals for the most part. What she is doing is the only thing I can control is how zoomed in or out the map is. And so when I transition to a new map, it'll be like a magnifying lens when you need to zoom out or like if a character's going on. That's all. All right. But
So
I'm cueing the
I'm
music
like
and
camera
everything.
up,
She's
but
basically a
for
camera op for the
Roll20.
virtual stuff.
Which is much appreciated.
Yeah.
So the most comfortable up there.
Yeah. We chatted and it's okay. I think.
Okay.
So.
I
But
felt awkward for starting everything.
She works in tech all the time as well, and I know it's like imposing on their space and everything, but it shouldn't be obtrusive.
Right. Work together.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me show you all that.
Yeah. It's a lot of characters. Almost too many, I will say.
Hi guys. So yes, it is 2 o'clock, but the other thing that's happening right now, it is Pride weekend, as I'm sure you saw outside. There's a lot of things going on. Civic Center is really blocked up right now, and so we've been chatting with people that are like, we're here, we're almost here, we're trying to get in. So to try to cater to that, we're starting closer to 210 or so, just letting people filter in, but people will probably still be filtering in as we're getting going. But yeah, we'll get started soon. Hey guys. Hey. Welcome in. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be getting started soon.
Okay. Sit back here.
Right here.
How was the morning? The morning was great. Yeah. We had a crowd of almost 30 people or so. So yeah, here's a program if you would like.
Thank you.
There's some other kids sitting there too, or up in the front. But yeah, thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah,
of course.
sure.
Yeah.
stack for the second half. I just want to thank a few folks. First of all, I want to thank everybody at the San Francisco Public Library. This is an literally an amazing place, and a really cool place to be able to do this. So thank you to the SFPL for making it happen, and to all the staff who have been kind and supportive and all that stuff. It includes the tech folks who have done amazing work. Thank you. It really makes a difference for us. I also want to thank the scientists from this morning from the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation who came out for this, and to Megan McCurdy, who is the communications and PR director there, and who's been super supportive of what we've done with them, and they were part of the group that made it possible to get the scientists here, so I wanted to thank them also. And most of all, I want to thank all of you for being here and watching this. It should be a lot of fun. It was this morning, and I think it will be this afternoon also. So it's now my great pleasure to reverse roles, and instead of being introduced, to introduce somebody else. And that is our beloved Zac Clay. Zac is a professional dungeon master. He is an educator, a musician, a voice actor, and a youth program leader from the Bay Area. He is a percussionist by trade who spent years teaching drum lines and working with young musicians before bringing that same blend of creativity, structure, performance, and mentorship into tabletop role-playing games. He leads Dungeons & Dragons programming at this very library, can confirm. I've seen where he's done it. It's really cool. Including serving as program lead for the library's D&D internship program, where he mentors teens as they become dungeon masters and storytellers themselves, and you're going to see some of those teens today in just a minute. In the broader D&D community, he has also worked at a national level. He has dungeon mastered on Critical Role, one of the most popular and influential Dungeons & Dragons actual play shows in the world. He is also a credited consultant for the 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide, which is the official Dungeon Master guidebook for Dungeons & Dragons. He is one of 12 members of D&D's Community Advisory Group for 2026. He is also largely responsible for all the logistical work that was done out here and setting up with all the staff here. So, and he's also an awesome person, I just want to say. And so it is my great pleasure to introduce and bring out Zac Clay, who is going to DM and introduce the teens for them. So please, we got some applause.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back, and I hope you all are excited for our double feature, our second event today. So as Greg mentioned as part of the intro, one of the programs that we've had running here at SFPL for a few years now is a youth internship program where we have juniors and seniors in high school who come to work on their craft of storytelling and dungeon mastering, and I serve as their mentor. And as part of that, we also run a children's program where we have kids ages 8 to 12 who play D&D on Sundays. Some of those very kids I see in the audience. Thanks for coming. Hope you guys have a fun time. And so, we thought it would be fun to do a little live D&D event where I run D&D for a selection of those teams. And so I think without any further ado, we're going to get started. I'm going to invite onto the stage our 4 players for our next little 3-hour event. We will be taking a little intermission about halfway through, but please, onto the stage, please. Twine Goddard, Max McGinn, Benjamin Neiman, and Turk Smith. Everyone, please, welcome to the stage. All right, y'all. Get some seats. Warm up your dice. Get out of your way. Okay. And we'll get us all set up here with a nice little intro into this world that we're entering. So, Dungeons & Dragons. I know there are a lot of you here that are very familiar with D&D. I've played many, many, many sessions. Perhaps your characters have defeated dragons, entered dungeons, or any other thing. Perhaps you've lost a character over time. But a lot of what we will be doing today is going on an adventure. These 4 lovely players have all been interns at this very library and have run D&D, in fact, for some of our patrons in the audience right here. And part of what we'll be doing, this adventure that I will be running, I originally conceived of on a vacation to Hawaii. So things are going to get a little tropical and mystical and strange and mysterious here. And I'll see beautiful and bright over a cloudy blue sky. A few snow-white egrets, these seabirds, slowly fly into our line of sight. Something I'm going to ask of you guys throughout our event today is to provide some sound effects. I love some of my sound effects at home. I need your guys' help to provide those. So, I see a few snow-white seabirds, some egrets, which sound like...
Go, go, go! No, look at here, look at here!
We look up and I hope the birds are okay. Yeah, as these seabirds are flying away, our vision begins to sink lower and lower until the sun is suddenly swallowed by gray mist and clouds that envelop our vision. Overcast fog hangs ominously around, as is wont to do in our very own city here, and dew droplets cling to our vision, the sound of rain pelting our ears. And then finally, that sound of rain pelting our ears. Really wonderful. And then finally, that mist begins to clear. Our vision twirls downward, and we see it. A village nestled among palm trees and sandy beaches, wooden and thatched roofs of old, well-crafted buildings adorned with garlands. And so we see a vision of this place, this island with a few ships docked on its outside. All of our adventurers here are on a ship on their way to the island of Kawa. And so as each of you are on the ship, we see it sails into a village at nighttime. You can see a few things as you are approaching the village. Before we even get to know these players, I'm going to ask you to pick up a 20-sided die, a d20. And I would like everyone to make a perception check. We'll see who's making these perceptions soon. But we'll go and start with Turk. What did you roll? Oh, make sure your mic is on so that everyone can hear what you just rolled.
I rolled a nat 1.
A natural 1. Okay. Whenever someone rolls a natural 1, that means they rolled a 1 on a 20-sided die, the lowest possible thing you could ever roll. And so I'd like to establish if someone ever rolls a nat 1, I would love for the audience to go, "Aww." Aww. Yeah. I'm so sick. Max, what did you get?
I rolled 3, and that is a +6 to perception, so a 9.
A 9. Okay, so respectable. Ben?
I got an 11.
Okay, and Twine?
I got a 4.
Oh.
I had advantage, so.
You had advantage?
I have the equalize.
And you got a 4 on advantage? Oh, okay. Great. So, not the most perceptive. Maybe some of those seabirds from earlier, which sound like are maybe pooping in your eyes, and you can't see very well. But I'll say, gosh, so the highest roll was an 11?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so most of you, as we see these strange characters, we don't see exactly what they look like yet or who they are, but as our vision is kind of bound to theirs, I suppose, Ben, we see through your character's eyes as you're approaching the village a few things. Your ship is docking here. You see that there's a warship that is docked outside of this village. Heavy ballista, these large, basically like siege weaponry crossbows are aboard the ship. It looks ready for war. You can see that there's a massive ogre that is aboard the back of the ship who's spearfishing with a massive crossbow. You see that there are other villagers that are fishing as well. And the night here and the cool, sort of warm air is nice enough for people to be enjoying the beach, but there's sort of a somber air as you all are approaching this village here. You can see there's mournful decorations, flowers of darker colors, as if there's something dark and sad happening here in this place. And so we see each of your characters stepping off of the boat, and I suppose I'll begin with the most perceptive of the group. Ben, could you please describe for us what your character looks like and who they are?
Okay, so my character is Barbarian, and he's the mightiest wizard in all the lands. He's actually a barbarian, except he thinks he's a wizard. And he has a large, hulking frame. He has green skin, wizard hat and a big axe that he refers to as his wand. Yeah.
Okay. And so we see Barbarian exit off into the town. Not shortly thereafter, Dwight, could you tell us what we see? Who is your character?
I am Lars Hoskins, and I am a rogue by trade. I am a man of the people, and I am out here to seek glory, treasure, and revelry. I am a halfling, about this big, I'm dressed in, the traditional light armor, leather armor, with my trusty blowgun and my daggers on my sides.
Wonderful. As we see Lars, the halfling, step off the boat at a much smaller stature than the large orc barbarian that stepped off a moment ago, we see Max, your character. Could you tell us who they are and what we see?
You see the character Marek the Generous, who is a human cleric. They wear, I'll say, a green tunic over a white shirt with some brown pants. They appear very anxious and kind of hesitant to step off the boat.
Okay. And then following at the back of the group, the least perceptive at this very moment, Turk, who do we see?
We see Dr. Charlie Chamaster wobble off the boat, rather seasick. They are an elven noble with a bright white robe, and their hand idly scratches the neck of a large pastel blue sphinx with large feathered wings.
And so we see as each of you step off the boat here, the reason why you have come to this island and what brings us to this adventure today is that there was a notice on a bounty board, or a quest board, I might say. This village of Kawa, named of the island where it resides, recently had tragedy strike. The counselors of the village of Kawa are said to have died in an accident. And there was a request for people from outside the village to come and for them to take a look at what happened, what mystery was behind that accident, and why it took place. And so we see as each of you step off of the boat, there are some villagers that are kind of looking and regarding you strangely as you step off and eventually find your way towards a beautiful plaza, this staired shrine with candles littered over it, and meeting you there, you see an older woman, also a halfling, like Lars, and you see as she appears, she is in the middle of addressing group in front of her, some other villagers, and she says to this group,
"They were the wisest, strongest, and most skilled of our people, trusted with responsibilities of keeping our village prosperous and safe."
And you hear some nods and some agreement among the crowd as she speaks to everyone. She says,
I suppose I should introduce these newcomers. Please, everyone, return to what you were doing before.
and you see the villagers kind of spread out from this shrine area as this elder approaches you. And she says to each of you,
Well, are you all the adventurers that have come to help with what has happened to our island?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we've heard of your plight and we wish to help.
I appreciate it. And there will be some gold in it for you. I know adventurers love gold and all that.
she looks about and she says,
It's an interesting group that you have.
she looks over at Dr. Charlie Chamaster, and you have this small little sphinx cat with you. She looks down and she says,
Is that a cat?
His name is Saute. He's lovely.
Saute?
Yes.
Okay. Like what you do to vegetables or meat?
Never heard of that.
I understand.
Very good, Cat. She looks over at Marek, the generous, and she says, "Are you not a thief or anything, or a warlock, or?"
No, of course not. I'm here to help in any way that I can.
What do you do? Do you have magic, or do you?
Yes, I can heal.
You can heal.
I can heal. Is there anyone injured or anyone who
Not
needs
yet.
help?
And hopefully not ever, but
Well, in case there is.
I see. And she looks over and she says to Lars, she says, another halfling. And she says, now you do look like you know your way about magic, right? I can see those, wait, are those blades at your side?
Yes.
Oh. And is that a blowgun?
Yes.
Do you know how to use that?
Yes. I am a master of many weapons. I have been practiced for many years.
Wonderful. She looks over and sees Barbarian. Now, you look in your full garb as though you are a wizard.
Not really. All he has is like a pointy wizard hat and like a glued on beard. Everything else is like a barbarian's attire.
Okay. She looks over at Bar and she says, are you, I see your hat and that well-kept beard that you have there.
Thank you.
And the weapon at your side is an axe. Is that correct?
It is nice.
She says, what are you trying to be?
What do you mean? I am a wizard.
You're a wizard.
The mightiest wizard in all of the lands.
Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
You telling me this, and I have to go with it.
Can you show me a spell?
Ooh, you should cast catapult on me.
Oh, yes. I cast catapult, and I launch Lars.
Okay. Give me a roll. We'll call this athletics.
Okay.
Can I roll to stick the landing?
Sure. Give me acrobatics.
Athletics. I got 23.
23.
15.
Okay.
No, 25.
For those that are unfamiliar with D&D, the general scale of difficulty in this game is, you on a 20-sided die, which is what we use for most things. We go from 1 to 20. You just got a 23 rolling up, and you go and stick the landing. So you cast catapult. Now, to be clear, there's no magic here at all. You just grab. Can you describe to us what this looks like?
Yeah, so I grab Lars and I just hug her. Oh, sorry, him.
I go soaring through the air, and halfway through I do a backflip, and I stick the landing perfectly, and I bow to the old lady.
She looks over and she says, I will never question your spells ever again. Thanks, it was great. She looks at you all and she says, I won't waste any more of your time. Our village has been, it's in a state of mourning at this time. Our villagers and our council in particular came upon a sad fate, although there is some context that I believe would be helpful for your quest ahead of you. You see, on the mountain of the ancestors that overlooks our village, you see she gestures up towards this mountain. It's kind of covered in trees, this beautiful forest with some birds flying overhead and like movements and shadows. And you see on that mountain is a magical stone known as the Oracle Stone. For generations, it has been tradition for our village's council to trek up the summit of the mountain and receive guidance from the Oracle Stone. For any who touch it, receive a vision of the past, present, and the future, or the true answer to any question they may ask. When our most recent council ascended the mountain and visited the stone, it showed them that a neighboring island called Atara was actually inhabited. And that island's people needed our help. That is why our council went on a sailing expedition to the island to attempt to make peaceful first contact. Only our council members never returned. A few days after they left, the wreckage of their ship washed up on our shores.
That is why we are in mourning. She says, we believe that the people of that neighboring island attacked our council members and destroyed their ship. Our island's army general, Hoku, wishes to sail his battalion of archers to the island to avenge our people. Most of us are in favor of this. However, I wish to be sure. Normally the council must approve military action, but with them gone, the decision is left to me before new councillors are appointed. And I agree that they should be avenged, but I want to be sure of what happened before I send General Hoku to sail for war. Usually the privilege of using the Oracle Stone is reserved for our councillors, but I ask that you ascend the mountain, find the Oracle Stone, and ask it to tell you the truth of what happened to our council, what happened to their ship. And when you return with the truth, I will know then what decision to make. She looks across at you and she says, I thought adventurers would be suited to this task because there are many dangerous creatures that are out in the jungle. There are tigers, which generally sound like... They sound like that, but with usually a little more ferocity, like they're trying to kill you. And sometimes there are monkeys in the jungle as well. Those are usually pretty friendly. You might be able to make friends with them, actually. But there might be some dangers. So, that is the task. We have this stone that has guided us for some time. We wish for you all to go up there and ask it to tell you what has happened.
Can I roll for history if I know anything about this other like neighboring village?
Sure. I would say you need a history check.
Can I roll insight?
That is an 8.
Yes. An 8.
Yes.
And Twine, tell me what you get.
22.
Okay. So with the 8 on history, like checking your character's knowledge of history, if you know anything about this neighboring island, Kawa, where you are, and Atara, this neighboring island, are rather far off of the coast of the main continent, where most of you are from. Yeah, you don't know too much. Many of these islands are considered unexplored, and according to some other nations and things, uninhabited, which sometimes is true or not. But yeah, you don't know too much. As Lars, you make an insight check. This is the skill that we use if we're trying to determine if someone is lying to us or what their intentions are. And you got a 22. This NPC, this nice lady who still hasn't provided her name yet, she's going to make a check behind the board here, and it's either persuasion if she's telling the truth, or it could be deception if she's lying or covering up any information. Okay. Your read on this so far, you sense that she is genuinely concerned, and that so far she seems to be telling the truth. Was there anything in specific that you were curious about?
I mean, I was really just trying to get a general read, but I guess specifically, like if she's being honest about the dangers of our venture forth.
You get the sense that there is something that she may not be telling you about that mountain and the trek to the mountain. The thought of tigers and monkeys and other strange things seems to be true, but...
Is there anything else we should be wary of on our adventure?
She looks at you and she says, well, that mountain is known for 2 things. It is known for the Oracle Stone, which you are to go to. It is also known, though, several decades, almost 100 years ago, a phoenix emerged from the peak of that mountain, and it wreaked havoc on our village. I will not bore you with the details and the long lore of it here, but if you wish to know more, there is a statue at the edge of our village as you were to go on the path up the mountain. You could learn more. But
that phoenix is usually, when it appeared last and threatened our ancestors, it was preceded by a great smoke and rumbling from the mountain itself. We have no reason to believe that the phoenix will arise again, so it should be safe to go up there. What was that? What?
Nothing. And what is your name, miss?
My name is Elder Kali. Nice to meet you. Oh, I didn't get your names, I don't think.
My name is Marek the Generous.
The Generous? Is this a title bestowed upon you?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately?
Yes. Let's not get into it.
Okay, alright. You are?
Dr. Chemaster.
Dr. Chemaster.
For Dr. Tartar.
Oh, and your cat, Saute, yes, right. And you are?
I am Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Yes, my first name Bar, last name Barian.
Wonderful.
I'm Lars.
Lars. Well, I thank you for your help in this, but suddenly there's a rumble from across the courtyard. Could I get some foot stomps and rumbling sounds? There is a rumble from across the courtyard. Some stones move, some birds squawk and fly out of the way. A particularly distressed bird flies away. Thank you. And you all see emerging out from the edge of the courtyard as Elder Polly. She looks over, and you can see that there is some sort of large stone golem that has emerged out from the edge of the courtyard. And she says, oh dear, I don't know what that is. And she backs away. As this golem appears, it stomps forward, breaking apart one of the stone columns of the courtyard. And she says, it must be from the ruins on the mountain or something. I guess, let's see if you adventurers are worth your mettle. And I need all of you to roll initiative, please.
Can I also do an Arcana check on this?
I got a nat 1.
A nat 1.
Also got a nat 1.
You also got a nat 1.
Mine's a 5 total. I have a +4.
Okay. Alright, I will move us now to take a look at what is happening. So here is the courtyard. We have our characters here. We have our halfling, Lars Hoskins, who is approaching with daggers ready. Marek the Generous, our cleric. We have Barbarian with his axe at the ready. Dr. Charlie Chemaster, and of course the wonderful cat, Saute, who is this floating spectral. This is a familiar for those that are familiar with Dungeons and Dragons. It's a summoned creature. And then across the way, you all can see to the north there is this rampaging statue which looks like this. As it emerges out from the edge of the forest, the elder colleague says,
Please help.
and as it approaches, we're going to get those initiatives and see how the group does. Alright, so for initiatives, we had 2 natural ones. It was okay.
Mine's a 5 total.
It's going to be a 2 total for me.
A 2.
I got an 8.
An 8.
14.
Well, at least someone has good dice.
And then Lars, what did you get again?
5 total.
5. I will roll for this rampaging monument. It got a 17 on the die. Initiative, this is the order that we kind of go in combat. And so we can see for our map as well, if we were to scroll up a little bit, you'll see across from the characters is awaiting the monument that is approaching you. And so, as initiative was rolled, this monument that has appeared, it rolled the highest, it got a 17.
What about Saute?
Oh,
That's a good question.
yeah, roll for your cat.
13 plus 3, 16.
16, just under. Let me see if this stone golem is slow or something. It is. So it has a dex of 9, which means -1, so it also got a 16. let's both roll again. Oh wait, no, you have a plus. You have a +3. I'll say Saute is the very first to act in combat.
Should I get the Arcana check now, or?
Yes, go ahead and give me an Arcana check as you look at this thing.
That is a 9.
A 9. You take a look across, and you're trying to understand what this statue's doing, what its deal is. You can see that in between some of its joints, it may not be depicted here necessarily, but in between some of its joints, there is this very faint, like greenish blue light, and there is a sound of this like magical aura that sounds sort of like a. Can I get a from the audience? Yeah, you hear that sound coming from inside of the golem's body, as though it's being powered by magic. And as that is there, that means Saute is up first. And so, Saute, you have not teleported back there. There you go. Your little cat is going to do what?
Saute is going to courageously fly and dash towards the adversary.
Okay.
80 foot total.
80 feet total, okay. In D&D, kind of its origin as a war game, you have all these markers of distance and movement. And so Saute, with 80 feet of movement, we watch as this little cat flies up with its wings and flies over towards this monument. And what is Saute going to do?
That's his main action to dash. So Saute will simply be ready. Saute is very brave.
Okay. Saute is brave and ready. Okay, great. So your cat runs up in front of this giant statue. It stands there. Does it like hiss or threaten it, or?
It hisses. It's very vicious.
Okay. Can you make it? Oh yes. Can I get a hiss from the audience, please? Yes. As this cat hisses, we then see it is the statue's turn. It looks down. You hear this as it looks down towards your cat, and you see that bluish green glow that I described from before turns red as it raises a hand, and this rampaging, strange stone golem is going to try to slam down on top of your cat. And so, I'm going to make a roll here. What is Saute's armor class?
13.
13. Okay. This golem adds only a +3 to its attack. It got a 12 on the die, so that is a 15, which would hit. And on a hit. I know, Saute, no! It's going to deal to you 2d6. Alright, plus its strength. So that is going to be 10 points of damage as.
I'm going to have that damage with my investment of the Chainmaster.
Okay.
Saute steels themselves to fight harder in my name.
Can you describe to us what does it look like? You basically use your reaction as a warlock to prevent some of the damage to your special familiar cat. What does that look like?
You can see as Dr. Chainmaster raises their hand and goes, "Oh, you'll be fine, Saute." Saute steels themselves to make this true and only takes half damage.
Okay, so that'll be 5 points of damage to Saute. We see as the golem slams down that Saute kind of clips the edge of Saute's wings. But Saute is steeled by your resolve and your support as a loyal warlock master. It doesn't budge. The golem sort of looks down and goes, and the golem is going to continue moving forward, and it is going to move past Saute and approach the rest of the group.
Did Saute get an opportunity attack?
Yes, yeah, when characters separate away from each other, they can make an opportunity attack. So go ahead and make an attack.
That's an 11 hit.
An 11 against this giant stone golem. It does have hard stone skin, but it is very large and not hard to hit. The AC of this golem, it's also not very dexterous. So the AC of this particular golem is 10. That hits. Nicely done.
It's going to be 12 damage from Saute.
12 damage from Saute. So, and the golem did 10 that you have to fight. So your cat just did more damage to the golem. Okay, can you just, does
see Saute's claws shimmer with a radiant light as they strike on the back leg of this golem.
Wow. All right, so the golem sort of like goes down and audience, could I get a big like slamming smash sound? Like, yeah, slams down on Saute. Saute kind of goes out of the way. As the golem is continuing to move past, Saute claws at its back, and you see some of the stone comes loose, and one of the joints, kind of where the knee meets the lower part of the leg, comes loose, and you can see that red, green, blue magic is sort of starting to glitch out at the bottom there. That definitely hurt it. Okay, that leads us then, that's the golem, that is Saute. That means at a 14, it's actually still you, Dr. Probably Domestic. That was all reactions. It's now your actual turn. Yeah, the rest of you can just sit here and watch for it.
Sorry.
You're good.
I'm going to move away from the golem.
Wise.
And back up from that. And I'm going to... I can't make something move. So I'm going to cast Plant Growth. I'm going to try to cast Plant Growth.
Okay. Can you describe to me what plant growth does?
Plant Growth, you create the spell channels vitality of plants. The casting time you use determines whether the spell has the overgrown or the enrichment effect below. You use the overgrown, choose a point within range while normal plants in 100-foot radius sphere centered on that point become thick and overgrown. A creature moving through that area must spend 4 feet of movement for every 1 foot it moves. This can exclude 1 or more areas of any size within the spell's area from being affected.
Okay. So you create this like overgrown mass of tangled vines and roots and so on. And I imagine you're putting it over where the golem is. Okay, great. So I'll move that. And you tangle up the golem like this. As you cast plant growth, we see all the vines and moss that are growing around the edges of this beautiful courtyard are summoned to your will as you. We get like vine growing, gnarling sounds moving around and cover the golem. So, does it have any immediate effect? I know it probably.
It just invites its movement, so
got it.
I'll have a harder time moving next turn.
Will it have to make some sort of save, like or against being restrained or something like that? You can look into.
It doesn't say so.
Okay, great. So that'll slow its movement, which definitely is important as this thing is going to continue to try to destroy stuff. Okay. Anything else for you? Any bonus action? Okay. All right. That then leads us to Barbarian with Lars on deck, and then Mark after that. What do we see Barbarian do?
You see Barbarian, he like grabs his axe, he's like, I cast inflict wounds. And he like slams his axe against the stone golem.
Amazing. Okay, great. Give me an attack roll. Are you going to attack recklessly as a barbarian?
Barbarian, you're not a wizard.
I am a wizard. And he enters the rage.
Okay. Very good. Can we get a rage sound from everyone? Yeah.
That's how it sounds like, yeah. So he enters a rage, which is something he can do because he very much is a wizard. And he is going to attack not recklessly.
Okay.
Actually,
I mean,
nah, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Okay. 18 plus 6, 24.
Yeah, that'll hit the golem.
Okay, and I'm gonna do D12 plus 5 actually, because I'm raging. So 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. All right, and let me mark here too the damage that was already dealt by Saute. There's a little red bar above the golem. You can see his health is going down ever so slightly. As Barbarian, you cast Inflict Wounds, and you pull your axe out. Back it up. Where are you aiming on the golem's body?
I'm gonna aim for the joint that was like a little loose. Like,
okay.
Right
on the lower leg.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see that claw mark that Saute had made, and you slice towards its lower leg. As you do, you watch as that right leg comes completely off. As you slice towards it, leg comes off, but the golem is still partially standing. Blue magic sort of sparks out of the bottom of where the torso is. And as that's there, you hear a cry from the elder behind you saying, "Yeah, go get him! Good job!" Wonderful. All right, Barbarian, is that your turn?
No, I have another attack.
Oh, that's right. We are level 5 in this story right here, which means characters like Barbarian get 2 attacks per turn. So, you gonna do it again?
I guess inflict wounds once more.
Okay. All right, give it a shot.
I'm gonna 8 plus 6.
Okay. An 8 plus 6.
That is 14.
A 14 will hit. Nicely done.
Okay, now I am going to actually also cast my cantrip, True Strike.
True
So I
Strike.
deal an extra d6.
Okay.
Okay, 12 plus 1 plus 5. So that is 13 plus 5, 18 points of damage.
Okay. As you slam down again against this golem, you tear into its torso. The magic glitches off of it. It is faltering to the ground, and that means that Lars, you have the perfect follow-up. What would you like to do for your turn?
I want to use Nimble Feet and hide as a bonus action to hide behind Marek.
Okay.
That is a 19.
You feel like you're pretty stealthy, yeah.
Okay, and then I want to use my blowgun to attack, I guess, just between some chinks of his armor.
Yeah. Okay, great. So since you're hidden, you have advantage on this with your blowgun darts.
I only got 7, so that's
Okay.
great.
A 7 to hit total?
Yeah.
Oh no.
So that's 7 plus 4.
Oh. Yeah, you just need a 10.
Oh, okay, wait, yeah,
Yeah,
that's succeed.
you hit. Nicely done.
Okay, then the damage is 5 piercing plus 3d6. So that's 9 plus 5 is 14. 14.
Yeah. Very good. Okay. This creature, this golem, only had 11 hit points left, and so you destroy it with a blowgun. Can you please describe for me where you're aiming and then how the blowgun kind of defeats this rampaging stone golem?
Well, I kind of like do a little somersault roll to hide behind Marek and crouch down. Marek is probably the only one who knows I'm there. This little tiny halfling crouched behind the much taller human, and I kind of peek around their leg and stuff. And with my blowgun, you hear a sound, and a single dart flies across the battlefield towards a little space between the plating of the stone, and pierces him right in whatever his heart is.
Wow. And so as that dart from the blowgun pierces into the stone golem, we hear what sounds like a core of this creature glitch and begin to break apart, which sounds like... Yeah, nicely done. As that begins to break apart, the golem then comes to a frozen rest. Marek, as you stand there, your turn having been next, your magic at the ready, the golem seems to be defeated, but perhaps there is a little cat that could use some healing.
Sure, I can definitely add some healing to Saute. Let's see what I want to do.
Saute comes up to you knowing that you were good at this kind of thing.
I can also go up to Saute. What spell do I want to use? Can I do a medicine check to see how injured Saute is?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, give me a medicine check.
It's going to be 14.
A 14. Saute looks, you see that sort of clipped wing a little bit from the golem there. It seems like even with a 14, you might be able to try to heal Saute without even having to use a bit of your magic. I mean, something like a Cure Wounds or something like that would probably work the best, but yeah.
I'll just do a quick Cure Wounds. Why not?
Okay, great. So for Cure Wounds, in this edition, you get to roll 2d8.
Beautiful.
Yeah, for the heal.
Yes. It's going to be a 10 total.
A 10? Yes. So Saute is brought up to full. Amazing. You see emerging back out the elder as she was standing and watching this. She looks out at each of you and she says,
Wow, that was stupendous. I think you all will have no trouble at all. Although I wonder if there's some indication that the jungle is in trouble, that there's something strange happening, that this ancient guardian has come to interrupt us. But
I have a question. Where does that ancient guardian usually stand? Like a statue normally, or?
Well, yes, there are a series of ruins that are further up the mountain, close to where the stone is. Usually the guardians stay up there, but we haven't seen any since, well, it's said in legend that these guardians emerge out close to the emergence of the phoenix. Well, the last time the phoenix showed up, it burned down our entire village and almost killed everyone. So probably that. Yeah, we'll check it.
Maybe it's just the one golem. Guys, let's be honest.
Maybe it got lost or something. Well, I think you all should maybe get on your way. We would like, before, as General Hoku is known to get impatient at times as he's training his archers, I think if you could get to the stone and find the answer to that question, what has happened to our counselors, you'll pass by General Hoku's camp, actually, on the way out of the village if you wish to see things, as well as a statue that gives some more history about the phoenix. Maybe that would have more answers in regards to the golem as well.
We will check in there. Thank you.
and so with that, you all begin to head out towards the exterior of the village.
Make great cover, Mark.
Thank you. I said I'm very generous.
And so as you all are heading out back into the village itself, your movements eventually lead you to this campsite here. As you're walking through the village, you can see that there are some soldiers that are posted at these watchtowers overlooking the place. And you can see as these soldiers are training, there are many orcs and humans that are preparing. They have bows and arrows and weapons, as it seems they are preparing to sail out to go avenge their people. They're preparing to sail to that neighboring island. As you're approaching this camp at the edge of the village, you can see at their head is a massive orc in full armor who says,
I want the battalion ready by tonight. We will sail into the distance and avenge our counselors.
And as you all approach, you can see that this leader spies all of you. You can see the archers with their bows and arrows training with little practice dummies in the distance. And this general approaches all of you, and he says,
The elder mentioned that outsiders were coming. I am Hoku. I command this battalion here.
Nice to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
you offer a hand.
Yes.
He gives you a handshake. Give me a quick strength check to see how well you meet his hand.
It's 15.
15, very good. You see, though, his strength is considerable.
His hand is about 5 times the size of mine.
Yeah, as he grabs your hand, he shakes it and he says,
A half have respect for your folk, but I have been raring for a true challenge of strength. In fact, I'd love a trial from each of you while you're visiting. I love when outsiders come. No one here in my battalion has matched my strength thus far.
And he holds out to shake your hand, Mark. Give me a strength check.
Beautiful. You with a +0 strength. That's a 7.
A 7. You see as he shakes your hand, it almost becomes an arm wrestle at some point, and he kind of like shoves your hand away and he says,
not you.
He looks over and he says, how about you? He offers a hand. Give me a strength check.
2 minus 1.
2 minus 1 is a 1. As he shakes your hand, you hear like a crack. He says, oh, I'm sorry.
Might want to take a look at that more.
He looks over and he says,
I suppose you're the last one.
You want that challenge? I give you challenge.
He says,
are you supposed to be a wizard?
He's the mightiest wizard.
I am the mightiest.
You're supposed to be. You have an axe, not a
Watch
wand or a
your
staff.
tone,
I
buddy.
don't think you're a wizard at all.
You don't think I'm a wizard? He enters a rage.
I'm gonna pull out my dagger.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll handle it.
As
I got it back there.
Mark like steps back, like trying to get as far away.
As you enter a rage, and you do so, this gives you advantage on strength checks.
Yes.
So you get to roll twice. He's going to roll against you. I got an 11. He has a +5, so that's a 16.
I got. Wait, is it a strength saving throw? Or
I'll let you use athletics on this.
athletics? 24.
24. So as he kind of holds out his hand, he was mocking you a bit earlier. You shake with such force. He goes,
Okay, all right, stop.
I am the mightiest wizard you in all the lands. Mightiest in terms of strength and intellect.
I see. Well, I think this should be fortuitous then.
Yes.
Our battalion was preparing to head out to avenge us, but
and it's at about this point, there is another strange, deep rumble from within the jungle. Could I get a rumble and some foot stomps and things? As this rumble, there is a explosion from the top of the mountain, and a plume of black-red smoke begins to rise out from the top of the overlooking mountain. And he looks up, the battalion looks up, and he says,
this just got a bit more complicated.
He says,
the last time a smoke like that came, it was with the arrival of the Phoenix. It was known as Ahi-Kai. It nearly destroyed all of our people.
You see, he has this distant look as if there is some history. Even though you were told this was almost 100 years ago, this guy doesn't look 100 years old. And yet he seems to have some memory or distant look there. He looks out and he says,
while you are up there with the stone, I would ask that you, if you do find this Phoenix, if it truly is returning,
he looks up to the mountainside.
I would ask that as you're up there, you can distract it. And while we are here, my battalion, he gestures to his archers, we will be able to get a shot. Do not fear.
Don't worry, I speak with animals. They don't respond, but I can speak with them.
We will do our best to keep your village safe.
A wizard, not a druid. Right?
Yes.
I think between all of the four of you and our battalion and myself, Kawa will be in good hands.
And Sante.
And, I didn't challenge your cat to a test.
You see, he looks down. He says,
does your cat know the paw trick?
Sante is brave. Yes.
All right. He says,
I'll be gentle.
give me a strength check for Sante.
19 minus 2.
19. Okay. Ben, tell everyone, do you see what this is right here? Oh. That is a 2. That is a 2 on my die.
This tiny cat.
This tiny cat suplexes The general, as he says,
"All right, little kid,"
falls back and Saute lands on top of him. General Hoku, you see this big, wide grin, the tusks out of the sides of his mouth. He says,
"Whoa, this is a magical cat indeed. I would say, as you all ascend the mountain and its dangers, have that little one lead the way."
He says,
"This is a good thing you are doing. It would be a taboo for anyone from our village to go to the stone. But for you all to visit it, as you go to the stone, you will have the opportunity to ask a question of your own, perhaps. I implore you to do so. It is a rare opportunity. And when the phoenix appears, we shall help you."
What do you mean by when?
He gestures to the smoke.
Oh, but that could be anything, right?
Yeah. Anything.
He says, "There is a statue over there."
and he points to a statue. There's a statue of a bird, a massive bird with its wings tucked in, kind of standing tall, a bit like a totem. And he says,
"There is a plaque there that explains the last time Ahikai arrived, if you wish to know more about its history."
I'll go read it.
I'll go read it as well. The general nods his head and he bids you all adieu. And as you head over to that statue, you can see that the plaque has sort of a description written on it. As you read it over, you can see it depicts a legend. And the legend says, half a century ago, a small village of farmers, fishermen, and sages lived peacefully here on the island of Kauai. Their days were spent tending to their crops and animals, fishing and canoeing in the crystal clear waters, studying the ancient wisdom of their ancestors. They lived in harmony with nature and each other, their lives filled with joy and contentment. The plaque continues and says, that is until one day, when a dark, black and red smoke billowed from the mountain of the ancestors that overlooked the village. Soon enough, a great fire ignited on the mountainside, drawing ever closer to the village with each passing day. The villagers, desperate to quell the flames before their village would be destroyed, sent the bravest of their fishermen up to the burning mountainside with baskets of water to try to douse the flames. As the flames continued, though, moments later, the entire mountainside burst with a great explosion of flame, which sounded like... That was an okay explosion of flame. It was a great explosion of flame, which sounds like... As a great and terrible bird of fire swooped out from the mountain, flying over the village, and it spoke in a bellowing voice, like the roar of a wildfire. It called down to the villagers and said,
I am Ahikai, and this island is my nesting ground. You will burn with the rest of Kauai intruders, until this island is nothing but molten rock.
All the villagers ran in fear from the terrible phoenix, fear which sounded like... One incredibly afraid villager running with a basket of water. As this had happened, the terrible Ahikai flew over the village. The buildings began to catch aflame. They fled to their canoes and fishing rafts, but Ahikai swooped overhead and beat its fiery wings, sinking the vessels one by one. Only half the village remained, when a young boy named Hoku felt bravery root in his heart, and he picked up his father's fishing spear. Hoku tied the rigging ropes of his family's boat around the spear, and then when Ahikai swooped down over the waters once more, Hoku, the young boy, threw the spear at the creature's belly. And luck favored him this day. His aim was true. The small fishing spear managed to impale the phoenix, but the strike was not lethal. Ahikai yet lived, and it continued flying, pulling the boat that Hoku was on behind it, dragging it by the rope attached to the spear. More of the village burned away, and more boats sank. And so it is said that Hoku, with his youthful nimbleness, climbed the rope hand over heel until he reached the chest of the phoenix. He cut the rope from the spear and then clutched a handful of its burning feathers and plunged the spear into the phoenix's heart. There was a great burst of flame, which sounds like... and the dreadful phoenix crashed into the mountainside, defeated. The young Hoku emerged from the flames with his father's spear, wounded but alive, and he became a hero to the people of Kawa that day. The villagers rejoiced and celebrated their victory, which sounds like... And from that day on, the island of Kawa flourished once more, its people living in harmony with nature and each other as they had before. And that is the end of the plaque. Here, you can see, as we finish the plaque, that it is about 20 feet tall.
It's a scrolling plaque.
The elder lady told us it was 100 years ago. This plaque tells us it's 50 years ago. Someone is lying, and I don't think wrong.
Roll for insight on the plaque to see if the plaque's been altered.
You look at the plaque. You want to roll for insight on the plaque?
Yes.
Please do.
You think the plaque is lying to us?
No, after they read the story, a tear goes down his cheek, and he says, "No, I can't read, but I'm sure it was a very tear-jerking story."
I read it out loud for you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm pretty sure that's a D20. That's a nat 20.
A natural 20.
With an
Well
additional
done.
6, so 26.
26
Yeah.
insight. You look at the plaque, and you're trying to tell if it was altered.
Yes.
This plaque in front of the bird statue, it looks like it was. It has not been altered at all. This is how it was originally carved. It seems.
I would like to go back to the orc and ask him how long ago this occurred.
Okay, the general.
Yes.
Hoku.
Yes.
You find him back as his battalion of archers are firing their arrows. As you go up to him, what do you say?
I was just reading the plaque, and I was interested, I don't know if I missed this, but how long ago was the attack of the phoenix?
You see, he says,
About 50 years ago.
That lady might have been maybe a little old. Maybe she could have just been wrong. You never know.
What did,
Seems like an awfully big detail to be wrong.
what has happened?
The elder might have confused it to be 100 years ago. Or 50.
She is very old.
I have a question. Did it say 50 years ago on the plaque? Because that number would change over time.
This is true. Mari, you notice one area that is constantly altered.
So in our current
Yes.
day, it's been 50 years.
Yeah, it says,
The plaque is accurate.
he says, oh no, the plume is getting bigger and more dangerous. You should probably go.
Huh. We should probably be on our way.
Good idea.
With that, you all begin to journey out into the jungly mountainside of this place. And so we see, as you all exit out, you find yourselves trekking up through a jungle scape up the mountainside. As you all find your way up here, you were expecting trouble, maybe. You know, the elder mentioned tigers or other creatures, snakes perhaps, or dangers that might be posed to you in this place.
Can I roll for perception to see if I hear anything?
Sure. Yeah.
And also roll perception.
That's an 8.
Why don't we have a perception check from everyone in the party?
I have advantage.
10.
6.
8. 8 plus 1.
Still thinking about of black.
Yeah. As you all are maybe still lingering in your thoughts on the black. Yeah, you look out. Maybe it's a lack of great perception. Maybe it's not. But you look out and you're not seeing any of these dangerous creatures that the elder had indicated. As you're trekking up the side of the mountain, we see through a bit of a montage at this time that the trek, you don't see any tigers, you don't see any other strange creatures. In fact, the forest, or the jungle rather, looks very bare, abandoned. It's very strange. And through this quiet trek, a couple hours pass. Some conversation between the members of the group as you expect to meet danger on your way up to the Oracle Stone. And yet, eventually, you reach a clearing of some kind here in the jungle, very near the peak. And as you find yourself there, you can see the final staircase that leads to the peak of the mountain. The smoke is very close now. And you can see in this clearing, looking at the staircase up to the peak, are dozens of creatures. There is a tiger sitting on its haunches. There are macaws and toucans, a monkey, a sloth. All of these different creatures are sitting in a clearing, looking up at the smoke. And the tiger's not hunting prey, it's not attacking anything. In fact, it's, you could say, rather strange that all of these animals are not only peacefully coexisting in this moment, but have all come to this glade and are looking up ominously at the smoke.
Saute, can you go ask them what's going on?
Your cat, Saute, saunters over. What kind of creature do you direct Saute to go talk to? The tiger, okay? We can see this beautiful tiger with orange and black coat, and Saute looks over. I think there might be some abilities that let you speak through your familiar, but are you just going to rely on Saute to use some cat language?
I will rely on Saute, and Saute speaks common and celestial apparently.
Oh.
So Saute will just relay and translate.
Okay, got it. All right, so let me have a persuasion check from Saute as he speaks cat to
16.
16. Okay. We hear some sounds of cats talking, which sounds like a bunch of meows, which is a bit like. You hear some meowing back and forth. You see another 3 tigers come over, and they're having like a little cat council meeting. As they're all there, and Saute is just slowly nodding their head. Eventually, Saute comes back and can speak in common. So Saute has a voice. Okay. Saute looks at you, sits, and I don't know if any of the other party members have heard Saute speak before, but you hear coming from this little magical cat.
So the tiger says that something important is about to happen to do with the smoke. You're welcome.
My speak with animals work.
Yes.
Saute kind of glares at you. The stairs to the peak of the mountain are there. All these animals seem to be quietly sitting and just looking up at the smoke. You know this is also the direction where apparently the Oracle Stone lies.
I guess we continue forward.
Let's just go, yeah.
Would rolling Arcana on the smoke give me anything?
Possibly. Yeah.
We are so gonna die.
Not gonna die.
All these rolls.
These rolls are not great. That's an 11.
And 11. Okay. As you take a look at the smoke, you can see it is getting more red and fiery and less black, like something's burning below. You can see almost like something is burning upward now, but the smoke is getting more intense.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah.
Yeah. pass by all of these animals. They simply watch like a quiet council as you pass by. Monkeys and tigers and toucans and all sorts of jungle animals alike that are all perplexed by what's happening, or like they have some deep animal sense that there's an importance to what's going on up there. As you ascend up the mountain, you see two things. It kind of moves into nighttime now as you've spent some hours trekking through the jungle. The first thing that you see is that there is a caldera. There's this big carved out section of the mountain that is actually volcanic. And you can see kind of churning down there, mostly shrouded by smoke, is some pool of molten material that perhaps, if this is true, this phoenix would arise from. I do not suggest jumping down there. You could.
Sounds like it's a jump. Sate could carry Lars to go investigate because you're quite light.
I'm quite investigative. I am willing and able.
They're going to give it a shot.
Okay, so Sate is going to pick up Lars. All right. I'll say that before you move, the second thing that you see is down and continuing to the end of the path is a platform that overlooks the entire village far below in the distance. And on that platform is a stone, like table almost, a stone, you might say, that is surrounded by blue flame, this sort of quiet, calm, flickering blue flame. In total contrast, it seems, to the red, churning, lava-like flame coming from the volcano opening behind you. But Sate moves over. Your cat is small, but not so small that it can't pick up a halfling. And so, are you going to do a little like halfling drone action here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Give me a perception check. I'll say, Lars. I'm going to have to give you disadvantage though because of the smoke. Although,
I already have advantage, so it'd just be a normal roll.
that's right, yeah. The magical item that you have on your character are the eyes of minute seeing, right?
The eyes of the eagle.
Eyes of the eagle. Oh, they let you see things in the distance.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And they give you advantage on perception.
Right. All right. Just one roll then.
That is a 5.
5. Yeah. So we watch as Sate flies over the volcano. All these epic shots that we've seen over time of people who dare to take drones over active volcanoes to see the lava churning and moving. There is smoke in the way, but you think you can make out at a 5 a bunch of smoke. Your eyes are stinging and hurting. It's really hot. And you can hear what sounds like the rumbling sound of a volcano directly below you, which sounds like... It's rather quiet and ominous, but you can't see much. Coughs, you cough. Yeah.
The smoke, I'm trying to explain.
But it doesn't seem to be intensifying crazily or anything. It's churning away, and the stone is just over there at the edge of the platform.
I'm gonna drop an arrow in and see what happens.
You're gonna drop an arrow into the.
Just drop it.
Pick up an arrow and drop it down. You watch it sink into the smoke beneath. The sound of the volcano churning itself is so loud that you don't hear or see any response.
Okay, I would like to be on solid ground, Sate.
Okay. You return. Does the group approach the Oracle Stone?
Can I do a religion check on the Oracle Stone?
Yeah, I'll say this will count for the knowledge that you have about it before even seeing it. You might get new information as you literally physically approach it. But yeah, give me a religion check.
Thank God. That's a 17 plus 8.
Whoa. Okay.
So, I have to do math. 25?
Okay, 25. The Oracle Stone. You, perhaps in your past as a cleric, have read about this, or stones that are like it. There are objects, artifacts, legendary magic items that are known to peer into the past or the present or future through divination magic. And I would say from what you know about this stone, is there any particular, I'll allow you actually the answer to, well, you're going to be asking questions of the stone soon enough, but you can ask 2 questions about the stone if you're curious about things, and I will, through your religion check, give you an honest answer about the lore of the stone.
Cool. I will do that as we approach.
Okay.
I also approach the Oracle Stone.
Okay.
Can I also do like an Arcana check on the stone?
Mm-hmm. As you approach the stone,
I got an 8.
An 8 on Arcana. It's magic.
Is it a magical stone?
Yep.
I say.
And you know this piece of your studies.
Yes, yes.
I'm glad you're here.
So.
Okay. This is just a question outside of the stone. How many questions do we individually get? Would I know that?
So yeah. Well, you want that to be one of your questions. Is your question? Do you want one of your questions to be how many questions? Okay.
Not to the stone. Just like, do I know from my like reading?
Right. Oh yeah, no, yeah. From your reading of religion, yes,
Yes.
that would be one of your 2 questions. Which is the answer to that of the religion is that any person who touches the stone receives a vision of the past, present, or future, and may also ask 1 question. Each person.
Okay.
And so, with that math, then it seems if you are going to ask the question of what happened to the counselors, that one of you would need to reserve your question for that.
What about Saute?
Yeah, Saute, good question.
You good? You approach the stone. The fire crackles quietly, which sounds like. And as you're there, who is the first to touch the stone? Presuming that you do.
You guys have questions in mind?
I mean, I think we should consider the Phoenix. That seems inevitable at this point. And then what happened to the council? So that's 2 questions.
We have 5 people.
Yes.
So 2 people would have to forego any personal questions they might want answered.
I mean, I have kind of a personal question to ask. I ask it, how do I multi-class into barbarian?
Okay, you reach forward and touch the Oracle Stone. As you do, it surges with blue fire and magic, and a vision flashes past your eyes. As this is here, we see a vision of a young barbarian. What would a young barbarian look like? What was Bar like in his youth before becoming what he is known as now?
I think he would be doing like push-ups to train for being a wizard, of course.
Right.
And he also, another thing he does as like a hobby when he was young is he would like his like grimoire. He would just color stuff in it, and like it's like a coloring book essentially. Yeah, but he thinks it's like related to spells and stuff. It's just a coloring book.
You see this young bar that's here as you're doing push-ups. Your vision then moves to the present, where you can see yourself touching the stone, and then you see a vision of the future, a vision where your glued-on beard is even longer, where your hat is even pointier, where your axe is even more axey. And as you ask, how do you become a barbarian? The answer comes to you in a vision. You can see a vision of yourself touching the stone, a vision of you arm wrestling with General Hoku, a vision of someone challenging and saying, "You're not a wizard." And you say, "I am a wizard." And you rage. It seems the stone is trying to depict you. You have been a barbarian this whole time.
What? I've been a barbarian? But all my spells. What about those?
It seems, as the stone shows you this vision, in these memories, these visions of the past, you can see magic actually invisible to your naked eye, but still actually there, emerging from, we see the moment where you grab Lars near the beginning and cast Catapult. And we see in this vision, as you look through the stone, as golden light surges around your hand and follows in a trail of Lars as they go through the air. We can see as you rage an aura, Super Saiyan-like, around you as you are there. Perhaps you are both. Perhaps there is a magic to what you do.
I am both. I think I am fine if people call me a barbarian. I'll still be mad, but not as much.
As you pull your hand away from the stone, who is next to question the oracle?
Would we rather save the plot questions for last, or should we do them now? Okay, we'll save it for last.
Who was asking the plot questions?
I'm fine asking a plot question.
I'll ask the other.
Okay. Well, what about Saute?
Saute will ask a personal question.
Okay. Well, I think Saute should go next.
I think Saute shouldn't, because Saute's still thinking.
I'm gonna approach the stone, and I kind of quietly, I don't want the rest of my party to hear my
Okay.
question.
Okay.
I, in kind of like a softer voice, I ask the stone, can I find redemption?
Interesting. As you ask this question, the stone presents to you a vision of your past, and it seems that the stone is guiding you in your thoughts to think about what you must redeem yourself for. What do we see in Lars's past that requires redemption?
Unbeknownst to the rest of my party, minus Dr. Charlie, my past was not as colorful, or not as, I guess it was colorful, but it wasn't as bright and cheery as I make it out to be. I was once part of a bandit crew and robbed and pillaged the countrysides, and that all ended one night when my party raided a small village. And I, finally realized that the things I'm doing are kind of messed up, man. And ever since then, I have, left my old crew behind, which they took as a betrayal, and now I'm working on that.
We see depictions of you running along with your bandit crew, pillaging and raiding villages, perhaps not unlike the village of Kawa. And we see now a vision of you in the present, touching the stone, and a vision of your future, which shows an answer to your question. Your future splits down two paths. The stone shows you returning to what you have done before. You can see yourself putting back on the trappings of a bandit, returning back to your old crew who had believed you betrayed them, but as you returned, welcomed you back with open arms to the life of theft and banditry. We see you continuing to reign in a mountain of gold beneath a throne that you sit upon as a bandit king. But the vision then veers and cracks to one side, where you see that same mountain of gold then diminish and disperse. We see you going to those same villages that in the vision before you raided, but instead gifting them with that gold. But where that gold came from in that future has yet to be determined. It seems, as you've asked for redemption, perhaps the way to redeem yourself would be to make right the mistakes you have made in the past. Who is next to touch the stone?
I think Marek is
that question, immediately the vision is rapid this time. It shows you barely a depiction of your past or your present. There is an immediate vision of the future, of an immediate future, where the answer is yes. And in fact, you can see the churning of lava and smoke that seems to be not very far away.
Sate is going to go up to the stone and go, yeah, so as a Sphinx, I like to ask people riddles, and I've been asking people this riddle, and I think it's really good, where I go, what's brown and sticky? And the answer is a stick, and I think it's really clever and funny, but like, I'm not sure. Is that a good riddle?
The Oracle Stone dives into Sauté's past as a small kitten, learning magic and beginning of its relationship with you, to the present, where its little starry paw is touching the stone, and to its future, as you've asked whether this joke is any good. Sauté sees a luxurious and beautiful future, standing on a stage, much like this one, in front of a crowd full of cats, doing a stand-up comedy routine, and telling this joke. You see that the stone presents you with two splitting futures. One, where the joke of what's brown and sticky lands, and all the cats in the audience laugh, which sounds like. And you see it quickly splits over where you find another audience of cats that find it's kind of boring, which sounds like. The stone then returns to Sauté, and it simply shows Sauté with its paw on the stone. And then you see a vision of Sauté asking the question, is the joke funny? And the last thing that the Oracle Stone shows you is not that Sauté is touching the Oracle Stone, but the Oracle Stone is touching Sauté, as if to say, the answer to that question is up to the one who has asked it. Who is next to touch the stone?
What truly happened to the counselors, Doctor?
As you ask what has happened to the counselors of Kawa, that is where we're going to take our little intermission, as we're about halfway through our show. The vision of the Oracle Stone about to reveal what has happened to these counselors, the volcano churning and bubbling behind. We are going to break for about 10 minutes or so before our program will finish at 5, so we'll return at around 3:50. We hope so far you've been enjoying this little event at Roleplay by the Bay. We will see you in just a little bit. Nice time for water, bathroom, and so on. Thank you so much.
A small 10-minute. Small 10-minute. Stretch your legs, get water, find a good seat. It's 3 free, so about 3:50.
Extra, it's me. What do you mean you can't hear well? I'm curious because we're trying to get a sense of what it's like on the live stream. The live stream is kind of an add-on, to be honest. Like, this is being recorded and the live event's most important, but I am curious.
There were some audio pickups from their mics.
Yeah, I'm just, because we can hear it fine in the audience, but I don't know how much this is going to pick up. Or not. What do you think?
So far, so good.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, what's funny is I've actually played this story before.
Oh, have you really?
Yeah.
Wait, you have? You played the story?
Yeah, I'm Zach's brother, so I've a lot of the stories that he's written, I've played all of them.
Yeah, he was trying to decide between this story-based one and some other one that was more like, a little more combat heavy, and we decided on this one, so.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good arc.
You got volume up on the headset and you can hear okay? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's, as I say, it's sort of, this is sort of a, there's a recording that's going to be done later, or that's being done that will be released later, that will have like cool angles and all that stuff. But this is just, you know, this is just sort of like a as it happens sort of thing. So, but I hope you guys are enjoying it. And yeah, this is, there's about hour 15-ish left of Roleplay by the Bay with this event, and we'll finish up with the teens. You get the sneak peek, exactly right. That's the idea. And so, yeah, so far so good. We're pretty happy. Hopefully the library is happy, and people seem to be enjoying themselves inside the audience. This is a great venue to do it. So hopefully it, they say it's a good idea and they want to continue with it. But remember, this morning we had Damon Runyon, so always support the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation if you can. And otherwise, make sure you follow Zac Clay and myself are on this channel. So we start from the west coast of Canada. I don't think I knew that, cranky old dude. I don't think I knew that you were originally from Canada. I don't think I knew that. My hair is a disaster. I don't think I knew that. But yeah, so far so good. The setup, you should check out like the video camera setup we have to the left here or something else, and then obviously the auditorium that you're looking at. So so far pretty happy with it. But we'll see. Zac did a lot of logistical work, and I feel pretty good about how it looks so far. So far so good.
Curious to see like what he's gonna do, because this was like, gosh, 22. Yeah, and I know he's revised it and used this. That's a good one, though.
It's so shocking.
All else fails, there's probably gonna be a Phoenix fight.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was the question that ever.
Almost a 16.
Oh, the worst I got. Let's go!
She's got you there. You got your rights back.
Just let me know if this works. That's interesting. And I just got it wrong. There's a lot of seasons.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
15. No.
I was gonna say they're older than Zac, and he's not.
Yeah, I forgot. You're 10. You're not 6. I'm 35 right now.
Yeah.
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 How do you know I'm 10?
You guys believe. And also too, that over the years when he's come to visit you guys, I knew a ballpark of how old you were, and then what your dad told me today.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I just remembered I should have brought my copy of Great Shades to have you sign it.
Oh, thank you.
Maybe I'll, because you guys are visiting Zac. And
We are. I brought a few extra books here. I've got like a couple of books to sell to people if I had them, but regardless, obviously, yeah, I'm going to be visiting Zac. I'm happy to
I
see
want
him.
it at home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's great.
I'll leave it with him. And
sure.
did not
Yeah, happy to
know
do that.
that.
Yeah. Always appreciate people's signs.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Daddy, is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Yep.
Okay, cause I just went behind the screen and I didn't see it.
Well, you went up here.
Yeah.
Well, you got to go out to that row. Go out here to the row. Like, yeah, you're right there.
Hello. I don't know what to do.
That's welcome to Mini R of my son right here.
They call me Spike Commander.
Welcome
For
to
people who actually understand.
Spike Commander, his nickname. But yeah, no, that'd be great. I'm happy to do that.
Because you're going out on Monday to
Yep.
Zach's house.
Yep. So we're going out on Monday, so that'll be fun.
Okay, yeah, I should be there. One of our friends'
Wait,
birthday.
did you hear from Zach?
I was about to ask if it was Javi's birthday because I thought I remember mentioning.
Yeah.
You mentioned like, oh yeah, we could do all like magic for your birthday.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it is his birthday.
Yeah, it is his birthday tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zach mentioned something about that. That he's going on Sunday. Do some birthday.
Yeah. So I'll remember that. I can't remember for you.
Daddy.
What?
Haha. Oh, hi, little guy. Spike Man. I think it
The
was.
Spike Commander. I'm Aldo Kid.
I am Aldo Kid. I think it was Spike Command. Oh.
What is it?
Spike.
Not too loud.
Spike Mander.
Spike Mander is his nickname
Yes.
that he made for himself for
Yes.
Twitch.
Spike Mander.
Oh.
In my last video game name. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Quick. Huh.
He lives in Western Canada. Okay, they are returning. Enjoy the second half.
All right. We are going to resume in just a moment. But yeah, welcome back, everyone. All right. So, you asked the Oracle Stone.
Truly happened to the constellations.
The music swells in anticipation of the answer to the question. You see a vision of the past, of a group of about a dozen happy villagers in long, official-looking robes. And as they board a ship, they sail out from the village of Kawa. As they are leaving, we can see the island of Atara in the distance, where there are lights, torch lights and campfire lights, hidden perhaps in the past, but as the stone indicated, there are people that live there. And the stone gave a vision saying they needed help. Where you expect the vision then to go to the ship docking, instead it sinks down from the main deck of the ship into the lower deck, where you can see that there are, we're kind of in the hull, the storage part of the ship. And in the lowest part of the ship, you can see that there are barrels down there, usually used to store food and wares, or if they need to bring supplies or medical implements or things such as this. And we see that is a lot of what's down there in the base of this ship that the counselors were taking. But we see in a couple of the barrels, there is a little residue on the ground. This small black powder that is at the base of the barrels. All of these barrels are labeled and seem to be of the craftsmanship of the island. And we see as suddenly in this vision of the past, appearing in the ship, is a little devilish creature. As this little imp appears, these troublemakers that are usually summoned by evil necromancers and warlocks to do bidding. And the imp unfurls a contract of some kind, and it reads it over, and mulls it over and says,
Alright, easy enough.
and you see the imp snaps its fingers, a little flame appears above its fingers, and says,
Alright, bottoms up. Well, no, that's not what they say. That's when you drink. Whatever.
and it dips its finger down into the black powder. There's an explosion off of the shore of the island. The ship never arrived. It was sabotaged. The vision fades.
Does everyone see the vision, or should I relay that?
I'll say that you would relay it.
I just relay it.
We should get back down to the village and, tell them what happened.
So someone contracted an imp to sabotage the ship?
We might want to be careful who we tell.
I don't trust that general commander guy.
I don't trust the halfling. All halflings are liars.
You're a halfling.
I know.
Are you lying about that?
All halflings are liars, or that I'm a halfling?
Both.
Yeah, I'm lying about being a halfling.
Oh, goodness.
I don't trust that woman. There's something weird about her. I trust the general. He seems to know what he's talking about, and be about it.
I trust him too. He is an orc, just like me.
Orcs are usually trustworthy.
He was accurate about the dates more than the woman was.
Yeah,
so
because
maybe.
the halfling benefited from the other council members not being there. So maybe this halfling.
Yeah. She's actively trying to prevent him from going over there. And she sent us up here.
Let's go talk to someone. Let's go.
Let's go to the general.
As you all are here at the edge of this place, here at the Oracle Stone, it's at this point that there is a third and final rumble, which sounds like foot stomping and large movements. And there, from the caldera behind you, the crater that has open magma and lava smoke pouring out, you see now emerging, flying outward from the smoke, a massive shape that flies upward, and you can see as it alights in the air the form of a phoenix, its feathers burning behind it. And as it appears, it then lands right behind you, between you and your exit out. It goes, Oracle Stone, all of you, and this phoenix, which has just landed, blocking your path down the mountain. And as it stands there, it looks down at each of you, its wings unfurling, and you look and hear as it says, I don't have a name. The phoenix kind of tilts its head and seems confused, looks down and says, who are all of you?
I am Barbarian, a wizard and a barbarian.
The phoenix just sort of continues to tilt its head in a bird-like way.
Lars.
Dr. Charlie Chest, and this is Saute.
Saute waves a little palm. The phoenix, Ahikai, looks down at each of you and says, I do not remember my name. It steps forward and says, perhaps I should come up with one. So, I would like from the audience someone to suggest a color, and our wonderful friend Antonio will run the microphone down to you. This game is going to have two parts. The first part is a color. I just need a color from someone in the audience. If you can, choose an interesting color. Do you know any interesting color names?
Chartreuse.
Chartreuse. Beautiful. What color is that similar to? Green? Okay, kind of a greenish chartreuse. All right. And I would like someone to name a fruit. He's got the money.
Orange.
Okay. Wonderful. The phoenix thinks its head's tilting side to side, and as it's there, it regards and says, I think I would like my name to be Chartreuse Orange.
It's a very colorful name.
We're supposed to have first and last names, right?
Yes.
The phoenix nods its head. It moves forward, and you can see as it walks, its talons are leaving behind, like talon prints of flame on the ground. A very strong, bright red flame in contrast to the oracle stone. But it says, I do not remember anything. The phoenix seems confused. It steps forward to the edge of the platform, overlooks the village, and looks at the oracle stone and all of you. The phoenix says, I feel weak, as if a part of me is somewhere else. It turns and says, do you all know anything about me?
Yes.
I feel like
yes.
I'm missing something.
You are my pet. You have always been my pet.
Give me a deception.
Barbarian.
Give me a deception check.
Barbarian.
Not his pet.
Deception check.
7.
Was that a D20 you just rolled?
Yeah.
He was
I got a
joking.
6.
He was joking.
That's okay. So 7.
You are heralded as a hero of the people in this land, and it's your duty to protect them. And we have come here to seek your help.
Give me another deception check. It's also, well, actually, or give me persuasion. I mean, it's not like you're lying. You kind of are. I'll take either one.
I got a +8 in deception, so I'm gonna go with that. I got a 19.
A 19. The phoenix, you see it, its chest sort of puffs out, and you almost can see the beak curls into a little smile. Is this the fearsome Ahikai that you read about in that legend, the one that raised down and threatened the village and nearly burned it down? It looks down at you and it says, you're saying I get to make friends and see places?
Yes, but we need your help.
How might I help you?
Well, recently, the elders of the village, they were lost at sea, but the people here assumed that it was another village who killed them in cold blood, but we must stop them from, causing any unneeded bloodshed. But they had gone to they were going to another island to try and help those people, so we wanted to ask you to help us help them.
The phoenix nods slowly and says, you are right. This sounds like something Chartreuse Orange would do.
I agree.
So, I have no desire to bring harm to anyone. I have only just met all of you. Whatever. Wait, the question I asked is who was I before? I understand that I am a phoenix. I have been born with intelligence. But I don't remember anything.
I'm not sure, but I heard a story about a different phoenix who's not you, who did some bad things. And I'm worried that if you go try to make friends, might be a bit afraid of you. So why don't we go warn them first and make friends?
I see. I do not feel that. If that phoenix from before was anything to do with me, I feel no part of that within myself.
You don't remember another phoenix, do you?
I don't have that. It seems as though that feeling, it is there, that feeling of wishing to burn, to dominate, but it seems distant. I can feel it. It is a part of myself. But it is, no, it exists somewhere else. And you can see as the phoenix is there with you all at the edge of the oracle stone. you all then hear the sound of 1,000 arrows leaving their bows.
Yeah.
You hear this distant fire from the village down below, Ahikai. Chartreuse Orange, the new phoenix, instinctively brings his wings around each of you to protect you. And for a few moments, nothing exists other than the quiet, warm glow of the phoenix feathers on the inside and Chartreuse Orange's belly and darkness.
Can I cast my resistance cantrip?
Resistance. Okay, what is resistance?
Resistance is you touch a willing creature and choose a damage type. When the creature takes damage of the chosen type, the creature reduces the total damage by 1d4.
Okay, 1d4. I was going to say, if it gave resistance, that would have all the damage. 1d4 will reduce it a little bit.
Yeah.
What is the damage type you're going to choose?
What's an arrow? Piercing?
Piercing.
Yes.
Okay. You reach out and touch the chest of this phoenix. What does your magic look like?
It looks like kind of a glowing star field. I think this one is like specifically like a shining star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We see as you touch the phoenix's chest, and this starry magic kind of hits into his chest. That sound of the arrows then impact. The phoenix chartreuse wobbles side to side a little bit. None of the arrows hit any of you. And then as, please roll a d4 for me to reduce.
That is a 2.
Okay. I will not go through the tedium of rolling enough damage for 1,000 arrows up here. But as Ahikai pulls his wings away, Chartreuse rather, you can see that his wings, his back, are littered with arrows. And as the whole rest of the platform is as well, the phoenix looks down at you, and you can see the only part of it that now little embers of flame are beginning to bleed from the wounds of the phoenix. It looks down at all of you and says, I will be good this time. And the phoenix swoops and grabs all of you and says, we will be all right. Another sound of fire from below, another volley of arrows shooting up. Does anyone take any action to try to shield themselves, shield Chartreuse?
I can heal.
You can heal.
How damaged is Chartreuse?
You can see that if another volley were to hit this phoenix, it would not survive. But the arrows are flying. You can see also there's something strange. Let me ask for a quick Arcana check from everyone in the party.
17.
9. 12.
15 plus 5.
So 20?
Yeah.
Very, relatively good across the board. You all look at this phoenix, but then notably you look at the arrows. You know, General Hoku had said, if the phoenix appears, we'll back you up with arrows. You look down, the distance that the village is below you, you're at the top of the mountain. For arrows to be firing this far would be a supernatural feat on a massive scale. It's something that strikes you as strange, particularly you, Doctor.
Can I see where they are?
You look down, give me a perception check. You have advantage.
And
oh yeah, and
they're
eagle
all
eyes.
literally.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So your magic item, the eagle eyes, they allow you to see with exceptional clarity in the distance.
Okay, I ended up getting a 7, but I can't. They're like binoculars.
Yeah. I will say you don't find General Hoku necessarily. He's somewhere in the smattering of dozens and dozens of archers down there. But you can see that they are all looking up at the mountainside, and that second volley is coming at you right now.
And they are at their camp?
They are at the camp at the bottom of the mountain.
yell to Chartreuse to like go behind the peak.
As Chartreuse goes to fly away, I need all of you, as this another round of arrows at your guidance. Chartreuse is going to try to save themselves and also protect you, but I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw as arrows begin to pelt down over each of you.
Can I enter my rage and kind of try to cover everyone because I have resistance to.
Yeah, I'll allow you to cover Lars and one other person because Lars is small.
I got a 19. I'm kind of.
Wait.
Which of your friends?
Who has the lowest dexterity or? Wait, what is it?
Am I allowed to tell you what I rolled before you choose that?
Sure.
I rolled a 1.
Okay, I'll cover you. I'll cover you.
Okay.
Yeah, I have resistance to piercing, so it should like half the damage.
Yeah, I'll say the damage that I would, if in this case the damage that I would deal to them, I'm going to deal to you.
Okay, sure. I got a 13 on dexterity, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, the difficulty of evading these arrows is a 12.
I failed.
Oh,
with a 7.
Right, and you rolled
19.
19. Okay. I think you might have the type of evasion that allows you to not take any damage. Might be uncanny dodge. Or
Oh yeah, I do.
What does it say?
Okay, wait. I have the uncanny dodge, which is I can. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have evasion yet.
Got it. So you will still end up taking half damage. Those of you that succeeded. So the arrows that hit you, there are a lot of them, but the ones that hit you specifically is going to deal a longbow's worth of damage. It's going to be about 3 arrows each, but for some of you, this damage will be halved. So that is a 7 and a 6. So it's 13 plus 3 is 16 points of damage to those who failed, and then 8 to those who succeeded. Now
I get 4.
Right. So you succeeded. So you're only going to take 4, but then you're taking another 16. You're blocking multiple arrows for other people, right?
Yeah.
So I'll say that you take another 16, half to 8, and another. Well, and you're block. Oh, Lars didn't need blocking. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also going to use uncanny damage to take half.
Great.
Wait, so half of half.
The evasion, I think, was the thing that allows you to take half and half, right?
Well, no, uncanny dodge says that if a attacker you can see hits with an attack, you can take a reaction to halve the attack's damage. So could I halve
this
half?
was a dexterity saving throw, though. Yeah.
Oh,
evasion.
yeah, okay.
You take a total of 12 damage as a result. As this happens, yes.
Do I take damage or
You take no damage at all. Yeah. And then you end up you failed, and no one blocked you, so you take 16. Yeah.
Yes.
So as these arrows fly down, we hear the sound of arrows burying themselves in the platform, which sounds like. Yes, this effect. You see that one arrow seems to have some sort of a tracker on it that's going beep, beep. And you see it then dims down. The phoenix falters to the ground and looks out at each of you. As it begins to burn away, it says, "I can still feel the other part of me somewhere down there." And Chartreuse, on the ground injured, you hear what I will say, actually, give me one more perception check with advantage. After the arrows have hit you, you can look down at the village one more time.
17 plus. Wait, perception?
Yep.
17.
17. You look down at the village again, and you can see through conversation, you kind of reading lips a little bit. You see a soldier that is speaking to General Hoku down at the base near the village. And you see that this soldier says, "Sir, I think the second volley has taken down the Phoenix," as you're reading his lips. And says, the adventurers are still up there. General Hoku says, fire again.
Before General Hook, how far away from me is General Hook?
Over 1,000 feet.
Is the Phoenix at 0 or 1 hit point?
I will say, at this point, the Phoenix is at 0 and is unconscious.
Mark saved the Phoenix.
I was going to do max cure wounds to get
Yeah.
How long would it take me to get down there?
But I don't think.
If you were to race down the
I
mountainside,
have dash.
you have dash. This is true. What I'll say, it took you several hours to get up here. It would take quite a bit of time. You look up at the Phoenix, although it's unconscious mechanically. At times, when a monster, or creature, or character is unconscious, they can still be like in and out of real consciousness. You see that Chartreuse looks at you and says, "If you heal me just enough, I can fly you all down there."
Okay, we're doing mass cure wounds.
Okay.
Which is choose up to 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius. Spear. Each target hit points is equal to 5d8 plus spellcasting modifier.
Wow. Okay.
So definitely me, Barbarian, and the Phoenix.
Got it.
And Saute. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Lars still ended up taking some damage as well, so you basically get everyone.
Okay.
Yep. All right, roll that 5d8. That's the amount that everyone in the general area will heal.
Okay, I have an idea. Where is the Oracle Stone?
Right in front of you.
I grab it. And I hold up in the air and I say, "Hear me! All who fire at us, if any one of you fires at us, I will break it."
Wow. So, as you hold up the stone, I suppose in the image it was more like a tablet, but you are barbarian. You can rip it off of its foundation.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Okay, give me an athletics check. You're also radiant, so you have advantage.
I got a 24.
Okay. You kneel down as Chartreuse is trying to recover from their wounds, as all of you are up here being attacked by heroes. Barbarian, with your rage, you go down to the Oracle Stone, which has been embedded in this mountainside. You pull it out, hold it aloft, this massive stone carved by some ancient society, and fall down to them. Never in all my years of running this has this ever happened. So, as you hold up the stone, you tell them to stop. Give me an intimidation or persuasion check. I'll give you advantage on this.
Also, everyone heals back 24 hit points.
Amazing.
Yes.
Everyone in the party redeems.
I got a 15 on intimidation.
A 15. While you're raging, what's your bonus right now to intimidation?
+4.
Okay. If you were to use your strength instead.
Oh, it'll be a +6.
Okay. So then the total would be 17.
Yeah.
All right. Because while you're raging, you can use your strength for intimidation. You yell this down. You're looking with your eyes down at the village below, and you see, as the general's looking up, as the soldiers are there, that General Hoku holds up a hand as if to halt the fire. In the meantime, Chartreuse rises from you having healed their wounds. You see the remains of that star that you used to heal their chest. And Chartreuse says, "Everyone hop on while they are delayed."
Hell yeah.
Chartreuse looks at you and says, "Bring the stone."
Okay, good. I'll do that.
You all hop onto a Phoenix's back, and with its last bit of health, you all begin to swoop down to the village below. You see, in the time that it takes you, it's brief, only a few minutes to get to the bottom of the mountain as you're rocketing down. But you see, as this is here, that suddenly, in that time that has passed, General Hoku held up his arms to hold his fire from you. But as you approach the village, you now watch small fires beginning in the village of Cowl. You its own archers are firing flaming arrows at the buildings of their own people.
Do I have thaumaturgy?
As you thaumaturgy, what do you want to do?
Yell at the village that's not the Phoenix!
As you yell this out, you see villagers running around in chaos and fear, which sounds like
Focus the jerk.
As they're running around, you are running and seeing. As you pass by some of Hoku's archers, you, Lars, can see their eyes are full of flame. It's almost as if they are being possessed. As you see the battalion that General Hoku commands have now turned and they're firing these arrows on the village. You watch as Chartreuse is flying you over the crowd, that the largest gathering of flame is back at the shrine where you fought that monument before. And you can see the shape of General Hoku. As he is walking, flames are left in his footprints, and he is just below you. Chartreuse says, I do not have much strength left, and lands, almost crash landing down into the village below, and is breathing heavily but still alive. And as you all are here, you hear a voice in the distance. It's coming from the shrine, the courtyard where you see General Hoku marching, his battalion of archers setting fire upon the village. And you hear, as he shouts,
I am Ahikai, and I will raise this island to flames.
As you all approach, are you approaching stealthily, loudly? You have the Oracle Stone. How that's going to come into play, I have no idea.
Throw it at him.
Guys, I heard the revelation. I think we might have been betrayed.
And I trusted him. That's kind of on me, you guys.
I trusted him too. He was the one.
Yeah, he's an orc. I would have trusted him.
You all approach the courtyard. You can see that the elder has been knocked unconscious and is lying across one of the shrines. And you see as Ahikai this time, the general, it's in this strange mixture of humanoid and not. As you return to the courtyard, you can see that the general is swinging his fists and has taken the shape of some kind of elemental of fire. And as he stands there, he turns around to all of you. You look and he says,
None shall match my strength.
As he's shooting out these flames.
Except for the cat.
As you say this, the fire shifts and turns to look at you, looks down at your cat, and says,
I will burn everything.
I need all of you to roll initiative, please.
12, I got now one. Again.
Oh.
I got 30-20.
Sante got a 22. I got a 6.
Okay, so that was for Bar a 30-20. Yes. What did Lars get?
12.
How about Mark? Oh yeah, that one, right?
That one.
Okay. And for Dr. Charlie?
Charlie got a 6, but
Yep.
Sante got a 22.
Got it. Alright, as this elemental is here, you can see in the distance as the archers are possessed by this supernatural flame that the former general turns to you with the wish to destroy the village. And as he is there, he looks at all of you. I'm going to roll initiative for him. Alright, I got a 7 on the die, which is for him. Oh, he has a +3 to his dexterity in this form, so it's a 10. Okay. With that, it seems that the fight to truly save this place is now up to you. Sauté, the only one who bested the general before, is up. What would you like Sauté to do?
Sauté is very brave. They're going to fly as much as they can without dashing and towards the monster.
Okay.
Take the dodge action.
They're going to fly towards the monster. So if they, 40 feet, okay. I think that just about allows you to, yep, I would say you'd be able to get right up to Akikai if you wished. Right about here.
Takes the dodge action, and that is Sauté's turn.
Okay. We watch as Sauté flies again towards the Phoenix. We saw something like this earlier, flying bravely towards the rampaging monument, and this time with enough movement left to be able to dodge. That then leads us to Bar, the barbarian.
I enter my rage. You betrayed me. I thought you were a nice orc. You are setting a bad standard to all the other orcs out there. And I cast Inflict Wounds.
Alright.
Okay, you got a 19.
Okay.
Plus 6, 20.
I'll say you rush up. You are able to get into melee this turn, we'll say.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yes, that attack is going to hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, and also I have Savage Attacker, meaning I can roll the damage dice twice and take the higher number.
Right.
Okay, 8 and 3. Okay, I'll take the 8. So 8 plus 5. So that is 12. Oh, no.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, 13. 13. And then I'm also going to use my cantrip True Strike. Extra D6.
Alright.
6. So.
Wow. Alright, so it's 19 damage.
Right.
This time, as you are holding the Oracle Stone, or perhaps.
I set it down on the ground.
Yeah. Well, as you set it down on the ground, you run up and then you realize, oh, I'm still holding the Oracle Stone. You put it down and are now maybe standing on it as you are hacking away at this elemental. As you do, as you say, I cast Inflict Wounds, you watch as you raise your axe, and golden light and magic surrounds the back of your axe. I'd like you to roll, as you're standing on the Oracle Stone, an additional D10 of radiant damage.
8.
Another 8 points of damage. And so, with that, that is 27 points of damage from one attack, as it seems the Oracle Stone, the vision of the future that it provided you, is true in this moment. As you are touching it, you are in combat. As you are swinging, you are both legitimately a wizard and a barbarian at the same time.
Nice.
You have a second attack.
I do have a second attack. I cast Inflict Wounds again.
Alright.
I got an 11. I'm going to reckless attack.
An 11 altogether. Yeah, sure. You can attack again. It would have advantage against you on your next turn, though.
That's fine. I got a 22.
22 will hit.
Okay, I'm going to roll damage twice and take the higher number. Okay.
The Savage Attacker, you can only roll the damage dice twice, once per turn.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, I got a 9 anyways. 9 plus
Great.
5, so 14.
Okay, so another 14. This thing is starting to look hurt. Let me do some math up here too. So if I'm here. Alright, as you swing at this massive elemental, it's hard attacking this creature. And as you're standing on the stone, that extra bit of damage it gave you also seems to be only once per turn, like enchanting you for the turn essentially. But as you swing out towards this elemental, you're swinging through pure flame, it seems, as your blade is passing through it. And yet somewhere deep inside, you meet a bit of resistance, and you hear an orcish from inside this flaming elemental. As you are swinging there. That would be your turn, I presume?
Yes.
Okay. That would then lead us to Lars with Marek on deck. Let's see. Well, remind me your. Oh yeah, Charlie, Master. What did you get for your initiative? Do you remember? Okay, that's right. So yeah, Lars, you're on deck with Charlie Sunak.
Where I currently am, can I hide without using any of my movement?
You would be able to.
Okay. I'm going to hide without moving anywhere.
Yeah. Well, you probably have to step kind of like and hide over here, like to one side of the platform. So you'd have to use 5 feet of movement. Is that too much?
Not if I want to use steady aim. I can.
I'll say you can attempt to hide, maybe with Saute and Barbarian, but the problem is that you're right now in open sight of the elemental. There's a direct line of sight between you and it.
I mean, would a 23 work?
23, if you were to try to hide in open sight, I'd give you disadvantage. That's all. You'd have to roll again.
I'll do that. I got a 20.
That's
so
20.
I'll keep
Okay.
23, I guess.
Got it. Well, disadvantage.
Well,
nat 20. Oh, I see.
I got nat 20, so I got 13 and a nat 20.
So 23 is the lower of the rolls.
Yes.
You, Lars, you duck down to the ground and are one with the stone. The stone of the ground, that is. Okay, what would you like to do next?
I'm going to attack with my short bow.
Alright.
I got nat 1, but I'm a halfling.
Ooh. So in Dungeons and Dragons, halflings are the only species that are lucky, so they get to re-roll natural ones.
And I got a 2, so that's a 9.
Oh.
That's a 9?
2 and 2. Okay. This was with your blowgun, right?
No, with my short bow.
Okay, your short bow. As you pulled out your short bow, you fire an arrow. As Bar, you are up there, you hear this grunt from within the elemental, this almost like instinctual dodge. It seems that a general who trains a battalion of archers knows a thing or two about dodging arrows. And so as you fire the arrow, it flies wide. Anything else for your turn, Lars? I think the bonus action of steady aim, and that prevents you from moving, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't move at all, and on my next turn I will have steady aim.
Alright. Okay, that then leads us, before we get to Charlie, is Ahukai the Elemental. We see as it is standing there before you, it is going to make 2 burn attacks against creatures in front of it. It's going to do 1 to Saute and 1 to Barbarian. What about Saute? Saute dodge. Okay, so we'll have disadvantage. Alright, so it's going to make a burn attack against Saute. Disadvantage. That is a 13 to hit Saute. Does hit, okay. Alright, that's going to do 2d6 plus 3. Got it. That is 11 points of fire damage to Saute, which is halved down to 5. And the target is a creature, so it starts burning. Burning is a condition where Saute is going to start taking fire damage at the start of each of Saute's turns.
It's being sauteed.
Yeah, Saute is being sauteed. Saute can end the burning by spending an action to go prone and stop, drop, and roll. Or someone, the fire can go out if it's doused or submerged or suffocated somehow.
Anyone gonna create water?
That would be a great spell in this situation. And then the elemental is going to swing out this massive flaming strike at Barbarian. What is your armor class, Barbarian?
15.
15, alright. So, oh, you attack recklessly though.
Oh, yeah.
So I get advantage. Alright, so that is a 20 total to hit. And that will deal to you. So that is 9 points of fire damage, and you are now also burning. So you take 9, unfortunately not halved by your rage. So we watch as this elemental swings out, swinging through you. It says,
"You will be only the first to burn."
As it swings through Saute, through Bar, it's like these arms are fully made of flame, and they are passing through you and then leaving behind a burning residue, burning flame on your body as it is swinging out. With that, the elemental form is going to continue and move to the right and sort of turn to be more between everyone as it's there. I will say this would give Saute an opportunity attack. It's still next to Barbarian though.
Okay. So does 13 hit?
A 13 exactly hits. Nice done.
13 damage.
Okay, very good. Alright. As Saute, again, with those strikes of revenge, as Saute claws at the back of this elemental, I will say then, that moves us to your turn, Charlie, the master.
If I try to make Saute attack with my bonus action, it can't move up to the creature, right?
I would say, sure, it can.
Okay. Saute is going to attack it.
Got it.
It's not one.
Oh.
And you can see as Charlie goes, "Stop. My cat has a joke for you." And Saute looks at me and looks at the monster and goes, "What's brown and sticky?"
What?
A stick. And they catch Tasha's hideous laughter.
Oh my god. You see this guy looks down, you ask this joke, and much like we heard the flaming, raging elemental looks down and says, "What?" As you say this, you cast Tasha's hideous laughter. This is a very famous spell in Dungeons & Dragons, one of the first spells made that if you cast it on something and they do not succeed against it, they are stuck hideously laughing to a point that they can't do anything else. If the elemental were to be subject to this, it would be very bad for me. So it's a wisdom save?
Yes, it's a wisdom save.
Okay. And what's the difficulty?
DC 15.
Okay. Anikai is not particularly wise, but not particularly wise, so it has a +0 to this. It's just a roll of the dice. And you said, sorry, what was your DC again? 15. Okay, so I need a 15 or higher to not. Oh god. Okay. That's a 3. So as you cast this, you say this joke. Saute's not even touching the stone, but Saute doesn't need to. As you cast this spell, I believe Tasha's hideous laughter is concentration.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm concentrating.
So Dr. Charlie is now concentrating on making sure that this elemental is laughing as hard as it can. You hear, as you say, a stick, that Anikai goes, "Oh." And the flames sputter, moving up and down in its laughter, and then says, "I can't stop laughing. Why, it's not even funny."
Yes, it is. It's a stick.
So,
it's a stick. It's really funny.
It's really funny.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Show's lit. It's not funny.
So Tasha's hideous laughter says, on a failed save, it is prone and incapacitated. Oh my god. You know, this is the look of a dungeon master that should have thought of this and overlooked his player spells. Not that I would have stopped it, but you would think I was prepared. Elementals are immune to prone. This is true, but they're not immune to being incapacitated by laughter. And so it says, and at the end of each of its turns, here's the only thing about the spell, and each time it takes damage, it gets a chance to try to save itself from the disabling laughter. So you have incapacitated him for now. That is a very good spell. Would that be your turn, Doctor?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay, wonderful. That finally brings us to Mark. Your first actual turn in combat this entire game. Let's see what you do.
If I cast protection from energy or resistance, would that put out the burn condition?
Oh, what does the spell say?
For protection from enemy, for the duration, a willing creature you touch has resistance from to one damage type of your choice.
Has resistance. I would say by that wording that it would just grant the resistance. It would still be burning, but all fire damage they take, assuming you choose fire, would be half as much. So it definitely helps them. But yeah, currently Barbarian, in fact, there might be a way for me to indicate this, and Saute are burning, which, yeah, you commanded Saute as part of your turn, so it's actually not Saute's turn yet, right? Yeah, what would you like to do in that case?
We're gonna run up to Barbarian and cast protection from energy.
Okay, this is good. As you run up and cast this spell, I'll find a way to indicate that fire. But yeah, you run up Mark, which means you're going to get in melee with.
Yeah.
Okay. You charge forward and end up, we'll say right about there, next to Barbarian, and you cast the spell. Is protection from energy concentration? Do you need to maintain concentration on it? Does it say? No. Okay.
And its duration is up to 1 hour.
Oh, wow. Very good. Okay. So, Barbarians, you're now resistant to fire, although you are burning. You are not burning as much.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
Okay.
You were very much on fire.
Yes. That's your action? You moved a little bit. Probably not any bonus for you?
I don't really have any bonus action, so I think that's my roll.
Great. Okay. That brings us back to the top with Saute. At the start of Saute's turn, Saute must take 1d4 fire damage, which is 2 points of fire damage to Saute, as their wing is burning a little bit.
Saute is going to stop, drop, and roll and put out the fire.
Okay. Oh, smart, because you can always command your cat on your turn. So Saute will roll on his turn and then fight on your turn. Great. So Saute, like many cats are wont to do, falls to the ground and rolls around and purrs a little bit. The fire is put out. Well done. Okay. Do you still want Saute to be next to the giant flaming fire elemental? Okay, great. Saute is great, as we've established. Okay. In that case, that leads us to Bar, the Barbarian, with Lars on deck. You are also burning. You take this damage, but you're going to take half. So 1 halved. There's a minimum of 1
Okay.
point damage.
Take 1 point damage. That's hurt like a little bit. I will cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay.
Once more.
Yes.
Okay, nat 20.
That's a natural 20. All right.
All right. That means I get to roll it twice, right?
Yeah, you're going to roll everything twice. You're going to roll the damage of. So go ahead and roll your damage of your great axe first.
Okay. Got a 6. Wait, if I have Savage Attacker, I get to reroll it.
Right. Roll it one more time. So we have 6 so far, and then.
And 9.
Okay. You can choose to re-roll that 6 as part of Savage Attacker. Right now it's 6 and 9. That's your crit.
Okay. I'll re-roll the 6.
Okay.
I got 7.
Okay. All right. So now 7 and 9 is 16. Now roll as you are still standing on the Oracle Stone. I'll remind you all, Marek, you would be right in front of it. There's not a depiction of it on the map at the moment, but there would be you can see that there is a stone that Barbarian is standing on. Go ahead and roll a d10 radiant damage. That also gets doubled. So you get to roll that
7
twice.
and 10.
7 and 10. So 16 and 17 damage.
And also plus 5 because of my extra points. And I have another attack.
All right.
Oh, actually, I'll also use my cantrip, True Strike, so I get an extra d6.
Oh my gosh! Right, and you get to double that.
Plus 3, and
Oh
then
wow!
plus 3. So
As you turn towards the elemental, you're standing on the stone. You can feel power surging within you. On a critical success, you watch as your wizard hat grows and becomes more magnificent. You see as your garb changes to be that of a wizard, matching the hat. And perhaps most importantly, as part of this natural 20 standing on this supernatural stone, you see your beard becomes real.
Oh my god.
If it wasn't an actual wand before,
It was an axe.
Oh yeah, it's now both somehow.
Okay, sure. I say,
I cast disintegrate.
Alright, as you do this, magic shoots out from your axe as you do a tremendous amount of damage, and still have another attack.
I still have another attack.
I
got a nat 20 again.
Oh my
god! I'm not joking.
My god.
Raging barbarian.
I got 2 nat 20s.
Wow. Can we get some applause from the audience? Okay. So, roll your axe's damage again. Now, luckily, Savage Attacker is gone. The extra radiant from the stone is gone, so just roll that twice.
5.
Oh, okay, 5.
And 3.
Okay, so
8 plus 5.
Plus 5. Okay.
Yeah. Does that kill it?
Not quite.
Does he still think the joke is funny?
No. He is laughing uproariously through the flames. You all watch as Barbarian ascends into a uber heroic form in front of all of you. As this stone is magic. It just costs 2 nat 20s. That's also likely Ben's luck though. But as you swing down, you basically almost leave Akikai into, and for a brief moment, you can see General Hoku curled up inside, looking across at you. His eyes are alight with flame, and you can see his hand is rather fiery as well. You remember from the 20-foot tall plaque that you read, that part of that story is that as Hoku took down the Phoenix, he had to hold on to it in order to defeat it. And you see as Hoku is there, he looks across at you and he says,
I am sorry this is happening. I cannot control myself.
Says,
make us orcs proud.
As your swing finishes and the fire returns back, consuming him. I believe that would be your turn.
Yes, that is my turn.
One hell of a turn it was.
Wow.
Lars, you are up. Ahikai is at 39 points.
How much movement would I have to use to be 25 feet away from him? Can I do that?
You are 25 feet away from him.
Oh. Okay, I want to run forward and hide behind the stone that Bar is standing on.
Okay.
And then I want to take the hide action.
Alright.
That's a 27.
Alright, you run behind the oracle stone and you hide. As you look at the side of it, which usually you're not supposed to be able to look at, you can see a reflection of yourself in the stone, and you again see that split vision of your own future. You see that bandit king versus, well, one member of your party is named the Generous. Perhaps that other vision is you being the Generous as well. So you see that reflected almost like a mirror in front of you. What do you do next?
I glance at this mirror. I still haven't quite internalized whatever it's trying to tell me. I don't want to think about it. But I'm going to pull out my blowgun and attack with advantage.
Right.
Okay, I'm really glad I had that. 23.
23 to hit?
Yes.
Yes, so 23 hits.
And then
into the flames. You see that the flames are having to be split as the air is moving apart. You're causing damage to this elemental. You also then hear a from inside the element.
And this does vex him, so I have advantage on my next turn.
Okay, very good. All right, is that Lars' turn?
I believe so. I used my movement. I used my bonus action to hide.
All right. Before we get to Charlie, it is Akikai's turn again. Akikai is not looking very strong at this moment. Looks down at each of you. Several of you are in front of him, and you can see that as the fire spews, for a moment, the two arms that this strange elemental has resemble wings, and those wings rise up and then flap towards everyone in front of it, creating a huge wave of flame. And as this wave of flame moves, I lead Saute, Barbarian, Marek the Generous, Lars. I'm going to say that you have 3/4 cover because you are deliberately hiding behind the stone, like you said. So what that's going to do is, for cover, you're going to get a +5 bonus to this, Lars. But everyone else, this is a dexterity save. Well, Lars included, but add a +5. Only one that's safe at the moment is Dr. Charlie, all the way down.
32.
Oh, right. Okay, let me hear your rolls. I'm remembering something else, though. We forgot something.
So I'll try roll a 6.
Okay.
6.
7.
32.
32.
I rolled a nat 20. I have a +7. You gave me another +5.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This is what would happen. This massive flaming attack. This is exactly what would happen. If only it weren't laughing uncontrollably. The elemental, though, it does get a chance to make saves every time it was hit, and it was hit 3 times by each of you. So there's a chance that this is actually accurate. Let's do those rolls really quick. That still a 15 wisdom save. All right, I just got a 9. That's not enough. The second crit, that's a 10. Oh my god. And the damage that you dealt. So if I roll low on this, then the elemental is still laughing, and that didn't happen. Okay, 17. All right, so the elemental does as he's laughing. It is your sneak attack that shakes him out as the blowgun.
Yes, it was not funny.
Alright, so as it, these massive phoenix-like wings surge forward, it is going to deal a heap of damage to you all. I don't have enough to even grab right now.
You want some of mine?
We're good. This is going to be 66 fire damage. That is going to be that is 25 points of fire damage to, let's see, we had 2 6s and a 7, right? I think.
Yes. 24 hit points. Are they dead instantly?
Saute is sauteed. Now, luckily, in Dungeons and Dragons, a familiar like Saute, when they are sauteed, they disappear but can be resummoned later. Now, you are only going to take half of that, so you take out of 25. Let's see, that would be 12 points of fire damage, Lars, but everyone else takes 25. You are going to take half because you have resistance from Mark. So you're also only taking 14.
Yeah, I was at 17. I was worried.
Okay, yeah, we watch as sautés and disappears in flames. Charlie, it is your turn. This elemental is dangerously low in health.
Charlie sees that Saute has been incinerated and goes, oh no! Anyway, and snaps their fingers, and Saute reappears.
I got a joke.
I think in order to resummon your, oh, you're right, as an action. Oh my gosh. Okay. Saute, we see everyone cries out, no! And then a moment later, yeah, it's back. The wonders of the warlock with Find Familiar. This is great.
I'll use my bonus action to make Saute give me a slap.
is not going to quite going to do it. That's one off from the armor class, though. I will offer you a success at a cost. It's one of my favorite things. I'll say this is Saute making an attack, right? I'll just simply say Saute can make the attack, but will take an amount of fire damage from overreaching. If you wish to hit.
Is very brave.
Saute is very brave. All right, roll us damage. And I will roll the fire damage in response.
Damage.
Okay, and that's only, unfortunately for me, 2 points of fire damage back to Saute. 12, you said? This elemental is at 11 health.
Who's next? And
That's my turn.
It is Marek.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Saute on that.
So, we're gonna do Toll the Dead, number 1, which, a creature in range, you point at one of the creatures you see within range in a single time of the mortar spell is audible within 10 feet of the target. Must succeed a wisdom saving throw or take 1d12 because it's already missing hit points.
Right. Alright, so as you cast out this spell, Toll the Dead says in its description that the sound it makes is that of a bell. I imagine like the dong of the Taco Bell, which sounds like. Alright, wisdom save you said?
Wisdom save,
okay.
Which it has to beat a 14.
That is a 2. You are rolling a d12.
Yep.
It has 11 health left.
Actually, wait, I'm gonna cast this. Since this is a cantrip, I get to cast this at level 5.
Right.
So that is 2d12.
Okay. This elemental has 11 health left. If you roll 11 on 2d12.
7 and 1.
As you toll the dead, it seems that bell, as it's there, as it rings and vibrates, the resonating frequency of the bell causes the flames to flicker, and you see for a moment General Hoku is kneeling on the ground and trying to escape from this flaming elemental that has taken over him, but the bell surges back around him. The fire.
Yes. And I'm also going to cast. I do actually have a bonus action of Healing Word.
Who would you like to heal?
Who is not looking too good?
you. You say you're 17?
No, I'm at 29 because I got saved by the resistance.
I'm going to cast Healing Word on. I might be the lowest because I'm at 13.
Healer, heal thyself.
That's going to be 2d4. Can I cast this on myself? A creature of your choice that you can see. I can see myself.
You're not invisible.
2.
Okay.
2 hit points. Plus my spellcasting modifier, which is an additional.
Well, yeah, it's just a
3,
wisdom. So you heal 5.
5.
Not the worst. Okay. That then brings us to Saute.
Saute's got this.
Saute's gonna dodge. That's
Right.
I've got.
Right. A familiar can't attack on their turn. Okay. Bar the Barbarian.
Do I see the general like trying to escape?
You can, now as the flames have died down and this elemental creature is at 3 HP, you can see the outline of General Hoku within. Yes.
Can I like reach out my hand to General Hoku to try to get him out? Or
You would take fire damage.
oh, again, I'll just attack him.
You can have this strong, beautiful, emotional moment reaching out. You can see General Hoku reaching out to you. You have resistance to fire from your friend. And you're like, nah, I'm good.
Hi, Zach. Alright. Oh, I got him that one.
I can see that from here.
Yeah.
As you go, you thought about holding out your hand, but the fear of the flames was too strong for you. Your hand goes back to your axe. As you go to swing it, you trip off of the oracle stone and onto the ground. Your axe falls to the ground, and you are now kneeling before the elemental. You do have a second attack.
Can you transfer that second attack into reach
It's never too late.
Okay. I would like to reach out my hand.
You are going to, for reaching into a fire elemental, you're going to take 2d6 fire damage.
Is that half his resistance?
It will be halved, so that 5 points of fire is halved to 2 only.
Okay.
You reach in and you feel General Hoku grab your hand, and he says,
Let's see how strong you are.
make an athletics check.
7 plus.
You have advantage because you're reading.
Yeah. 17. That's better. Plus 6. 20.
You reaching into the elemental, grab onto him, and we see not too long ago each of you in this challenge of strength against the general. As you grab onto him, the elemental is being pulled back away enough for each of you to step forward and grab onto the general if you wish to in this final moment.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
As you all step forward, we see hand after hand holding onto Barbarian as he's holding onto the general, and a little cat paw as you hold on to the general, and with one final movement, you pull the general forward out from the elemental. The fire and the flames fall backward as the general is pulled out, and you see now, remaining on the ground at 3 hit points, is a tiny little spark of flame that looks up at each of you as it's lost its host, as you reached out in a moment of connection, and you see this tiny little cinder, this ember on the ground, that looks up at you, flaps little wings, and says,
I am Ahikara. I will burn this island to the ground.
Can I pour my water skin on top of it?
As you pull out your water skin, you open it up. Don't actually pour that out. As you did. Oh, it is empty. Nicely done.
No, I just didn't take it.
Oh, okay, got it. As you empty out your water onto this little spark, it goes, and the smoke from it drifts up, and you watch as that smoke drifts and returns back to the recovering form of Chartreuse Orange. And we see, as the general looks across at each of you, as all goes quiet, nothing but the sound of the raging fire quietly in the background. And we see the general says,
Perhaps there is some hope left for this island after all.
and perhaps we can. Yes, I think this is an occasion for angelic singing. Angelic singing for everyone. As the general says,
Thank you for saving me and saving all of us, but I think we have an island and some fires to put out.
and as you all stand racing outwards to go help the rest of Kawa, that is where we are going to end today's adventure, everyone. Thank you all. Amazing. And with that, at 5:02 p.m., that is the end of our very first Roleplay by the Bay event. Thank you all so much for coming out. This was such a pleasure. Hopefully we will return with this program like this soon. But until then, we do have one last little thing. We have some board games that have been brought and donated very nicely by Catalyst Games and by Mr. Gregory Wilson over there. So on your way out, we'll open up these boxes. If you'd like to choose one of those board games for yourself to take home for free, we would love to take one of those to you as a thank you for coming to this event. And also, thank you for coming to this event. All right, we'll see you guys.
Yeah, what's the whole thing evil?
Was the old lady evil? No, she was just confused. Nice.
Do you have fun?
My child just ignores me. Okay. Well, no, he was
Board games. One board game Vikings based on the TV show, and that
then try to penetrate is like.
Barrel my way through.
Oh yeah, you guys know it. You're in the same phase.
Yeah.
Yes! I forget. Kayla came too?
Yeah.
Hey, Luke's, we gotta go see
Yeah, I'm gonna give this to Ai as a thank you for letting us stay with her.
Oh, that's very sweet.
It's like, thank you for playing with me.
Look, you know what? Gratitude comes in many forms. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Oh, that was
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for the game.
Thank you for coming,
Yeah, both of
everybody.
you guys did. Thank you.
Tell everyone thank you. Tell everyone you liked it. Tell the library. Tell everybody you liked it.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Sure you got your game?
So how did the audience participation work? What's that? Sound. Oh.
I think there was a couple to see that.
Oh.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Roleplay by the Bay. Zac Clay, you already saw up there. Zac did a great job, and I'm going to rise up on out. Thank you all for watching and being a part of this at the San Francisco Public Library, and thank you to Damon Rennie Cancer Research Foundation, and thank you all to you lovely folks. I will be back in about 10 days. Don't know if I'll be streaming until that happens. Maybe I'm going to see if I can. Depends on internet access, but either way, remember to follow the channel and do all that good stuff. And thank you all for being here and watching and all that kind of good stuff. And love you all. I will see you folks soon. Bye.
Yes.